This man, in order to marry the princess, drugged his longtime female companion and gave her to another man. This woman is called Wenjio. In her youth, she was violated by an intruder. Later, her grandmother sold her to the Sief family to be a concubine. When she couldn't accept the tricks of fate, it was Meng Qingyun who gave up everything to run away with her for thousands of miles. From that moment, she vowed to live and die with him. For him, she went from a farm girl who could barely afford 3 meals a day to being bullied in the business world. For him, she endured cold treatment to build connections. Finally, after struggling, she became the richest woman in Dian Nest. When he needed money, she gave him money. When he needed connections, she networked for him. When he wanted an official position, she used money to secure it. Even when he was investigated for corruption, she risked all her wealth to ensure his rapid promotion. Meng Qingming became a minister at a young age, all because he was repaying her for extending a helping hand and showing a bit of compassion when he was in misery. Who knew that when he achieved fame and success, it would be the time she was completely used up. To marry the princess and become a prince consort, he allied with the king of hell, and he drugged her and sent her to the king of hell. When she woke up, she found the king of hell on top of her. She struggled to resist, grabbing a nearby bottle and smashing it on the king's head. She escaped to the door, but was stopped by the guards. From the guards, she learned that Meng Qingyun had sent her to their master because he wanted to marry the princess and become a prince consort. When Jiu couldn't believe it, she wanted to find him and get a clear answer. When she found Meng Qingyun, she received a hurtful response: "Go with the king of hell. He cares deeply for you." These words struck her like a bolt from the blue. She couldn't believe it at all. Just then, the king of hell arrived with his guards. He taunted Wenjio, saying that Meng Xiangshu was about to become a successful son-in-law, and as his close friend, she should be happy for him. And she was the one he had given to the king of hell. She couldn't believe it. After so many years of affection, how could he? She had ultimately misplaced her trust. At this moment, she began to laugh hysterically. When the king of hell took her back to the tower, reflecting on the past, she realized how tragic and laughable her life had been. But she was a businesswoman, and even in death, she couldn't afford to lose. So she pulled the king of hell down from the tower with her. As she fell from the tower, she couldn't help but think how good it would be if she could go back to when she was 15. But then again, who told her to be so foolish? Tricked by the person she trusted most, and in the end, even losing her life. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself being pinned down by a man. She was confused. Hadn't she died? Why did she still have to endure such humiliation? Moreover, this familiar scene was a nightmare she could never forget in her life. She couldn't just sit and wait for doom. She took a hairpin and stabbed the man. When she found that the man didn't react even though he was injured, she felt something was off. She then asked if he had been drugged and told him to get off first, saying she could help him. Hearing this, the man immediately stopped. Then he stood up. When Jiu thought suspiciously, "This lecher is quite obedient now." As the man turned around, she grabbed a chair and smashed it towards his back. However, the man easily dodged it. Then he jumped out of the window and escaped. When Jiu hurriedly chased after him, but she could only watch the man's fleeing silhouette. At this moment, when Jiu looked at the room in confusion, this is where this woman was drugged by the person she trusted most. She was even sent to another man's bed by him. Eventually, it led to her dying with resentment. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself back in that nightmarish evening. After she fought back, she could only watch the lecher escape. At this time, she heard scolding voices. Raising such a useless girl can't even be quiet in the middle of the night. When she came to her senses, she realized that the room was so familiar, and the scolding voices were also so familiar. She hurriedly went to the bedside and found the silver pieces hidden under the pillow. Only then did she confirm that she had been reborn. At this moment, a middle-aged woman pushed the door open with a candle, asking what had happened. Seeing her mother, her tears fell uncontrollably. She opened her arms and ran towards her mother. She hugged her mother tightly. Her mother quickly comforted her, asking what was wrong. When Jiu just cried in her mother's arms. At this time, Lian also came over, angrily questioning why she was going crazy, making noise in the middle of the night. When he saw the blood on Wen Jiu's sleeve, he was suddenly shocked. After a long time, she realized this was the blood left by that man's injury. She also remembered that in her previous life, it was Li Yun who barged in, saw her being violated by a man, and spread the news. That's why she became an old maid who couldn't get married until death and was persecuted by Meng Qingyun. Why? Why couldn't she have come back even earlier? Why couldn't she escape this terrible fate? At this time, Li Yun noticed blood on the blanket and curiously asked Wen Jiao what had happened in her room earlier with all the commotion. Could it be that you were in the room? Before Li Yun could finish, Wen Jiao threw herself into her mother's arms. Mother, Aegyo's stomach hurts so much. There's so much blood. Is Aegyo going to die? Her mother quickly comforted her. Silly girl, this means you've grown up. Every girl goes through this when they grow up. You won't die, Aegyo. Don't be afraid. Really? Her mother smiled. Silly girl, there's nothing to cry about. Go change your clothes. Mother will make you a bowl of brown sugar water. You'll feel better after drinking it. Wen's mother glanced at Li Yun and told him to go rest. Li Yun was very reluctant and wanted to say something more. But Wen Jiao directly scolded him to get lost. Li Yun was stunned for a moment. He vented his dissatisfaction at Wen Jiao. What are you yelling for? Grandmother asked me to come check on you. I didn't want to come myself to see what happened in your room. After saying that, he left immediately. Wen Jiao pondered silently. In her previous life, it was because all the neighbors knew about this incident that her grandmother hurriedly sold her to the Shui family's fifth young master as a concubine. As a result, on the day she married, the fifth young master died. Madame Shui believed that she had brought bad luck and killed the fifth young master. She insisted on killing her to accompany the dead, which led to Meng Qingyun helping her escape. Everything started because of tonight's events. Since she had been reborn, she was determined not to let the same things happen again. She was the richest woman in Dian Nest. Now reborn at 15, she was again facing forced marriage from her family. Just now, Wen Jiao came to pay respects to her grandmother. As soon as she entered the door, Li Yun pointed at Aegyo and complained to the grandmother. However, the grandmother, who usually liked to make trouble out of nothing, unexpectedly didn't scold her. This must be some kind of plot. When she was about to leave after paying her respects, her grandmother called her back. She asked her to help her father out, as her grandfather had something to say. Wen Jiao calmly responded, all right, while pondering if it was about yesterday's incident. Besides the bloodstains, there shouldn't be any other suspicious traces. To be safe, she'd better go check. As she passed by a doorway, she noticed a jade pendant with the character Xie on it. Wen Jiao analyzed silently. Within 100 miles, only the wealthy Xie family next door could afford such an accessory. Shortly after, the Wen family gathered in the main hall. Grandfather stated that Wen Jiao was of marriageable age. He and grandmother had arranged a marriage for her with the son of the wealthy Li family, the Xie family. Wen Jiao would become the young mistress if she married into their family. He told Wen Jiao's parents to prepare. Hearing this, Wen Jiao sneered. Why not let Li Yun go for such a good marriage? At these words, Li Yun and the grandparents fell silent. But Li Yun's mother became displeased. Aegyo, what are you saying? This marriage was arranged for you. How could Li Yun steal your marriage? Wen Jiao's mother, looking worried, said that Wen Jiao hadn't had her birthday yet, so there was no need to rush. The grandmother directly stated, what auspicious or not? Poor families like us can't be so particular. Quickly get Wen Jiao dressed up. Wen Jiao calculated in her mind. The Xie family had a rule that no one could marry before 20. Despite this rule, there were 7 or 8 unmarried young masters. In her previous life, her grandmother had used this to deceive their family. She thought it was because she had lost her purity, but now it seemed this family never wanted her to have a good life. So she asked with a smile, then may I ask, which young master of the Xie family is it? Her parents, however, were very flustered and vaguely said, all the Xie family's young masters are extremely handsome. You'll know when you marry. We've prepared the wedding dress. Let's have you try it on for us to see. Seeing their urgency, Wen Jiao felt something was amiss. Just then, the sound of gongs, drums, and firecrackers came from outside. Wen Jiao went out to look and saw that the Xie family's wedding procession had arrived at the courtyard. The man on horseback spoke, is Wen family's Aegyo willing to marry into our Xie family? Wen Jiao came to the courtyard and found that this person was actually Xie Heng from her previous life. Her first encounter with Xie Heng in her previous life was in the capital. He was already a war hero then, intimidating to look at directly. However, the first thing this guy did upon entering the capital was not to see the emperor or rest, but to directly lead troops to surround the Ministry of Revenue. Badu, seeing that all the soldiers wanted to petition the Ministry of Revenue, was so frightened he fell ill. Meng Qingyun, who was then a vice minister, couldn't think of a solution and had to ask her to mediate and make up the money. The first thing Xie Heng said to her then was, so you're Wen Aegyo. Moreover, because of this incident, Xie Heng must have despised her greatly. She had been drugged by her scumbag husband and sent to another man. Unwilling to submit to humiliation, she died with resentment. When she was reborn, she was cruelly forced into marriage by her family, to be married to the Xie family's ice-cold young master. The one who came to pick up the bride wasn't even the groom himself. When the Xie family's wedding procession arrived, the neighbors saw Xie Heng leading and expressed envy towards Wenjiao. Xie Heng walked up to Wenjiao, stating his purpose. The grandmother behind, fearing Wenjiao might say something wrong, hurriedly came forward saying their Aegyo knew everything. Then, without waiting for Wenjiao to speak, she pulled Wenjiao back, saying, how could she refuse such a good marriage from the Xie family? Quickly, let the bride get in the sedan chair. Wenfang also came forward and grabbed Wenjiao's hand, saying, don't miss the auspicious time. Wenjiao was stunned and shouted, let go. Xie Heng seemed to notice something was wrong and spoke up, stopping them. My fifth brother has been sickly since childhood. Before I left, he instructed me 3 times to ask the young lady. He looked at Wenjiao and inquired, Miss, are you willing to marry him? The onlookers, hearing Xie Heng's words, began to chatter. They had heard that the 5th young master was in poor health and had never left home. Marriage was such an important event, yet he couldn't come. It must be more than just poor health. Could it be that the old one family was selling their granddaughter? Hearing this, the grandmother angrily rebuked, you foul-mouthed scoundrels. Aegyo agreed to this herself. What business is it of yours? Get out of my way. The crowd retorted, everyone knows that the Xie family's 5th young master is sickly. This good girl marrying him might end up a widow before she knows it. When Jiao's mother quickly pushed Wenfang aside, Aegyo won't marry. I don't agree to this marriage. Seeing this, Xie Heng asked Wenjiao, what do you think? Hearing this, Wenjiao turned to look. Her mother's face was full of worry. Wenjiao comforted her. Mother, don't worry. It's all right, she said, looking at Xie Heng. She thought to herself, subconsciously her reputation had been ruined. Zhang Shi had wrapped her in a red robe and sent her to the Xie mansion. There hadn't been this scene of Xie Heng coming to pick up the bride. Now it seemed the Xie family indeed had upright customs. Going to the Xie mansion today, she would inevitably have to deal with the Zhang family and the government in the future. Since she couldn't stay at home anymore, she might as well go to Xie Heng. Young Master Xie, I haven't come of age yet. According to the rules, I can't marry. Xie Heng leaned in and said, when the Wen family provided your birth date and time, that's not what they said. Wenjiao looked at Xie Heng before her. In her previous life, Xie Heng was a general with immense power. When he spoke, the entire court fell silent. The Xie Heng before her was still intimidating. At this moment, when Jiao's mother stepped forward to explain, they must be lying. My Aegyo's birthday is on the 9th day of the 9th month. It's only July now. When Jiao also responded, that's right. If young Master Xie doesn't believe it, you can ask the neighbors. Everyone knows. The neighbors chimed in, I remember Aegyo's birthday is in September. They even said they'd use Jiao wine for her name. Xie Heng smiled slightly. Then he instructed his servants to inform Magistrate Wang about Zhang Shi's forced marriage and have her arrested. Hearing this, the grandmother and Wenfang became frightened. They hurriedly came forward to explain. This woman had been drugged by her scumbag husband and given to another man. Unwilling to submit to humiliation, she died with resentment. When she was reborn, her own grandmother forced her to marry the Xie family's sickly son for 100 taels of betrothal gifts. Xie Heng seemed to see through the situation. When he ordered his servants to report to the officials, the grandmother hurriedly came forward to stop him and explain. She softly comforted Wenjiao, Aegyo, while silently cursing this ungrateful girl. How could they return the betrothal money they had already swallowed? Seeing this, Xie Heng said goodbye and walked towards the door. Wenjiao inwardly mocked. No wonder they were in such a hurry to get me into the bridal sedan. It seems they had already received the betrothal gifts. Living a second life, I will never be at others' mercy again. She called out to Xie Heng, young Master Xie, please wait. Xie Heng calmly responded, is there anything else? When Jiao asked, for this forced marriage, how much silver was given? How long will they be in jail? Xie Heng looked at this interesting girl and played along, pretending to think, 100 taels, it won't be long. Just until they die. The surrounding people began to discuss after hearing this. Hearing this, the grandmother immediately knelt on the ground. She was old and frail. She couldn't be treated like this. Wenfang even shouted at Xie Heng, your Xie family can't bully people like this. Xie Heng's face immediately darkened. Saving you is a kindness, Fong instantly dared not say more. At this moment, Wen Jiu spoke up. For today's matter, I will give the Xie family an explanation. Please wait a moment, young Master Xie. Let me invite the village chief and the elders to the ancestral hall. The village chief asked Wen Jiu in confusion. Isn't today your wedding day? Why suddenly call a meeting at the ancestral hall? Wen Jiu immediately knelt down. Please, grandfather village chief, help Agio. The village chief quickly asked her to stand up and explain what happened. Wen Jiu wiped her tears and cried, My aunt suddenly arranged a marriage for me. My parents knew nothing about it. This marriage came out of nowhere. I dare not marry. After hearing Wen Jiu's cry, the village chief asked her grandmother, What's going on? Parents' orders, matchmaker's words. How can a daughter get married without her parents knowing? The grandmother tried to turn the tables. Oh, you say that, but it's this girl who doesn't know what's good for her. Her second aunt found her a good family. A nearby elder slammed his cane on the ground. Nonsense. Agio's parents. Since when does an aunt who married out of the family make decisions? The grandmother pointed at herself, saying she was Wen Jiu's grandmother, and she agreed, so her word counted. At this time, Wen Jiu said pitifully, But we can't deceive them into marriage. We can't keep the betrothal gifts either. The village chief looked puzzled. Deceive into marriage? Wen Jiu explained tearfully. The fifth young master was supposed to marry a girl with a matching birth date to counteract bad luck. I haven't come of age yet. I can't marry. Isn't this cheating, people? The village chief and the elders were shocked upon hearing this. The protagonist was drugged by a scumbag and sent to another man's bed. Unwilling to submit to humiliation, she died with resentment. When she was reborn, her grandmother sold her to the Xie family for 100 taels to counteract bad luck. Unwilling to accept her grandmother's decision, she asked the village chief and elders to intervene. Learning about the deception, the village chief and elders were shocked. At this moment, Wen Jiu pleaded with Xie Heng, It's really because my family was blinded by money and made a big mistake. We will definitely return the money. Please, considering that we know our mistake and are willing to correct it, don't take it out on the villagers. Inwardly, she was smug. The Xie family was a well-known, powerful family. There was a saying, better offend the local officials than offend the Xie family. With Xie Heng here, she wasn't worried about the village chief not taking her side. Xie Heng smiled, looking at her with interest. At this time, the village chief also pleaded with Xie Heng. Xie Heng smiled faintly and asked the village chief, How should we handle this? The village chief cleared his throat. Then he forced the grandmother and Wen Fong to apologize to young Master Xie quickly. Their village couldn't afford such a scandal. They must return the betrothal gifts to young Master Xie immediately. The grandmother and Wen Fong immediately stammered, unable to explain clearly. It seemed they had some difficulty they couldn't speak of. Just then, Wen Fong suddenly knelt down, hugging her mother's legs. Mother, you know the money was used to pay off Yun's father's debts. Even if you sell me, we can't repay it. After a moment of silence, Li Yun suddenly turned dramatic and ran towards Xie Heng. She knelt in front of Xie Heng, crying, These 100 taels mean nothing to the Xie family. Please have mercy on us. Before she could finish, Xie Heng stepped back. Then, with a look of disgust, he asked, A daughter pays for her father's debt? Are you suggesting Wen Jiu marry me? Li Yun immediately stood up. I won't marry that sickly person. I'm destined to be a widow. Halfway through her words, seeing Xie Heng's gloomy face, she couldn't continue. She cursed inwardly. It's all because of that bitch Wen Jiu. If she had just married obediently, nothing would have happened. Now I've offended young Master Xie. Xie Heng mocked her words, saying she was too ugly and it would be unfair to his fifth brother. This made Wen Jiu laugh. Realizing it was inappropriate, she quickly covered it up with a light cough. She said to Xie Heng, Please listen to me, young Master Xie. I'm willing to use all our house and land deeds as collateral for the Xie family. The grandmother and Wen Fong immediately objected, saying they didn't agree. Seeing this, Wen Jiu gently persuaded, If we can't repay these 100 taels, our whole family will be imprisoned until death. But grandmother, grandfather, you're all old. The grandmother could only wail after hearing this. What sin have we committed? Wen Jiu then said to Xie Heng, Although this house is old, it can still provide shelter. As a pledge, I'm sure young Master Xie wouldn't be interested in our shabby house. To show sincerity, we can transfer the deed to you first. I'd like to take the deed and go to the Xie mansion to care for the fifth young master's daily needs. We can marry after he recovers. What do you think, young Master Xie? She asked with a smile. Xie Heng didn't speak, but stood up and walked towards Wen Jiu. Then he whispered in her ear, "Miss Wen, next time you pretend to cry, remember not to look at others' eyes." This woman was drugged by her scumbag husband, and he sent her to another man's bed. When she was reborn, because of her family's forced marriage, she had to ask the village chief and clan elders to intervene. Then, with her wit and intelligence, she finally succeeded in turning the tables. Just now, Xie Heng whispered to Wen Jiao, "Next time you pretend to cry, remember not to look at others' eyes." Wen Jiao was immediately embarrassed. She couldn't help but think, "He saw through me, not easy to fool." He even pointed it out directly. How inconsiderate. She could only smile awkwardly. "Thank you for the reminder, young master. I'll keep it in mind. So, what do you think about the solution I proposed earlier?" Xie Heng calmly replied, "If that's the case, let's settle this quickly. Come back to the Xie mansion with me." After Wen Jiao settled things, she followed Xie Heng to the Xie mansion. After the butler came forward to greet and introduce them, Xie Heng arranged for butler Zhang to take Wen Jiao to the fifth young master. He himself had to go explain the situation to Xin Lang. Wen Jiao followed the butler towards the fifth young master's quarters. Watching Xie Heng's departing figure, she couldn't help but ponder. She had heard from elders that the Xie family had produced countless high officials. It was only after the wars 100 years ago that they moved to this remote, poor place to live in seclusion. She originally thought Xie Heng would be difficult to deal with, but unexpectedly, he helped her a lot. Just then, the butler interrupted Wen Jiao's thoughts. "Miss Wen, we're here." From afar, they could hear the fifth young master's coughing and servants calling out. Butler Zhang stepped forward to ask what happened. The servant explained. The fifth young master locked himself in the room after learning Miss Wen was coming today. He wants the madam to send Miss Wen back. He refuses to marry. After hearing this, the butler sighed, then went to knock on the door, explaining that Miss Wen had arrived and asking him to open the door to meet her first. But a voice from inside made Wen Jiao shudder slightly. "I'm already a dying man. Why ruin someone else's life? This marriage absolutely cannot happen. Let her go back." So Wen Jiao stepped forward and said, "The fifth young master hasn't even met me. How does he know I'm not willing?" Soon after, the fifth young master opened the door and came out. He looked at Wen Jiao and asked if his mother had forced her. He then asked if her family was in any difficulty. If there were difficulties, he said she should tell him now. He asked how much money she needed, saying he would have someone bring it to her. Then she could go home and find a better match. Wen Jiao was touched after hearing this. Even including her previous life, rarely had anyone treated her so gently. She then smiled and said, "The difficulties have already been resolved." The fifth young master looked puzzled and asked Wen Jiao if she knew that since he was born, the thing he had consumed most was medicine. He couldn't go out when it was chilly, nor could he be in the sun when it was too bright. His home was only separated from the main street by a wall. He heard the calls of vendors and the melodious songs of flower girls every day, but he had never seen strangers. "Miss Wen, do you really want to marry someone like me?" This woman, meeting her potential husband for the first time, started flirting. It was Wen Jiao's first time seeing Xie Qi, but Xie Qi didn't want to marry her and wanted to send her back. After hearing Xie Qi's story, Wen Jiao was shocked. He spoke about these things so calmly, as if narrating something unrelated to him. In her previous life, when she saw Xie Qi, he was already lifeless on the wedding bed. She didn't expect the living Xie Qi to be so kind. Seeing that Wen Jiao hadn't responded for a while, this good Xie Qi turned and said, "Please go back, Miss Wen. I won't let my mother trouble you. You can rest assured." Just then, Wen Jiao came back to her senses. She hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed Xie Qi. "If the fifth young master is willing to marry me, how could Wen Jiao be unwilling?" Hearing this, Xie Qi immediately became shy and asked, "Miss Wen, are these words sincere?" Wen Jiao assured him they were sincere. In her heart, she couldn't help but recall, "In my previous life, I encountered many greedy and lustful men. It's the first time I've met such a pure and innocent young man." She stepped forward and held Xie Qi's hand. "Fifth young master, you see me as too selfless. Wen Jiao is just an ordinary girl. I never thought of sacrificing my whole life for my family. Fifth young master, you never asked me. How do you know I don't want to marry you?" She felt shy inside, wondering if her words were too flirtatious. She felt like she had just teased him, and his blushing face was so cute. Just then, a scolding voice came from behind. "What a shameless little harlot! A daughter from a fallen family, thinking she can trick my cousin with a few sweet words. Cousin, you're really a toad lusting after a swan's flesh." Xie Qi quickly moved to protect Wen Jiao behind him. He was about to speak but started coughing. Seeing this, Wen Jiao stepped forward to support him. Ling Lan, seeing Wenjio ignore her, became angry, her face scrunching up like a bun. How dare this dead girl act so intimately with my cousin right after arriving? Ling Lan continued to accuse relentlessly. I heard everything from Aunt. This fallen family's daughter even has a fake birth date. She can't even wash away his bad luck. Xie tried to stop her, saying, "Don't say any more." As he spoke, he started coughing again. Wenjio comforted him, telling him not to get angry. Seeing this, Ling Lan became even more furious. Pointing at Wenjio, she said, "Who are you to speak here?" Wenjio smiled faintly. She replied, "May I ask which young lady of the Xie family you are? If I remember correctly, there's only one legitimate young lady of the Xie family, and she's only 8 years old." Ling Lan became furious. "What do you mean by that?" She then called for someone to tie Wenjio up and throw her out of the mansion. Just then, a small stone hit Ling Lan's face. She quickly turned to see who had thrown the stone. Xie Heng was seen playing with small stones in his hand. He smiled threateningly and said, "If I hear you making a fuss in front of little Five again, I'll cut out your tongue and feed it to the dogs." Lin Lan was so frightened that she didn't dare to say more. Xie Heng continued, "Our Xie family's young ladies haven't become this reckless. Others seem to have forgotten their own surname first." Lin Lan felt wronged and didn't know what to say. At this moment, Xie Qi wanted to speak up and plead, but was silenced by a glare from Xie Heng. Xie Qi obediently sat there. This woman was the reincarnated female tycoon. She had just entered the Xie mansion, but was immediately bullied by the Xie family's precious young lady. Xie Heng intervened and severely taught this precious young lady a lesson. Just now, Xie Heng had instructed Uncle Zhang to find someone to teach the precious young lady some manners. If she couldn't learn, she should go back to where she came from. Uncle Zhang stepped forward to invite the precious young lady to come along. Lin Lan, however, reluctantly explained, "Elder cousin, I just spoke hastily. I didn't mean to disturb cousin. If Xie Heng really doesn't care." Seeing this, Wenjio thought, as expected of the future little king of hell, giving no face at all. At this time, Uncle Zhang also advised the precious young lady, "If you know you were wrong, you might as well apologize to Miss Wen first." Lin Lan Feluten Mumbo an Apoli. Wenjio, however, was puzzled and asked, "What is the precious young lady saying? Is her mouth hurting badly?" Hearing this, Lin Lan immediately burst into tears. "I was wrong. I won't scold you again." Then she covered her face and ran out. Xie Heng then teased Xie Ji, "How about it? You've met Miss Wen. Do you want to close the door again?" Xie Ji blushed deeply and said, "Elder brother, how can you tease me?" Seeing this, Wenjio smiled to herself. Although they're just cousins, they seem closer than real brothers. Suddenly, Xie Heng noticed the medicine on the table and scolded the servants. "How did you let the medicine get cold?" The servants explained pitifully, "It's not that we weren't attentive. When serving young Master Shi, as soon as we heard Madam found him a girl to marry, he locked us out." Hearing this, Xie Heng pointed at the window and scolded. The young master closed the door. "Don't you know to climb through the window? Where's your initiative?" The servants suddenly realized and thanked Xie Heng. Xie Qi awkwardly explained to Wenjio, "Elder brother likes to joke. Miss Wen, please don't mind." The servant, however, solemnly replied, "Young master, what are you saying?" The first young master never jokes casually. He's always serious. Xie Qi and Wenjio were speechless after hearing this. At this moment, two maids came to invite Wenjio over on the second madam's orders. Then Wenjio followed them towards the main hall. She couldn't help but ponder. Taking a jade pendant with the Xie family's name, it's clearly not an ordinary item. Now that she's entered the Xie mansion, perhaps she could find out who the owner of the jade pendant is. Once she knows whose pendant it is, she won't let that person off. At this point, the maid reminded her that they had arrived. This suddenly interrupted Wenjio's thoughts. Xie Heng, who was behind, saw the slightly panicked Wenjio and asked, "What are you afraid of, Miss Wen? With us here, are you afraid someone will eat you?" Hearing this, Wenjio showed an awkward but polite smile, imagining the second Madame Xie in her mind. Wenjio followed Xie Heng into the room. She saw the old madam and the second madam. He stepped forward and gave a slight bow. Wenjio passed by the old madam and second madam. The second madam immediately questioned her. "You've run away from home. Even if it's a fraudulent marriage, why come to our Xie family?" Before Wenjio could respond, Xie Qi wanted to step forward to help her, but was stopped by Xie Heng. "That girl won't be at a disadvantage. Just watch." It was Wenjio's first meeting with her future mother-in-law. The mother-in-law was being extremely critical of her. Seeing this, Wenjio calmly replied, "My family elders falsely reported my birth date and time. The marriage certainly can't be completed soon, but the betrothal gifts received are real silver. How to resolve this? We must discuss it clearly with the CF family and Madam." Seeing her answer so honestly, the second Madam asked, "Why did you look for Archie? He's always kind-hearted. Are you thinking of having him plead for you, so you don't have to repay the betrothal silver?" Hearing this, Wenjio stated she had never thought of that. She couldn't help but sweat internally, thinking this Madame Xie was really difficult to talk to. At this point, the old madam interrupted. "Enough. How old is this young lady? Being honest is a good thing. People in the wife's room should be honest." "That's good." Seeing this, the second madam let it go. Then she continued, "I've already asked a master to recalculate the birth charts. The person handling it should be back soon. You just wait here for the results." She stared at Wenjio carefully for a while. She kept criticizing endlessly. Wenjio could only endure it. Just then, a maid came in to report that two scholar-like men had arrived outside. One of them claimed to be Miss Wen's brother, Wen. The second madam began to ask if she had such a brother. Wenjio confirmed it was her family. She couldn't help but wonder. Wen was young and impulsive. Hadn't she instructed her family not to tell him about this? How did he find out and come so quickly? Hearing this, the old madam also spoke. "Since he's your brother, he's considered a relative. Let him in." After Wen entered, he rushed towards Wenjio. Wenjio pinched his cheeks and asked what he was doing here. Wen responded firmly, "Come back with me. I won't study anymore. I'll come back to work and earn money to support you. Please don't marry Xie, okay?" Before he could finish, Wenjio pinched his cheeks with both hands, stopping him from continuing. "What nonsense are you talking about?" At this moment, Meng Qingyun, who was following behind, called out Agio. Meng Qingyun stepped forward, gave a slight bow, and said, "Pardon the intrusion. Please forgive us, Madame Xie, but this concerns my wife's lifelong happiness, so I had to come. Agio and I have been childhood sweethearts since we were young. Our two families had already arranged our marriage. The Wen family elders have committed the act of betrothing one woman to two men. Though they are heartless, they cannot disregard Agio's feelings for me." After hearing this, the second madam, with a serious face, asked Wenjio if what he said was true. Wenjio calmly replied, "I have never been engaged to Mr. Meng. We were just ordinary neighbors. Where does this talk of affection come from?" Inwardly, she was furious. "This scumbag, I just want to kill him now." Meng Qingyun tried to persuade Wenjio. "Agio, the Xie family may look wealthy now, but how long can Xieqi live? How will you live then?" "Agio, don't make trouble. I'm doing this for your own good." Hearing this, Wenjio immediately gave him a hard slap. She angrily accused, "This young master has studied for so many years. Don't I know how to write the words shame and decency? Wenjio will be a married woman. You're standing so close. Are you trying to tarnish my reputation?" Wenjio, who had been reborn, met Meng Qingyun again. Meng Qingyun tried to harm Wenjio, but was given a hard slap by Wenjio. Seeing his sister like this, Wen tried to advise, "Sister, big brother is doing this all for you." Before he could finish, Wenjio sent him back. Wenjio thought to herself, "For me, when we were still wealthy before, it was fine if he took some small money from me. I was naive then and couldn't blame others. Now that I'm part of the Xie family, is he here to harm me or just after money?" Xie Heng, standing nearby, saw that Wenjio's expression didn't seem fake. He must be that kind of person. He decided to help her. He pointed at Meng Qingyun and called out, "Someone drag him away from me. Break his legs." People heard this and came to grab Meng Qingyun. Meng Qingyun shouted angrily, unwilling to give up, "Wenjio, you're greedy for wealth and status, twisting right and wrong, bullying others with your power. How did you become like this?" Hearing this, Xie Heng ordered his men, "Cut out his tongue too." Meng Qingyun was so scared he covered his mouth. Wen was frightened and hid behind Wenjio. "So cruel." Wenjio quickly comforted him. "He's just joking." Xie Heng bent down to examine Wen Closely, asking, "Is this your brother? He looks quite delicate." After seeing Xie Heng, Wen pulled Wenjio and asked softly, "Sister, is this my brother-in-law?" "Wow, brother-in-law is so handsome." No wonder sister agreed to marry so quickly. Wenjio hurriedly covered Wen's mouth in embarrassment. Then she explained, "He's your brother-in-law's elder brother." The second madam looked a bit angry at this. Seeing the second madam's anger, the old madam advised, "Sister, I know you dislike her no matter what, but it's not the girl's fault that some random person showed up at our door." The second madam was a bit worried, but this girl hasn't officially married Chia yet. She's not registered in our household. What if she wants to leave someday? After thinking for a moment, she said, "To be safe, Wenjio, since you're sincerely marrying into our family, let's sign the marriage contract." Wenjio thought to herself, just based on how Xie Heng helped her today, even if she had to be a widow for Xie Qi her whole life, staying in the Xie family wouldn't be so bad. So she agreed. A moment later, a maid brought the marriage contract. Wenjio signed it without hesitation. Seeing her sign, Xie Heng said, "Now that you're the young madam of our Xie family, you can walk with your head held high in this drama." In the back courtyard, Wenwen was playing chess with Xie Qi. "Husband, you're setting a trap for me again." He hesitated with the chess piece. "No, I shouldn't move here." Xie Qi smiled and said, "Oh, you took it back. Let's start over." Wenwen looked dejected. "I was just saying, taking back moves isn't good." Xie Heng, watching from the side, couldn't stand it anymore. He pointed at the chessboard and said, "Move here. You're even worse than me, yet you dare to play chess with little five." Wenwen looked at Xie Heng enviously. "If only I could be like elder brother, not needing to study anything but excelling at everything. I wonder how happy I'd be." Xie Heng tapped his head. "You little kid, learn to mock me now, huh?" Wenwen held his head and complained. "Who told elder brother to neglect his duties all day and just play with me and brother-in-law?" She was the richest woman in the Yin dynasty. After a lifetime of hard work, she was as wealthy as a nation. Yet she was tricked and killed by her childhood sweetheart. Reborn, Wenjio signed the marriage contract and officially entered the Xie family. Wenjio brought some snacks she made to find Xie Qi. Xie Qi's face turned red as he asked, "Did mother give you a hard time, Miss Wen?" Wenjio said no. Looking at Xie Qi's blushing face, she thought, why is he still so shy? It makes one want to bully him. She took out some osmanthus cakes and handed them to Xie Qi, saying, "Madam Wen said you like osmanthus cakes, so I made some in the kitchen. One plate is a bit sweeter, and the other doesn't have much sugar. Try some." Xie Qi took the cakes and silently started eating. Wenjio saw him not speaking and was puzzled. "Why aren't you saying anything? It can't be." In her past life, after becoming the richest person, she had opened dozens of restaurants. Could it be that she hadn't cooked for so long that the cakes only looked good but didn't taste good? She asked, "Does it not taste good? Or is it very bad?" Xie Qi hurriedly replied, No, it's very delicious." Wenjio smiled slightly. "Really? Then have another piece." She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. "It's been so long since I've had such leisurely days. It wouldn't be bad if it could always be like this." At this moment, a servant came to report, "Fifth young master, fifth young madam, it's time for dinner." Wenjio looked at Xie Qi. She saw Xie Qi muttering softly, "I wonder if third brother has dinner to eat." Wenjio curiously asked what he was saying. Xie Qi smiled and said, "Nothing. Miss Wen's osmanthus cakes are very delicious. Brother likes sweet things the most. I'll take some for him to try." Seeing this, Wenjio stopped him. "It's almost dark, and the wind is strong. You can't catch a cold. Let Xiao Si go deliver it." Hearing this, Xie Qi immediately put on a pitiful look. Seeing him like this, Wenjio couldn't bear it. "Then I'll go deliver it." "Which courtyard does third brother live in?" Later, Wenjio took the snacks and headed to Chiofeng courtyard. On the way, she thought of Xie Qi's instructions. "Please don't let others see you, Miss Wen. If you meet my mother, don't say it's for third brother." She thought to herself, this third young master seems to be the son of second master Xie's concubine. Although he's Xie Qi's half-brother, his life is not even as good as a servant's. If it weren't for the old madam, he probably would have been killed by second Madam Xie long ago. Soon she arrived at the entrance of Chiofeng courtyard. She didn't expect Chiofeng courtyard to be so desolate. As soon as she entered, she heard a scolding voice from the front. "My young lady kindly came to bring you food, and you dare to take liberties with her." At this moment, a group of angry servants came from behind. Wenjio was immediately confused about what was happening. As she approached, she saw the group of servants punching and kicking someone. Wenjio couldn't help but wonder, this is third brother's residence. What tragedy has happened here? She saw a maid pull Lin Lan out of the water pool, but her voice was cold as she said, "Quickly, please call Aunt Wen over." The beaten man calmly replied, "You know best whether I took liberties with you or not." At this moment, Wenjio slowly approached and got a clear view of the man. She was shocked. This can't be the Xie family's third young master, right? Even a distant cousin's daughter can bully him at will. His situation is too miserable. This won't do. He's Xie Qi's brother. I must stop this. so she stepped forward and shouted, "Stop!" The servants realized it was the fifth young madam. After some thought, they still stopped. Seeing this, Lin Lan's face was full of hatred. This bitch has come to ruin my plans again. This man is the future Yin dynasty's youngest and most accomplished prime minister in history. Yet now he's being beaten by a group of servants. When Wenjio ordered the servants to stop, Lin Lan scolded the servants not to mind Wenjio. "Keep beating him. It's best if you cripple him. How dare he take liberties with me? I'll teach him a lesson today." Just as the servants were hesitating, Wenjio scolded, "Does the master of this household still have any say?" Hearing Wenjio's scolding, Ling Lan immediately confronted her. Wenjio then said to the servants, "You bunch of blind fools. Miss Dao fell into the pond and got water in her brain, and you all became stupid along with her? Hurry up and go ask the old madam and second madam to make a decision." The servants all bowed. Seeing this, Ling Lan couldn't help but feel confused. This low-born farm girl had just completely overpowered her in terms of presence, making the Xie family's servants obey her commands. After instructing the servants, Wenjio put down the food box and hurried to support third brother. When she saw third brother's face clearly, she couldn't help but gasp, "Xie Xian." It was still the same Xie Xian who had become a cabinet minister in his early 20s, becoming the youngest and most accomplished prime minister in the history of Dian Dynasty. She remembered that in her previous life, Xie Xian was known as a cruel official. When she was doing business in the capital, she had been dealt with by him many times. At this moment, Xie Xian looked at Wenjio and said, "I didn't." Wenjio came to her senses and said, I know." She couldn't help but sigh inwardly, never expecting him to be in such a miserable state during his youth. Wenjio thought to herself, "Pull yourself together. He's still just a young boy. Don't be afraid." So she took out a handkerchief and handed it to Xie Xian, telling him to wipe the blood off his hands. Xie Xian didn't take the handkerchief immediately. Instead, he stared at Wenjio for a moment, then took the handkerchief and said he jumped in by himself. Wenjio was startled and said, "I know what you're saying is true." She didn't know why, but seeing Xie Xian like this, she suddenly wasn't afraid anymore. She even felt a bit of sympathy for him. Just then, Ling Lan stepped forward and questioned Wenjio about her relationship with this person, saying she believed everything he said. Suddenly, Ling Lan put on a look of realization and asked, "Could it be that you two have an illicit relationship? No wonder you agreed to marry my fifth cousin so readily. So you had already found yourself a lover." Hearing this, Wenjio immediately stepped forward and gave her a big slap. She scolded, "The servants all call you miss. Have you really forgotten your surname?" She approached Ling Lan and advised, "Clear the water out of your brain before you speak. This is the Xie family's third young master. What right do you have to insult him like this?" Wenjio couldn't help but recall that all the Xie family's young men were extremely handsome. In her previous life, Xie Xian had rejected countless beautiful women's advances. He had turned down at least 3 princesses and remained single. Later, he even converted to Taoism and announced to the world that he would never marry in this lifetime. At that time, he broke countless young ladies' hearts. It was impossible for such a Xie Xian to have improper intentions towards his cousin. She had to admit that apart from being too expressionless and having an excessively bad temper, she really couldn't find any other faults with this Xie Xian. This cousin really had a hole in her head, rushing to her own death. The future prime minister was known for his vindictiveness. At this moment, Ling Lan, after being slapped, finally reacted and was about to fight with Wenjio. Just then, the old madam arrived with others, pointing at Ling Lan and saying, "Stop her for me. Have you ever seen such a mother-in-law, wanting to punish without distinguishing right from wrong?" Just now, when the old madam arrived with people, she ordered them to restrain Ling Lan, but the second madam angrily told them to let her go. Ling Lan immediately threw herself into the second madam's arms. Meanwhile, the maid was endlessly criticizing Xie Xian. Seeing this, Wenjio inwardly complained, "They're really making false accusations, turning black into white. Come to think of it, why did Ling Lan have to go against Xie Heng?" Wait, she suddenly remembered that the second madam had mentioned to the old madam about marrying Ling Lan to Xie Heng. But the old madam had said that there were still the third young master and fourth young master in the family, who were also close in age to the cousin. Ling Lan must have heard about this and wanted to remove Xie Xian as an obstacle. Thinking of this, she couldn't couldn't help but be shocked. No way, this was actually a love trouble caused by Xie Hong. Xie Xian was really unlucky. At this moment, the second madam saw that Lin Lan was being bullied, so she ordered the servants to bring the family punishment tools. The old madam stopped her at this time. She asked Wen Jiao what she had seen in this courtyard just now. Zhao Shi told her to listen. Wen Jiao thought, although the second Madame Xie didn't say anything, she was clearly biased towards Lin Lan. Otherwise, she wouldn't have ordered the family punishment without asking anything. It seemed that the cousin's actions were exactly what the second Madame Xie wanted. It was just an excuse to punish Xie Xian severely. Having never experienced such household conflicts in her previous life, she now realized that the women in this household were all cunning. The old madam saw her silence and comforted her, saying there was no need to think too much. Wen Jiao sighed inwardly, thinking that trouble was unavoidable. So she spoke up. As soon as she entered, she saw the cousin, and this person seemed to have an argument. She pretended to be confused. Does the cousin have any special hobbies, like enjoying picking fights with people and then jumping into the water herself? After saying this, Ling Er and the second madam both accused Wen Jiao of talking nonsense. The old madam's face darkened after hearing this. The servants who had laid hands on the third young master earlier were to be beaten with sticks at noon, and their masters were to be expelled. Things had gone too far. The servants all knelt down begging for mercy. The second madam seemed to have something more to say and called out to the old madam, but the old madam ignored her. She went directly to Xie Xian's side, asking if he was all right and telling him to follow her to check his injuries. Then she ordered everyone to disperse. Seeing this, the second madam's face darkened even more. She looked at Wen Jiao. She told Wen Jiao to follow her back to the courtyard. Wen Jiao lamented inwardly, thinking it was terrible. After arriving at the courtyard, the second madam sent the maids away. She directly ordered Wen Jiao to kneel down. Wen Jiao calmly responded, asking what mistake she had made. If she didn't explain clearly, she really wouldn't know. The second madam, seeing that she dared to say she didn't know what mistake she had made, angrily said that Lin Lan was a young lady, and Wen Jiao had slandered her in front of the old madam today, making her lose face. Wen Jiao replied neither humbly nor arrogantly, saying that mother was the mistress of the Xie family. Even if the cousin's behavior was improper, it was due to the Lin family's poor upbringing. Moreover, if today the third young master had really become that shameless scoundrel the cousin claimed, wouldn't it make outsiders laugh at mother for failing to teach her son properly? The second madam became furious upon hearing this and shouted, "How dare you?" When Jiao responded, "I'm thinking of mother's interests." This woman, just for saying a few words in defense of Xie Xian, had offended her future mother-in-law and suffered punishment from her. Just now, after hearing Wen Jiao's words, the second madam became furious. She hadn't expected Wen Jiao to be such a sharp-tongued and brazen woman. She realized she had misjudged her, so she said coldly, "Is that so? Then you just stand here. If you don't know what you did wrong, don't go back to sleep." After saying this, she walked into the room and angrily closed the door. Wen Jiao, with tears streaming down her face, thought, "You're the mother, you're the boss. It seems I won't be able to sleep tonight." She couldn't help but wonder. The intrigues in the inner courtyard were usually done covertly. How could the usually shrewd second madam be so blatant in this matter? At this moment, the weather turned bad and it started raining. Wen Jiao couldn't help but sneeze. She lamented inwardly, "No way. It's like when it rains, it pours. This is too miserable." Just then, Xie Xian pushed open the door and entered. Wen Jiao was surprised at why he would come here. She asked Xie Xian why he was here when the old madam had already taken him away. Xie Xian didn't respond. He just knelt down directly. Seeing him like this, Wen Jiao couldn't help but feel confused. He knelt down and didn't say anything, which was quite scary. Seeing this, Wen Jiao squatted down and asked if his hand was okay. Xie Xian looked at her for a moment. Then he turned his head and ignored her. Wen Jiao was very annoyed, thinking how could this guy be like this? At this time, someone was knocking on the door outside the courtyard. The maid went to the door and asked who it was. After opening the door, she found it was the fifth young master. The maid was very shocked. The wind was strong at night, and it was raining. How did he come out? So she hurriedly went to report to the second madam. Wen Jiao turned her head to look. She saw Xie Qi walking in. He came up to Wen Jiao and asked how long she had been in the rain. Why didn't she let someone tell him? Wen Jiao stared at him blankly. Was he worried and came for her? Seeing her dazed, Xie Qi comforted her, saying it's okay now, I'm here. Wenjio's face turned red as she took the umbrella from Xie hand and nodded. She was very touched. She was used to handling things on her own. This feeling of being protected and cared for was her first time experiencing it. Xie then urged Xie to get up, but Xie remained unmoved. So Xie had no choice but to try to pull Xie up. But he couldn't move him at all. No matter how hard Xie pulled, it was to no avail. So he sighed. If he wants to kneel, he would have to kneel with him. Just as he was about to kneel down, the second madam came out of the room and stopped him. She anxiously scolded the servants. Are you all dead? How could you let the fifth young master come out in the wind and cold in the middle of the night? Xie then spoke up to explain. Mother, Wenjio is my wife and Xie is my brother. If mother wants to punish them, I can't interfere with mother's actions, but I can be punished together with them. The second madam angrily retorted. What kind of brother is he to you? He's not worthy. This woman was drugged by her scumbag husband and was even sent to another man's bed. She would rather die than submit. She resisted and died with resentment. When she opened her eyes again, she had been reborn at 15 years old. Now she has entered the Xie mansion. Because she offended the second madam, she was punished to stand in the courtyard. However, both Xie and Xie came to plead for her. After hearing the second madam say that Xie wasn't his brother, Xie patiently explained that blood is thicker than water. Although they weren't born from the same mother, they were blood relatives of the same father and clan. After hearing this, the second madam was so angry she couldn't speak. Seeing this, Wenjio wondered what the situation was. It seemed there were other hidden issues. She needed to think of a solution quickly. Just then, a voice came from outside the courtyard. Is the night scenery so good that everyone is gathering at Xinyang's place? Xie was seen walking in from outside the courtyard. He looked at the second madam and calmly said, I recently read a book with a phrase I don't quite understand. I wonder if Xinyang can help me. With a palace in one's heart, one would rather deceive 10,000 generations than prosper. Xinyang, do you know what this means? The second madam remained silent upon hearing this. Wenjio thought to herself that Xie was clearly just making things up to plead for Xie. Moreover, he wasn't just talking about this moment, but was telling the second madam not to hold on to past events in the future. After a long silence, the second madam relented, turned around to leave, and waved her hand, telling them all to go back. Xie saw her leave. He wanted to say something, but was held back by Wenjio. Wenjio then thanked the second madam. She thought to herself that the Xie family would eventually be handed over to Xie. Parents can't accompany their children for a lifetime. They naturally hope that the brothers can get along harmoniously and support each other. So this was considered a concession. At this time, Xie easily pulled Xie up. He then explained that Xunnan was much more understanding than the rest of them. A few days later, Wenjio finally fell ill after being in the rain for half the night. She had been lying in bed for several days without getting better. At this time, the maids at the door took the opportunity to chat while she was asleep. They discussed why the second madam was so unfriendly towards the third young master. One of the little maids whispered, "This is a secret that all the old people in the mansion know." Before giving birth to Xie, the second madam had another child. When she was about to give birth, she was harmed by a concubine maid, resulting in a difficult labor. Because the son couldn't be saved, the second madam herself was also greatly weakened. The second madam originally wanted to execute that maid, but it turned out that the maid was pregnant with the master's child, so her life was spared. She then gave birth to the third young master. Xie was ultimately unable to let go. That's why the second madam treated the third young master this way. After hearing their conversation, Wenjio suddenly understood. So that's how it was. Just then, she sneezed, startling the maids outside the door. They immediately said they shouldn't talk about these things anymore and should just quietly keep watch. Wenjio suddenly felt dizzy and decided to lie down and continue sleeping for a while. She was the richest woman in Dian Nest, yet she lost her life because of her childhood sweetheart. After being reborn, she offended the second madam and was punished to stand in the courtyard, getting rained on for half the night. Now she had been sick in bed for several days. When she woke up, she smelled a very bitter scent. Turning her head, she saw Xie sitting beside her with medicine. He told her to get up quickly and drink the medicine. After taking the medicine, Wenjio asked why he was here. Xie didn't answer, just comforting her to drink the medicine quickly. Wenjio smiled, thinking to herself that he was still treating her like a child. She wasn't afraid of bitterness. Then she tilted her head back and swallowed the medicine in one gulp. However, the bitter taste in her mouth made her uncomfortable. At this time, Xie took out a package of preserved fruits. He put one in Jio's mouth. As they were chatting, a teasing voice came. Indeed, if you don't see her for half a day, you'll get anxious. Looking towards the voice, it was Xie Heng and Xie Xian who had arrived. Xie Heng was holding a lotus flower. He casually tossed it to Jio. After catching it, Jio looked at the flower in her hand. She was very confused. It always startled her when they suddenly showed up. But why did they all come? She put the lotus flower in a vase. Was this a get-well gift? At this time, Xie Heng spoke. No need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank Little Five. If it weren't for Little Five making you restless, I'd still be cooped up in my room recovering. Xie Heng looked towards Xie Xian standing at the door. What are you standing there for? Come sit down. Hearing this, Xie Xian obediently walked in and sat properly on a chair. Xie Heng looked at him and asked if he had caught a cold after being out for half the night earlier. Xie Qi also leaned in to ask, "All right, third brother, how are your injuries? Did you have the doctor change your bandages today? You know, long-term patients become doctors themselves. Let me take a look." However, Xie Xian didn't respond at all. Seeing their behavior, Jio smiled. Xie Xian and Xie Heng were indeed worthy of being the future leaders of the Yin. Their talents were truly impressive. Unfortunately, in her previous life, although both held high positions, their relationship was very poor. Due to their different political views, they constantly clashed in court, causing anxiety among all the officials. But now it seemed their relationship was quite good. Perhaps the future could be changed. Xie Heng noticed her staring blankly and asked what she was pondering. Then he smiled gently and said, "You must be bored staying in the room. Want to go out for a stroll? The Mid-Autumn Festival is coming up in a few days. The streets are full of lantern sellers. It's quite lively." After Jio thanked him, she lowered her head. She was just missing her mother. She couldn't help but worry. A few days ago, when one had been sent back, she wondered how that little guy was doing now. If he told their mother about her illness, mother would be worried again. And those eccentric relatives at home, she didn't know if mother and the others were doing well now. At this moment, Xie Heng took out a token and handed it to Jio. He told her that from now on, she could go back to see her mother whenever she wanted. Just come back early. Don't make Little Five worry. These words made Xie Qi and Jio blush deeply. She was the richest woman in Yin, yet she lost her life because of her childhood sweetheart. After being reborn, she moved into the Xie family. And because she missed her mother, Xie Heng gave her a token, allowing her to come and go as she pleased. Having received the mansion token, her illness improved significantly that day. Xie Qi reminded her to take a maid with her outside the mansion. He told her to come back early. Jio impatiently urged him to return to the mansion. On the way to her mother's home, Jio instructed the maid to go to Guandao. Ever since her father became disabled from a fall, they could only rely on her mother. She set up a wine stall on the main road, selling cold tea in summer and hot wine in winter to earn a meager living, barely supporting the whole family. Going home, she might not even see her, so it would be better to first go to the wine stall to check. When she arrived at the stall and saw her mother busy, she hurried forward to help, but her mother didn't let her do anything. The maid who caught up with her looked at the tray in Mother Wen's hands. She immediately took it over, saying she would help with this. So Mother Wen pulled Jio aside. She gave Jio a cracked tea egg to eat. Jio took the egg, peeled it, and took a bite. She smiled knowingly. In her previous life, when she was young, the family was so poor they could barely afford food or clothes. She always complained about the unfairness of fate. Later, when she had fine clothes and soft beds, she often dreamed of her mother's smiling face while busy working when she was little. No matter how much wealth and luxury, nothing was more important than having all family members healthy and safe. In this life, she would definitely strive to protect them. At this time, customers at the stall were discussing national affairs. The arrogance of the Great Gene forced the country to cede territory and pay indemnities. If this continued, how much would be left of Yin? Since the death of General Han Yin'er, Yin no longer had anyone brave enough to fight. Moreover, the emperor was old, and the behavior of his sons had truly disappointed the people. Hearing this, Jio thought to herself, the world was not good now. Even eating and dressing warmly had become a problem for the people. They could only wait for Xie Heng to make improvements. As she went to throw away some trash, she noticed bloodstains on the ground. Just as he was about to go back, a long sword was placed against his neck. The man behind told him not to make a sound. The maid came looking for him and discovered he was being held hostage. As he looked around, preparing to call for help, Jio stopped him. She told him to bring the horse over. But the maid hesitated, not daring to move. When Jiao explained, the man was just in distress here. He probably just needed some help. He thought to himself, the man looked like he was at the end of his rope, but killing him and Huame would be easy. Rather than calling for help now, it would be better to give him some benefits and let him leave quickly. So he said to the man, the things on me are quite valuable. I'll give you the silver as travel money too. But the man leaned close to his ear and said, it looks like you're worth more. When he heard this voice, he was shocked, because this voice was Zhao Fan's. He was very confused about why Zhao Fan would be here. She was the richest woman in Dian, yet lost her life because of her childhood sweetheart. When she went home to visit her mother, she was taken by a man to the shoe pool. When she heard the man's voice, she realized it was Zhao Fan's voice. When Jiao was very confused, how could he be here? She quickly calmed herself down. In her previous life at this time, what events related to Zhao Fan happened in Chongping County? She carefully recalled. In her previous life, Zhao Fan should have been serving in the imperial palace at this time. The old emperor would pass away in 3 months. The old emperor hadn't attended court for a long time. Various factions were in a deadlock. It was a time of chaos. What exactly went wrong to make Zhao Fan leave the capital at this critical moment? Just then, Zhao Fan took Wenjiao hostage and told her to come along. He also threatened Huame not to expose this. Then he took Wenjiao away in a horse-drawn carriage. Huame had no choice but to return to the mansion for help. When she begged the second madam for help, the second madam didn't care about Wenjiao's life at all. She only cared about not letting the fifth young master hear any news. After hearing the second madam's words, Huame could only seek help from the old madam. When the old madam heard they couldn't report to the authorities, she told someone to find the eldest young master, Xiaheng. Hearing this, Huame felt somewhat relieved. Great, the eldest young master would surely have a solution. Just as Xiaheng and Xie Qi were playing chess, Xiao Si came in and quietly reported to Xiaheng. Then Xiaheng came to the main hall. He promised the second madam that he would bring Wenjiao back safe and sound. The old madam was concerned that the most important thing was that the person was safe. Everything else didn't matter. She instructed him to be careful and told him to take half of the family guards with him. As he was about to leave, Xie Xian insisted on going with him. Then, after instructing the servants to check the tea stall and various small paths, he took Xie Xian to the tea stall. When they arrived at the tea stall, Mother Wen saw Xiaheng and, feeling very guilty, begged him for help. Xiaheng pulled Xie Xian over, telling him to comfort Mother Wen. Xie Xian comforted Mother Wen and told her to stay calm. The two of them needed to investigate. Xie Xian judged the direction of departure from the wheel tracks. Taking a hostage without demanding money, it shouldn't be bandits. Moreover, the hilt of the villain's long sword was inlaid with blue glowing gems. In these times, even ordinary noble families didn't dare to flaunt their wealth. Only the royal princes and nobles of Lijuana still indulged in luxury. If someone from the capital came to Chongping County, they must have brought a lot of trouble. The situation among city officials was complex. They guessed that the kidnapper would temporarily hide his tracks in the mountains and forests. And on a small forest path, a carriage was running. In the carriage, the man asked Wenjiao to point out a road where they could hide. Wenjiao replied that the left was a mountain path and the right led to the city. She was a reincarnated wealthy woman. She was just visiting home, but was taken hostage by the king of hell, Zhao Fan. When Zhao Fan asked Wenjiao to point out a road, Wenjiao pointed in the opposite direction. Because this person was famously suspicious, he wouldn't believe what she said anyway. He was just asking to test her. He probably already had his own idea. But Zhao Fan didn't follow the usual pattern. He stared at Wenjiao for a while and then pulled her off the carriage. Then he drew his sword and wounded the horse. The injured horse immediately ran forward. He then asked Wenjiao, "What's behind this mountain?" Wenjiao replied that behind the mountain, there were naturally more mountains. Once in these forests, even those familiar with the area couldn't find their way out in 3 or 4 days. Zhao Fan, however, directly pulled Wenjiao towards the mountain. Wenjiao sighed inwardly. Sure enough, he didn't choose either path. With his ruthless nature, he definitely wouldn't let her go today. After walking in the mountains for 2 hours, they finally found a cave where they could rest. As Wenjiao sat down, massaging her legs, she silently cursed the worthless Zhao Fan. "Heartless bastard, my legs are about to break." At this time, Wenjiao noticed the bundle Zhao Fan was carrying on his back. She was very puzzled. For a prince like Zhao Fan to carry it himself while fleeing It must be something valuable. Zhao Fan asked Wenjio, "How far is it from here to Anyang City?" Wenjio calmly replied, "About 100 leagues." Seeing her respond so calmly, Zhao Fan smiled and said, "You're not afraid of me?" Wenjio thought to herself, "Would being afraid save me from death?" He had also lost a lot of blood along the way. He must be barely holding on. If there was a chance, she might even be able to kill him. Maybe even avenge her past self. Seeing her like this, he walked up to Wenjio. He reached out and lifted a strand of her hair, saying softly, "I won't kill you, nor will I do anything to you. In a mere Chongping County, how noble can even the wealthiest family be? As long as you and I are safe and reach where I want to go, I can give you all the wealth and glory you desire." Wenjio looked up and asked, "Is that so?" Inwardly, she was disgusted. Even at a time like this, he was still trying to win people over. This was truly the heart of a royal, ruthless, and ambitious. She understood in her heart. He thought that after she was kidnapped, she would be devastated without Lin Jie and end up dying together with him. She couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. She hadn't found that scoundrel to take revenge yet. She couldn't die here. Just then, the black-clad men pursuing Zhao Fan found them. They said to Zhao Fan, "Hand over the item, or don't blame us for being impolite. As long as you hand over the item, we can spare your life." Zhao Fan raised his bundle, indicating that if they wanted it, they should come and take it. Then he drew his sword and slashed at one of the black-clad men. When the black-clad men surrounded Zhao Fan, one of them stabbed at Zhao Fan from the side. He couldn't dodge in time, so he pulled Wenjio over. He used her to block the incoming sword. As a result, Wenjio's arm was stabbed. Zhao Fan then used Wenjio as a shield, slowly retreating. Wenjio was really unlucky. Just because she was visiting her mother, she was taken hostage by Zhao Fan, and he used her as a shield. Because of this, Wenjio's arm was cut. Moreover, Zhao Fan kept Wenjio in front of him, slowly retreating towards a cliff. He said to Wenjio, "For this arrow's debt today, Zhao Fan will surely repay you in the future." Wenjio inwardly cursed at his thick skin. Zhao Fan's cowardly act of using someone as a shield was described as if she voluntarily helped him block the sword. How shameless! Suddenly, she realized that the remaining path was so narrow, only one person could walk. Just then, Zhao Fan smiled sinisterly. He pushed Wenjio forward, letting her hold off the pursuers so he could have a chance to escape. But Wenjio saw through his intentions at this moment. She suddenly turned around and pushed Zhao Fan towards the cliff. She watched as Zhao Fan fell off the cliff, finally feeling relieved. Paying debts is a heavenly principle. He owed her a life, so he should repay it while he was alive. The pursuers behind were all shocked by Wenjio's actions. They thought Wenjio had gone mad, so they split into two groups. One person stayed behind to deal with Wenjio. The rest went to the bottom of the cliff to search for Zhao Fan. As the man in black approached Wenjio, she lamented how hard it was to stay alive in this world. Was she going to die again? Surprisingly, both lives were lost because of Zhao Fan. He owed her 2 lives, so he should die once more. Thinking about it now, the Xie family was really a good place. Just as she was feeling regretful, the man in black approaching Wenjio was killed by Xie Heng with one sword strike. When she saw Xie Heng, she was stunned for a moment. Suddenly she felt like crying. Tears fell unconsciously. Seeing this, Xie Heng teased her, saying she was so brave when pushing someone off the cliff just now. He didn't expect that this weak woman who had just killed someone could remain calm without turning pale or shaking, but started crying in just a moment. Hearing his comfort, Wenjio suddenly burst into tears, feeling wronged. She thought she was going to die again. Xie Heng had no choice but to continue comforting her. However, his comforting words were met with Wenjio's disdain. Just as Wenjio was angrily following Xie Heng to leave, they encountered the group of men in black returning. When they discovered their leader had been killed, they wanted to kill Wenjio. Xie Heng knew a big battle was about to happen. He untied his headband, blindfolded Wenjio with it, and comforted her not to be afraid. He told her to hold on to him. Wenjio knew she couldn't help at all now, and she had twisted her ankle, making it difficult to move. She could only do as Xie Heng said. She just hoped not to be a burden to Xie Heng. Xie Heng carried Wenjio on his back and charged straight out. After taking down one man in black with a single sword strike, his eyes were fierce. The wilderness was the best place for killing. In no time, this group of men in black was beaten by Xie Heng until they begged for mercy. Wenjio on his back smelled the scent of blood. She trembled slightly. Hung comforted her not to be afraid. Wenjio calmly responded that she was just a bit cold. She also instructed Hung not to leave any of them alive. Hearing this, Hung inwardly marveled. How could the future mistress of the CF family be the kind of delicate woman who faints at the sight of blood and is as timid as a mouse? After acknowledging, he immediately dealt with the last person trying to escape. He couldn't help but sigh. With skills to pursue and kill for 1,000 miles, yet instead of fighting enemies on the front lines, they choose to be someone's lackeys. Their deaths are not worth pitying. Then he took Wenjio home. Wenjio barely escaped death and returned to the Xia mansion. However, her mother-in-law believed her chastity was questionable and wanted to drive her out of the mansion. After Hung brought Wenjio back to the mansion, the doctor examined her and said she was only hit by an arrow in the shoulder. It wasn't a vital spot, and there was no major concern. The second madam was relieved to hear this, but she still kept complaining that Wenjio was causing trouble and wondered how much more trouble she would bring to the family in the future. She wanted to take this chance to drive Wenjio out while the old madam wasn't around. Just as she was about to speak, Xie comforted the second madam, saying Miss Wen wasn't the type to cause trouble. No one wants to encounter such things, so he asked his mother to go back and rest early. The madam left grumbling after hearing this. Although she left angrily, she still instructed the servants to take good care of young Master Pei Qi. Watching his mother leave, he understood in his heart that his mother was doing everything for his own good. But he couldn't let his mother treat Wenjio like this. She was already injured and shouldn't suffer these undeserved troubles. He went into the room to visit Wenjio. He told Wenjio not to take it to heart if his mother said anything. Hearing this, Wenjio pondered. Unconsciously, she had indulged in this kind of irresistible tenderness. If Xie could grow up safely and peacefully, how could she, an ambiguous person, stay by the side of such a pure and good young man with a clear conscience? She came back to her senses and asked Xie what if she was indeed no longer chaste. After such an incident, it's common for family elders to not tolerate it, especially since she was indeed no longer chaste. She could leave on her own and asked him not to feel troubled. After hearing this, Xie anxiously held Wenjio's hand to comfort her, and also instructed her not to mention this to anyone else except him, especially his mother. He continued to reassure Wenjio that nothing is more important than being alive. Don't talk about leaving anymore. As long as he's here, Xie said she would be the fifth young madam of the Xie family. He gave Wenjio a very warm smile. After he left, he went directly to find the eldest young master, Hung. At this time, Hung was still recalling the events of the day. When Xie came to him, he immediately bowed and asked Hung to help him kill that villain. If that person doesn't die, he would surely be restless day and night. Hung was shocked by his words. His fifth brother, who usually wouldn't even dare to kill a rabbit, now wanted to kill a villain for Miss Wen's sake. He wondered if he knew that the villain had already been pushed off the cliff by him, and whether he was dead or alive was unknown. But he still agreed. Hung sighed inwardly, thinking his foolish brother still believed that Miss Wen was just a weak woman who only knew how to cry. Just then, the third young master Xie returned. Seeing him return, Hung sent Xie back to accompany Wenjio. After Xie left, he opened the package Xie handed over. To his surprise, it was the imperial seal. Wenjio discovered that the ruffian who broke into her room that day was actually one of the 5 people with the Xie family's jade pendant. When Hung opened the package and found the imperial seal inside, Xie analyzed that according to historical records, the imperial seal had a crack on its base. This wasn't just a replica, but the real imperial seal. Hung also analyzed that the emperor was thousands of miles away, yet the internal conflicts there had already affected them here. Something major must have happened. Trouble comes when you least expect it. The sudden arrival of the imperial seal meant this was no longer just a case of villains kidnapping women. It was now impossible to simply leave and stay out of it. At this time, Xie revealed his discovery. On his way, he encountered 2 groups of men in black, totaling 31 people. None of them could be left alive. If even one escaped, it would be a disaster for the Xie family. After hearing this, Hung decided to handle it, especially the person carrying the imperial seal. It was likely some unlucky prince or royal descendant. Now they couldn't let anyone live. Seeing his elder brother going to deal with it, Xie also advised that if he saw that villain, he should stab him once more even if he was already dead. Siehung agreed and told Xie to hide this object well, because only the things he hid were never found by others. With that, he left. Since when Jiao had pushed someone off a cliff during the day, it was her first time killing someone. She couldn't sleep all night. Just then, someone knocked gently on the door. When Jiao thought it was Hua Mei, that little maid coming to cry to her again. Unexpectedly, it was Xie who entered. He was actually concerned about Wen Jiao's wound. He handed a small jade bottle to Wen Jiao, explaining it was jade skin ointment. Using it would prevent scarring. Wen Jiao was puzzled if this was for her. Xie turned his head shyly, saying grandmother had sent him many medicines a few days ago. Wen Jiao smiled gently. She thanked third brother. However, Xie just stared at Wen Jiao without speaking. After a while, he finally opened his mouth to thank Wen Jiao for that day's events. Wen Jiao was surprised. The future Lord Xie was famously vindictive, and everyone feared him. She didn't expect Xie to actually be someone who remembers kindness. As Xie was about to leave, Wen Jiao noticed the jade pendant hanging at his waist. She realized this jade pendant was identical to the one left behind by that scoundrel. So she asked Xie to let her take a look at the pendant. When she received the pendant and examined it carefully, it was indeed identical. She looked at Xie and asked how many people had this pendant. Xie replied that all adopted sons of Xie were given a jade pendant to wear from childhood. His eldest uncle had obtained a piece of white jade from the East Sea and carved 5 pendants. Apart from those living in the Xie mansion, other Xie family members wore green jade pendants. Wen Jiao's face darkened after hearing this. The person who broke into her room and ruined her 2 lifetimes was one of these 5 people with the white jade pendant. Then Wen Jiao returned the pendant to Xie, but Xie didn't take it. "You keep it. I don't want it anymore." Wen Jiao was very puzzled. Just then, a servant ran over, telling them to pack their belongings and leave quickly. The Imperial Army had breached the city gates, and many people had died. Hurry and escape. This woman had been drugged by her scumbag husband, who then sent her to another man's bed. This ultimately led to her dying with resentment. After being reborn, she had just experienced kidnapping and narrowly escaped death to return to the Xie mansion. Now the Imperial Army had breached the city gates. Currently, 100,000 Jin cavalry were advancing, and the commander had abandoned the city. Many soldiers had rushed into the mansion, killing people without hesitation and looting anything valuable. The servant urged Wen Jiao to flee for her life quickly. Wen Jiao was shocked. In her previous life, the entire city of Jianan was massacred. 170,000 people lost their lives here. But that was supposed to happen half a year later. Why did the Great Jin invade so quickly this time? Could it be that Zhao Fan's appearance changed something? Upon learning that the soldiers entering the mansion were from Bian, she instructed Xie to pack up and then go to Xieqi. With the enemy attacking, the high-ranking officials had fled. Naturally, the lower-ranking soldiers wouldn't care about this matter. How laughable. Those people were cowardly in the face of the enemy's iron cavalry, but they showed no mercy when turning on wealthy families like the Xies. Now the mansion was in chaos. She needed to find the 5th young master quickly. At this moment, Xieqi was also instinctively looking for her. When he saw Xieqi, he grabbed him and ran. Just then, the guards followed the second madam's instructions, bringing Wen Jiao and Xieqi to the pond in the backyard. At this time, the second madam asked Wen Jiao to swear to heaven that no matter what happened to the Xie family in the future, she would never betray Xieqi. Wen Jiao didn't hesitate. She raised her hand and swore that in this lifetime, she would live as a member of the Xie family and die as a ghost of the Xie family. After seeing her swear, the second madam handed over important items hidden in the rockery to Wen Jiao. She told them there was a mechanism at the end of the rockery. There was a secret passage below. She told them to stay down there and instructed them not to come out no matter what happened. Then she pushed Wen Jiao and the others into the secret passage, but she herself decided to stay behind. At this time, Xie was also brought over. The second madam grabbed his clothes. Although she verbally scolded him for being the son of a lowly slave, she still left him a way to survive. As she was instructing him to take good care of Xieqi, the soldiers burst in. She hurriedly pushed Xie in and closed the mechanism. She calmly faced the soldiers. Looking at the servants begging for mercy, she scolded them, saying it's just death either way. Better to end it cleanly than die at the hands of these shameless thugs. After these vicious and shameless thugs dealt with the servants, they approached the second madam. They told her to hand over the valuables if she wanted to keep her body intact. Facing these villains, the second madam showed no fear. She pointed at them with an imposing manner, saying that although the CF family suffered this calamity today, they would surely repay them tenfold in the future. After saying this, she fell backwards into the pond. This mother, who always thought of others, drowned herself in front of Xie. He wanted to rush out. Usually weak, he now had incredible strength. To stop him, when Zhou's wound reopened. Could such soldiers protect the country? Cowardly in the face of the enemy's iron cavalry, yet showing no mercy when turning on wealthy families like the Cies. They broke into the Xie mansion, killing, burning, and looting. The second madam was also forced to commit suicide by the soldiers. Xie watched as his mother jumped into the pond. He desperately wanted to rush out, but was held back by Wen Jiao. Wen Jiao calmed Xie, saying if they went out now, the second madam's sacrifice would be in vain. Seeing he couldn't calm down, Xie grabbed Xie's clothes, advising that going out would only result in pointless death. Seeing Xie calm down a bit, they continued moving forward. When they arrived at the door the second madam had mentioned, Xie pointed to another path and told them to go that way. But Xie didn't move an inch. Xie explained that there were so many people near the rockery. It couldn't be guaranteed that someone wouldn't fear death and reveal their whereabouts. Even if they hid, they would still hardly escape death, so they couldn't hide in there. Just then, the soldiers behind discovered the secret passage and chased after them. So when Jiao pulled Xie and Xie to leave, looking at Xie leading the way, she thought this person was naturally suspicious, but his suspicions were quite reasonable. Moreover, his days in the Xie mansion had never been easy. He probably knew the most hidden places in the mansion better than anyone. After they exited the secret passage, they found themselves in Kaifenjiu. Xie led them to a room. He gently turned a switch on the table, and an entrance to a secret passage appeared on the floor. This passage led directly outside the city. They walked for most of the night and finally came out. They were in the outskirts. After Xie sealed the secret passage, he explained that he had always feared being killed silently one day, but never thought this passage would be used today. Just as they were about to rest, they heard the sound of horse hooves behind them, so they hid in the reeds. They saw it was the iron cavalry of the Great Jin. They found civilians hiding in the reeds and killed everyone they saw. When Jiao saw these inhuman beasts, and as she was angry, Xie held her hand to comfort her, saying not to be afraid. When Jiao said quietly that it was too dangerous here, they would be found sooner or later, so they couldn't just wait for death. So Xie led them away from here towards the water. They found a boat by the river. After when Jiao helped Xie onto the boat, she was about to pull Xie on board. However, after Xie cut the rope with a dagger, he didn't get on the boat. Instead, he pushed the boat into the river. When Jiao saw he hadn't boarded and felt anxious, the river current was swift. Once they left this patch of reeds, they would be immediately swept away. If Xie didn't get on now, it would be too late. As the boat left the shore, Xie threw the dagger onto the boat. He also instructed Wen Jiao that if they reached a point where death was preferable, they should end it early themselves. After saying this, he turned and left, deliberately attracting the pursuers behind them. They watched as Xie left like this. Just then, the pursuers behind also discovered them, and they started shooting arrows at them. That warm boy Xie, without this life, still died at the age of 16 this year. After when Jiao and Xie got on the boat, the soldiers chasing from the shore still discovered them, so they ordered to shoot and kill with arrows. Facing the rain of arrows, Wen Jiao was stunned for a moment. Just as she was about to react, Xie quickly stepped in front of her. As the rain of arrows hit his body, he covered Wen Jiao's eyes. He didn't want her to see such a bloody scene. At this time, he was already too injured to have any strength left. He was still comforting Wen Jiao, saying, "Don't be afraid, you'll be all right." When Jiao smelled the scent of blood, she knew Xie was injured. She wanted to know how badly he was hurt, so she felt his back. But Xie still covered her eyes. He spoke to Wen Jiao, but his voice was so faint it was barely audible. "Don't look, it's nothing. I also wanted to be like those young men in books, gallant and free-spirited, roaming the world. Thank you, thank you. I know I'll never have the chance to do that in this life. But today, I protected the girl I like." When Jiao felt like she was hearing his last words, she comforted him, saying he would live a long life and they would grow old together. But before she could finish speaking, she heard Xie say, "Miss Wen, you're so beautiful." And with that, he fell into eternal sleep in her arms. When Jiao could no longer hold back, she burst into tears. In this life, Xie that warm boy, still died at the age of 16 this year. Meanwhile, after Xie Xian found the D Kingdom princess, the D Kingdom princess threatened him, saying he'd better be useful, or her sword wasn't just for show. But Xie Xian insisted on seeing their commander. The princess was puzzled. She wondered how he was so sure her father had come personally. She curiously asked Xie Xian, even if her father had come to lead the army himself, what right did he have to request an audience? Xie Xian explained that while the Great Jin's iron cavalry was brave and skilled in battle, they were not good at naval warfare. He had a plan that could help the Great Jin's iron cavalry cross the Chongning River as if on solid ground. Hearing Xie Xian's words, the princess pondered. Last night's surprise attack on Anyang City had been a great victory, but to advance further, they had to cross the Chongyin River. The Great Jin was far from rivers, and most soldiers were landlubbers. Their fighting ability in water battles was greatly reduced, not to mention whether they could even make it across the river. So she questioned Xie Xian if he was from Diyin. His parents and siblings had just died at the hands of their Great Jin warriors, yet he wanted to offer them strategies? Xie Xian replied that his so-called parents and siblings were all enemies who had oppressed him. The Great Jin warriors had helped him kill those people, so he should repay them. Hearing this, the Great Jin princess asked sternly, "You think this princess will believe you?" However, Xie Xian took out a package from his bosom. He threw it to her, asking, "Will this make the princess believe me?" When she opened it, she was shocked. It was the imperial seal of Diyin. The man had easily handed over his country's imperial seal to the princess of an enemy country, just to gain a bit of her trust. To him, once Great Jin conquered Diyin and Great Jin would be one. What difference did it make? Moreover, one should choose the right tree to perch on. The Great Jin princess was still somewhat suspicious. His words sounded good, but these so-called scholars were also the best at deceiving people. Xie Xian humbly explained that he just wanted wealth and glory, which Diyin couldn't give him. But if the princess was willing, she could. Hearing this, the Great Jin princess smiled slightly. She promised that as long as his strategy worked, he could ask for whatever he wanted. Meanwhile, the mansion guards found Xie Heng in the mountains. They reported that last night, the Great Jin Iron Cavalry had swept through from Anyang City to Chongping County, and everyone in the Xie mansion was gone. Hearing this news, Xie Xian was shocked. Just as he was asking about the safety of his grandmother, Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi, another group of guards came to report. They had found third young master Xie Xian's portrait in the military camp in the main hall. But Xie Xian refused their permission. Instead, he offered a strategy to the Jin leader, using iron chains and wooden planks to connect warships, allowing the Great Jin's 100,000 iron cavalry to cross the Chongling River as if on solid ground. Xie Heng asked what else Xie Xian had said that was so frightening. The reply was that he heard Princess Ling Yun ask him, "If those people in your family were so bad to you before, how come they let you live until now?" The third young master said that when he was young and greedy, he secretly listened to opera in the garden. He was beaten with 30 strokes and nearly lost his life. Since then, he never went out again. The guards listening nearby were furious. This third young master was selling out his country for personal gain. They wanted to kill him. Just as they were about to leave, Xie Heng stopped them. Then he turned towards the dock and ordered everyone to go to the governor's mansion. At this time, Wen Jiao, wearing a big red wedding dress, walked into the bridal chamber. When she saw Xie Qi lying on the bed, she found his body was ice cold and he was no longer breathing. In her previous life, when she first entered the bridal chamber, Xie Xian was already gone. At this moment, she realized something was wrong. He was already dead. She had given birth to Xie Qi and hadn't died. When she recalled Xie Qi being shot to death by arrows while protecting her, she suddenly woke up. Everything that had just happened was a dream, but she found herself in an unfamiliar place, and Xie Qi was nowhere to be seen. At this time, crying sounds came from outside. She walked out and saw a mother and daughter embracing each other, crying bitterly. It turned out that the Great Jin cavalry was about to cross the river. The governor was collecting beautiful women and gold everywhere to send as tribute to save their lives. And their daughter had caught the governor's eye. They had no choice, but they couldn't bear to let their precious daughter go through such suffering. At this moment, they saw Wen Jiao. They immediately grabbed Wen Jiao, asking her to go to the governor's mansion in place of their daughter, considering they had saved her life. Wenjio didn't respond. Instead, she asked where Xie, who was with her, was now. When she learned that there was only one person with her when they saved her, she didn't believe it. So after the woman grabbed her, she wanted to go to the riverbank to find Xie. Seeing that Wenjio was more beautiful than his daughter, the man set his sights on Wenjio. He begged Wenjio to go to the governor's mansion in place of his daughter, considering they had saved her life. When Wenjio learned that she had been saved, but Xie wasn't by her side, she wanted to go to the riverbank to search. But the Hu family woman held her back, saying it was certainly too late to find him now. The Jin people had thrown all the civilians' bodies into the river, letting them float away with the current. The woman then knelt down, begging Wenjio to help them. When Wenjio learned that Xieqi's body had been carried away by the water, she collapsed to the ground. She thought that in this new life, she could gradually change her fate and that of those around her. But she never imagined that after taking a different turn, she would still arrive at the same outcome. That warm boy, Xieqi, was the first stranger to treat her kindly since her rebirth. The warmth of his hand seemed to linger, as if he was still by her side. Was heaven just making her relive all the pain again? She silently wiped away her tears. She thought that coming back once would allow her to foresee the future, to prevent things before they happened. But she didn't expect that the future might have already changed since her rebirth. The peaceful days since her rebirth had blinded her. Fate was never fair. Chaos was coming. The world would be in turmoil. She couldn't just sit and wait for death. She had to do something. While she was grieving, the woman beside her kept begging. At this moment, Wenjio seemed to have thought of what to do, so she agreed to the woman's request. The woman was still preparing to kneel indefinitely. When she heard Wenjio agree, she couldn't react for a moment. Seeing that Wenjio had agreed, Mr. Hu also came over to ask what Wenjio wanted, or if there were any conditions she had that he could fulfill, he would do it for her. The woman hurriedly thanked her and explained. If their daughter wasn't from a well-known family in Chongning, they could have sent a pretty maid instead. But with the Jin army coming, the governor specifically wanted to sacrifice their daughter. Seeing that Wenjio was even more beautiful than their daughter, they had this sudden idea. Wenjio was stunned to hear this. The governor of Chongning was ready to surrender before the battle even began. The lady told Wenjio that after learning about the Jin cavalry's brutality, slaughtering tens of thousands in one night, the governor didn't dare to fight at all. Wenjio felt grief and anger. Xieqi, second Madame Xie, and her parents might have already died under the Jin cavalry's hoofs. Now the war was about to spread to Chongning, yet the officials of Yin didn't even have the courage to fight to the death. Instead, they were trying to save their own skins by offering money and beautiful women. How ridiculous! Just then, people from the governor's mansion came to collect the women. Mr. Hu, fearing Wenjio might change her mind, was still begging her. Wenjio calmly said she would go and asked Mr. Hu for a dagger. This man wanted to surrender without a fight before the enemy even arrived, and was collecting beautiful women and gold to send to the Jin people to save his life. Wenjio agreed to go to the governor's mansion in place of Hu's daughter, but she had asked them for a dagger beforehand. Because that warm boy was gone, she was now alone with no family. Going among those Jin people, killing one would be breaking even, killing two would be a profit. When Wenjio arrived at the city wall, it truly looked like a cage that devoured people without spitting out bones. The governor's wife's arrogant attitude was disgusting. Facing these uneasy young women, she smiled and explained that her husband was doing this for Chongning's sake. If he didn't do this, Chongning would end up like Anyang, with everyone slaughtered. She even enticed these young women, saying if they could win the favor of those Jin generals, at least their families could survive, and they might even rise to high positions. Hearing this, Wenjio humbly responded that the lady was right, while hiding the dagger in her sleeve. Seeing Wenjio's attitude, the governor's wife arranged for her to stand at the front to welcome the Jin generals into the city. After the governor's wife left, the other girls cursed Wenjio in low voices, calling her shameless for pleasing those Jin barbarians, saying it would be better to die. Wenjio calmly replied, "Then you go die." Everyone immediately fell silent. When Wenjio and the others were brought to the city gate, the fat Governor Wang looked at Wenjio and the others, slyly saying that Chongning's beauties were gentle and affectionate, sure to intoxicate those Jin barbarians and make them die in the boudoir. But before he could finish speaking, an arrow pierced his neck. As he was about to fall off the city wall, he grabbed Wenjio's sleeve. Just as half his body was being dragged out of the wall, a sword flash cut off his sleeve. When she was caught, she looked up at the young man before her. She found it was Siehung. How could he be here? With no time to think further, she gripped Siehung tightly and said to him, Siehung, Chongning City must not fall. At this moment, the governor's son jumped out, pointing at Siehung and ordering people to seize him. After Siehung approached him with his sword, he slashed his throat with one stroke. Those who dare to betray and surrender to the enemy shall be killed. The atmosphere on the city wall instantly became tense. The officials behind exclaimed and rebuked, Ignorant boy, not knowing the depth of the situation. All the guards in Chongning add up to less than 10,000 men. What can we use to fight the Jin cavalry? Seeing this, Xie Xian frowned and uttered a single word, kill. His attendants acted swiftly and decisively. In an instant, another head fell to the ground. Hearing this, Qian Fengying and Old Li looked worried. They bowed to Xie Xian, saying they weren't cowards afraid of death, but they truly had no way to protect all the citizens in the city. Chongning had no troops or generals. If they didn't surrender, when the Jin cavalry broke in, there would surely be rivers of blood. They weren't afraid to sacrifice their own lives, but they couldn't protect all the citizens in the city. Seeing this, Siehung tossed them a jade pendant. Li Qin caught it, looked at it, and was immediately moved to tears. At this moment, Siehung ordered the vanguard to obey Li Qin's commands and gather troops. As loyal souls of their homeland, they refused to be slaves in a foreign land. The fragile girl alone struck the drum in the tent to cheer on the soldiers fighting outside the city. After seeing Xie Heng's jade token, the vanguard commander Li Qin changed his previous attitude and resolutely accepted the order. His subordinates all thought he had gone mad. Chongning only had a force of over 9,000 men. How could they stop the 100,000 Jin cavalry? Looking at the ships by the river, Siehung confidently stated that soon there wouldn't be 100,000 anymore. The soldiers below questioned how this was possible, but Old Li firmly believed they would win this war. Wen Jiu looked at Xie Heng's spirited appearance. At this moment, she seemed to see his past life. That foreign king who had bloodied enemy countries. He would eventually become the king of the battlefield, the war god of Diyin. At this time, Wen Jiu was surprised to discover that the warships on the river had caught fire. The soldiers looked at the river in disbelief. Li Qing also smiled at Siehung. This wasn't just a spur-of-the-moment decision. It was clearly a well-prepared plan to let the Jin cavalry meet their doom. At this moment, Siehung raised his sword and pointed it towards the river. The Jin bandits have invaded our land and will face heaven's punishment. Chongning is important. Where are my soldiers? The soldiers below immediately became spirited and replied in unison. We are here, sir. Siehung shouted loudly. Follow me and kill all the Jin bandits. The soldiers no longer hesitated. At this time, Siehung looked at Wen Jiu and told her to throw away the dagger and protect herself well. At worst, he would protect her. There shouldn't be a next time for such things. Wen Jiu was shocked. He knew she wanted to risk her life. She hid the dagger behind her back and smiled at Siehung, saying there wouldn't be a next time. After Siehung led the army to attack, the citizens all fled. However, Wen Jiu didn't run away. Looking at the thick smoke of war on the river, she resolutely walked towards the tent on the city wall. Using all her strength, she struck the drum in the tent. Hearing the drum sound, the citizens below the city wall felt ashamed. Even a pampered young master could lead troops to fight the Jin cavalry, and a fragile girl could stand alone in a dangerous place to beat the drum and cheer. What reason did they have to fear death? So they picked up their tools and joined in. The inspiring drum sound reached the river. Under Xie Heng's leadership, all the Jin cavalry were slaughtered, but the Jin commander escaped. When Siehung caught up with the small boat, he found the Jin commander wasn't on it. No matter how Siehung interrogated Wanyan Lingyun, he didn't know where the Jin commander was. He was silent for a moment, then glanced towards the shore. So he ordered everyone to go to the southern reed marshes. At this time, in the reed marshes, Xie Xian was holding a sword to the throat of the Jin commander, Wan Yinyu. Wan Yinyu was still trying to persuade Xie Xian. However, Xie Xian remained unmoved. He only asked him to hand over the imperial seal. Seeing that he was unswayed, Wan Yinyu bitterly stated that if he died, Xie Xian would never see the imperial seal in this lifetime. As Xie Xian was pondering the consequences of losing the imperial seal, Wang Yin seized the opportunity to break free from Xie Xian. He grabbed the sword and swung it at Xie Xian's neck. Before he could exert force, an arrow pierced through Wang Yin's chest. At the same time, Xie Xian, having lost too much blood, was about to collapse. This girl had been violated by a man who broke into her home, causing her a lifetime of misery. Now she had finally found the owner of the jade pendant, but she couldn't believe it was Xie Heng. Just as Xie Xian was about to fall, Xie Heng caught him in time. Looking at his elder brother Xie Sun, he asked about Wen Jiu and Xiao Wu. After a moment of silence, Xie Heng said Wen Jiu was still alive. Xie Sun's face grew paler. He had failed to protect Xiao Wu after all. Gradually, he lost too much blood, and his consciousness began to fade. He fell into Xie Heng's arms, asking why he didn't question his motives for defecting. Xie Heng sighed. Third brother, I know. You turned those ships carrying gold and silver treasures from Chongning City into fire sources, crashing them into the Jin's linked ships. I also know you pretended to defect and offer yourself as a sacrifice, making the Jin ships linked together into a chain. But I don't need to know how you did it. We are the only remaining Xie family members. From now on, we are brothers who will face storms together. I trust you. This sudden attack by the Jin was thus thwarted by the Xie youths. After this turmoil, mourning banners were hung all over the Xie mansion. On this day, Wen Jiu was kneeling in the Xie family ancestral hall, facing Xie Qi's spirit tablet. She confessed that she initially had other intentions when respecting the Xie family. The thief who originally owned this jade pendant had violated her, ruining her life. Not killing him was hard to bear. She knew Xie Qi was an extremely kind person. If he had known about her vicious thoughts, he probably wouldn't have let her stay in the Xie mansion back then. She stroked Xie Qi's spirit tablet. In the end, she couldn't tell him the truth. If he had a spirit in heaven, she hoped he would bless her to quickly find that evil man and kill him with her own hands. With tears in her eyes, she looked at Xie Qi's spirit tablet. You said you wouldn't despise me, so I, Wen Jiu, am your wife, Xie Qi. I will stay by your side from now on. Suddenly, Xie Heng's voice sounded behind her. Wen Jiu turned to find it was Xie Heng. At this moment, Xie Heng noticed the jade pendant in Wen Jiu's hand. Wen Jiu handed the jade pendant to Xie Heng, asking if the eldest brother knew whose it was. Xie Heng took the jade pendant and said, "It's mine." Wen Jiu looked at him in disbelief. Then she grabbed his clothes and asked what he said. Xie Heng was confused about what was wrong with Wen Jiu. Wen Jiu asked again if this jade pendant was really his. She suddenly became furious. All this time, she had felt fortunate to have a brother like Xie Heng, but this was clearly the person who had harmed her so deeply. When Xie Heng said again that the jade pendant was his, Wen Jiu instantly drew the sword from Xie Heng's waist and swung it at the young man before her. She questioned why he had harmed her so terribly when they had no grudge. She recalled her previous life, thinking how hard she had worked, becoming as wealthy as a nation. But for what? Yet he was repeatedly thrown into the mud. He lived without dignity, slandered everywhere. All of this was thanks to Xie Heng, that nightmare that had entangled him for over a decade. Even if he lived another life, it would be in vain. How could he not hate? A miserable girl, her purity ruined by an intruder. Since then, she lived without dignity, slandered everywhere. Now the culprit behind all this was right before her eyes. How could she not hate? Wen Jiu, filled with resentment, took the sword in her hand and stabbed at the young man before her. She didn't know why Xie Heng, before her, had harmed her so. Just as the sword was about to pierce Xie Heng's neck, he grabbed it with his hand. Xie Heng didn't know when he had harmed her. He threw the sword aside, telling her to calm down. Seeing him still deny it, Wen Jiu asked sternly when his jade pendant had fallen into her hands. Surely he must know. Xie Heng explained that he had lost this jade pendant long ago and didn't know how it had come into her possession. Wen Jiu was slightly stunned. Seeing her calm down, Xie Heng asked what had happened. Wen Jiu looked into his eyes and asked if he had ever been to her home before proposing marriage. Never. Wen Jiu seemed unsure now whether the Xie Heng before her was that person. Then have you ever seen me before? Never. This answer made Wen Jiu step back in disappointment and helplessness. She didn't know how this could be. If he wasn't lying, then who was it? Xie Heng was worried about Wen Jiu's condition. He wanted to step forward to comfort her, but was stopped by Wen Jiu. Wen Jiu curled up in the corner of the table, shivering. At this moment, she was a bit calmer. The eldest son of the Xie family could have beautiful young girls lining up to marry him with just a wave of his hand. He had no need to risk being spat upon by doing something like ruining someone's purity. He had no reason to lie to her. But now all the clues were gone. She couldn't find her enemy, nor could she take revenge. She helplessly shed tears. Sieheng stepped forward and grabbed her hand, asking who had bullied her. He would go kill them. At this moment, when Jiao could no longer control her emotions, she sobbed to Sieheng, venting her resentment and sorrow. Sieheng, I can't take revenge anymore. I can never take revenge. She hated it so much, she could only helplessly shed tears. Seeing her cry like this, Sieheng felt an inexplicable tightness in his chest. He used his other hand to wrap around Wenjio's shoulder, letting her lean on him. At this moment, Wenjio could no longer hold back. She threw herself into Sieheng's arms and began to cry loudly. Sieheng comforted her, saying that even though Xiao Wu was gone, she was still the young mistress of the Xie family. Don't cry. I'll protect you from now on. No matter how the world changes, as long as Sieheng doesn't die, I'll ensure your safety and happiness. Wenjio looked at this smiling young man. The road ahead in this life was long, but because there was such a person to walk hand in hand with, she seemed to see a glimmer of light in this desperate situation, supporting her to continue living. This man had led people to ambush and kill 100,000 Jin Iron Cavalry, saving tens of thousands of civilians. However, he was framed by the Le Marquis family. Afterwards, over 300 members of the Xie family were buried together. During the Great Bloody Purge, the Xie mansion was also burned to ashes. Now most of the bodies couldn't be found. Only the official tomb remained in the ancestral grave. Sieheng led everyone to pay respects to the departed souls. Suddenly, an arrogant shout came from behind. They saw an Le Marquis Chao Gaoling riding over on horseback. He looked down at Sieheng from his high position, asking if he was the one who killed the governor of Chongning and led troops without authorization. Wenjio was also confused. Wasn't this man supposed to be idling away in the capital? How did he appear here? Sieheng, with an unchanged expression, asked back, "So what if I am?" Seeing his response, Chao Gaoling ordered the soldiers behind him to arrest him, but his shout was in vain. The soldiers behind him looked at each other, not daring to move. It turned out these officials were the same group from the governor's mansion. They had all been intimidated by Sieheng's bloodthirsty demeanor that day. Seeing them unmoved, Chao Gaoling berated them for defying heaven's principles. This man had arbitrarily killed a court-appointed official and seized power to lead troops. He had also killed the great Jin king, damaging diplomatic relations between the two countries. He urged them to arrest him quickly, but the officials didn't step forward, instead taking a few steps back. Left with no choice, Chao Gaoling had to dismount and take action himself. As soon as he got off his horse, he was met with a big foot. One kick sent him sprawling like a dead pig. However, Chao Gaoling didn't stay quiet, instead threatening Sieheng. Sieheng coldly laughed and drew his sword, frightening Chao Gaoling to shivering. Deputy Commander Li hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. "Young Master Xie, he's the Le Marquis. You can't kill him." At this moment, Chao Gaoling, who had just gotten up, said, "Put down your sword. Come back to the capital with me immediately. Otherwise," before he could finish, he was scared half to death by the sword Sieheng threw at him. Seeing this, Sieheng coldly smiled and said, "If we're going, we're going. What are you hiding for?" Chao Gaoling was so frightened he awkwardly stepped back. He looked at the soldiers and foolishly ordered them to put Sieheng in the prison cart. This completely angered Sieheng. He picked up the sword from the ground and approached Chao Gaoling step by step. Chao Gaoling was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat. Wenjio worried that Sieheng would directly kill Chao Gaoling, so she stepped forward, pulling Sieheng back, saying he couldn't die here. She asked Sieheng to give her the sword. After a moment's hesitation, Sieheng gave the sword to Wenjio. Wenjio pointed the sword at Chao Gaoling, then swung the sword to his side. Chao Gaoling was so scared he couldn't speak. She looked calmly at Chao Gaoling and said, "Wenjio is a weak girl. This sword naturally can't be aimed accurately. But my elder brother intercepted and killed 100,000 Jin Iron Cavalry, saving at least tens of thousands of people. If the Le Marquis dares to trouble him on the way to the capital, who knows when someone might deliver a fatal blow to the Marquis." Chao Gaoling was furious. He never thought this woman would dare to threaten him. Wenjio just smiled faintly. At this time, Sieheng said goodbye to his grandmother and came to Wenjio's side. He asked her to take good care of his grandmother. Wenjio, with tears in her eyes, nodded deeply. Then she pulled Xie Heng's sleeve. With an unusually determined look in her eyes, she said, "Elder brother, wait for me, this man." Because Xie Heng had offended him, he wanted to ambush him on the way back to the capital. But each time, he was beaten black and blue by Xie Heng. Wenjio held on to Xie Heng, urging him to firmly believe that what he had done was not wrong. She didn't believe there was no justice in this world. Even if there wasn't, she would fight for it. She wouldn't let Xie Heng enter the capital alone. Xie Heng noticed Wenjio's nervousness, so he teased, "Let go of your brother's sleeve first. You're gripping it so tightly. Are you very nervous?" Wenjio immediately let go of his hand, embarrassed. At this time, Xie Heng comforted Wenjio, saying it was okay. If she was scared, she could hide. If she was sad, she could cry. The girls of the Xie family didn't need to pretend to be strong. He gave Wenjio a jade token and then left. A few days later, Wenjio asked grandmother for permission to go to the capital. She wanted to do something for her elder brother. Grandmother was worried about a young girl traveling so far to the capital, but she couldn't dissuade her. Wenjio urged grandmother to take everyone away to avoid trouble. Because right after Xie Heng was taken away, unidentified men in black clothes had brazenly attacked the Xie mansion in broad daylight. If Deputy Commander Li hadn't arrived with troops in time, it would have been another bloodbath. At this time, Xie Xian came in and advised grandmother to take people away to avoid danger. Hearing this, grandmother thought for a moment and then told them all to leave. Outside the room, Xie Xian questioned Wenjio if she wanted to leave on her own. Because he hadn't heard Wenjio say where she was going, he felt that since Wenjio hadn't officially married Xie Qi, she wasn't considered part of the Xie family. He wondered if she just wanted to leave. Although his tone was questioning, his expression was a bit awkward. He actually wanted to keep her from leaving. So he stared at her intently and said he was going to the capital. If he could save his elder brother's life, the Xie family would be saved. Meanwhile, in a tea house near the capital, the bruised and battered Chao Gaolang and his two subordinates were constantly complaining about Xie Heng's arrogance. They looked at Xie Heng at another table, all furious. Seeing this, Xie Heng just laughed. Chao Gaolang was very dissatisfied with Xie Heng's attitude. He pointed at Xie Heng and said, "Xie Heng, this marquis sees you as a dead man walking. That's why I haven't bothered with you on this journey. Wait until we enter the capital and see how arrogant you can be then." Xie Heng calmly replied, "Well, let's see who dies first." Chao Gaolang was instantly rendered speechless with anger, because in his entire life, he had never encountered such a formidable opponent. He hated Xie Heng to the core. Wanting to find an opportunity to get even, he decided to play dirty. But Xie Heng seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, avoiding their schemes every time and even turning around to give him a beating. And he only beat him alone. Thinking of this, Chao Gaolang fearfully stepped back. At this time, Xie Heng lay down in the prison cart. Seeing this, Chao Gaolang and his men were furious. Earlier, he had complained they were too slow and refused to ride in the cart, racing ahead and making them chase behind. But now that they were about to enter the capital, he got into the cart himself. So he angrily ordered the cart to be locked, thinking he would deal with him once they entered the city. Then he ordered everyone to enter the city. That woman struck the grievance drum just to help plead for Xie Heng. All cases where the grievance drum was struck were to be personally judged by the emperor. They were always earth-shattering cases. This was the first time since the emperor's ascension to the throne. So the emperor arranged for a eunuch to summon the person into the palace. On the surface, Wenjio slowly walked up the steps towards the Great Hall. However, the Minister of Justice Dai Ming blocked her way. "You can still leave now." Wenjio looked at the man in front of her with determined eyes. This commoner doesn't know where else to seek justice, and had no choice but to appeal to the emperor. "May I ask your excellency to let me pass?" The man seemed to have something to say, but didn't know what. At this time, a eunuch came before Wenjio and asked, "Was it you, miss, who just struck the grievance drum?" Wenjio bowed respectfully. After officially confirming her identity, the eunuch led Wenjio into the palace. The eunuch looked at Wenjio following behind, smiling gently. He appreciated that she dared to confront the Minister of Justice. He feared that many people would suffer because of this again. Arriving at the entrance of the Hall of Political Affairs, Wenjio couldn't help but recall the grand palace banquets from her previous life. She had been there countless times, but never once entered the Hall of Political Affairs. The nobles always said that only men could enter to participate in politics. So no matter how much money she had or how much she contributed to the yen, she still wasn't qualified to appear in the Hall of Political Affairs. In this life, She was no longer the fool revolving around Meng Qingyun, yet she came here again because of Xie Heng. At this moment, the eunuch looked at Wen Jiao. He said with a smile, "Miss, what grievance do you have? I'll help you present it." Before he could finish speaking, he saw Wen Jiao kneeling down on both knees, with both hands holding up the petition paper above her head. She said, "This woman Wen, named Jiao, comes from the Xie Mansion in Pingzhou. For my elder brother Xie Heng, for the 130,000 citizens of Anyang City, I ask your majesty one question. Is it the fault of the people who protect our Yin, or the fault of the enemies who slaughter on our land?" Wang Liang looked at Wen Jiao, who spoke so bluntly and resolutely, and immediately felt ashamed. He sighed, took Wen Jiao's petition paper to present to the emperor, and told Wen Jiao to take care of herself. After watching the eunuch take away the petition paper, he hoped that the petition written by Xie Xian, the future prime minister, could secure a glimmer of hope. In the great hall, the ministers were still arguing noisily about how to execute Xie Heng. The emperor also looked at the commotion below with a dark expression. At this time, a young eunuch came in to report. Wang Liang bowed to the emperor and said, "Your Majesty, the Marquis of Anil has returned." Wang Liang called out loudly, "By the emperor's decree, summon Zhao, Marquis of Anil." A moment later, Xie Heng arrived. Wen Jiao wanted to turn and look, but her legs were numb from kneeling, and she almost fell. Suddenly, a warm, large hand helped her up. Xie Heng looked at this passively trembling girl. He felt somewhat heartbroken. Usually she seemed quite clever. How could she be so foolish at times like this? Wen Jiao smiled gently and said, "It's okay if the method is a bit clumsy, as long as it works." Xie Heng spoke with a slightly reproachful tone. "This place is known to devour people without spitting out bones. How could you come here?" As he spoke, he draped his cloak over Wen Jiao. However, Wen Jiao spoke firmly. "Grandmother and third brother are still in Chongping County, waiting for elder brother to return. There are millions of the Yin citizens who can distinguish right from wrong. Even if they're not here, I am." She gave Xie Heng a reassuring smile. "Elder brother, you are not alone." This man spoke disrespectfully to the emperor. It should have been a capital offense, yet the emperor didn't put him to death. Xie Heng looked at Wen Jiao for a long time before responding with a good. At this moment, an attendant stood on the high platform and shouted loudly, "Pay respects to his majesty." "Why are you not kneeling?" Xie Heng seemed not to hear, while Chao Gaolang beside him fell to his knees with a thud. The attendant coughed lightly, signaling them to kneel. But Xie Heng, concerned for Wen Jiao, told her not to kneel again. Xie Heng muttered snobbish and picked up Wen Jiao, carrying her under the eaves. He said to Wen Jiao, "Those people won't easily change their minds just because you kneel. Stay here and don't catch a cold." The attendant, ignoring Xie Heng himself, shouted loudly, "How dare you? Xie Heng, pay respects to his majesty. Kneel and kowtow 3 times." However, before he could finish speaking, the attendant was knocked down by Xie Heng. Xie Heng coldly smiled and said, 3 kneels and 9 kowtows. Can that bring 130,000 people back to life? Or can it defeat the Jin? After saying this, he walked into the hall of political affairs. He passed by all the civil and military officials. He went straight to the emperor. The guards on both sides stopped him. Xie Heng spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly. "Your Majesty summoned me here. Do you want to kill me? Or use me to apologize to the Jin, continue ceding territory and cities to buy 1 or 2 years of superficial peace?" Emperor Zhao, he remained silent. Even the ministers who were arguing heatedly just now all fell silent. The emperor looked down at the sharp-tongued Xie Heng and asked in a deep voice, "Why did you kill the governor of Chongning?" Xie Heng only said 2 words. He deserved it. The emperor continued to ask calmly, "What were you thinking when you killed Wang Yinyu?" Xie Heng replied without changing his expression, "To destroy the entire country, crush their bones, and scatter their ashes." The ministers in the hall gasped. Such a young age, yet already full of bloodshed. But the emperor sighed. What sin have the common people committed? What wrong have the civilians done? Xie Heng retorted. If we can't even resist the invasion of our territory, if we tolerate it this time, what about next time? When other countries follow suit, how can the countless citizens of the Yin be spared? Xie Heng knelt on one knee. If we are to live so cowardly, your Majesty might as well grant me death now. The emperor's face was solemn. He didn't let Xie Heng continue. He gave the order to temporarily detain Xie Heng in the court of judicial review. Once the case is investigated and the truth is verified, a decision will be made. The court officials still wanted to persuade the emperor to deal with Xie Heng, but Zhao Yi remained firm in his attitude, saying to do as just decided. Wang Liang called for the court to be dismissed. When Zhou heard it outside the door, she suddenly turned her head to look. She saw Xie Heng being escorted out of the Hall of Political Affairs. Xie Heng cast a gentle gaze at Wen Jiao. His mouth moved as if saying something. Wen Jiao saw clearly. He was telling her, "Don't worry." But Wen Jiao had no idea what exactly happened in the Hall of Political Affairs. She was truly worried and wanted to follow. However, Wang Liang informed her that the emperor wanted to see her personally. Wen Jiao followed Wang Liang to the imperial study. She could still hear ministers advising how to deal with Xie Heng. She sneered inwardly. Without Xie Heng, the yin would probably be rotten to the core. How ridiculous these sycophants were. This woman dared to confront the emperor face to face to save her elder brother. Yet the emperor didn't blame her. Just now, after Wen Jiao followed the eunuch to the imperial study, the emperor saw Wen Jiao and immediately asked, "You think Xie Heng shouldn't die? Then who should?" In the Hall of Political Affairs, all the civil and military officials said Xie Heng must die. One, give me a reason not to kill Xie Heng. Wen Jiao spoke, neither humbly nor arrogantly, facing the emperor directly. My elder brother killed Wan Yanyu to protect peace and stability. The Jin cavalry slaughtered 130,000 Yin citizens. In such a bloody battle, shouldn't they repay with an equal amount of blood? The emperor stood up angrily. Woman's words? If he had no ulterior motives, why did he kill the governor of Changning and take command himself? Facing the emperor's questioning, Wen Jiao looked at the emperor with determined eyes. A traitorous dog who sold out the country for personal gain. Should we keep him alive for the new year instead of killing him? My elder brother only did what every upright Yin citizen would do. He is a hero. Anyone can die, but he must live. The emperor was so angry he started coughing. Seeing the emperor's condition, Wen Jiao felt somewhat surprised. At this time in her previous life, Zhao Yi was seriously ill. Several princes were fighting fiercely for power. It was precisely because of this internal turmoil in the Yin that the Jin took the opportunity to attack. But in this life, Zhao Fan had already fled to Chongping County with the imperial seal. Yet Zhao Yi was still able to sit in the Hall of Political Affairs to discuss state affairs. I thought the emperor's serious illness hadn't happened, but it turns out his illness might just be forcibly suppressed with medication. And at this moment, when Wang Liang called for someone to escort Wen Jiao out, the emperor stopped him. He shakily came to Wen Jiao and asked, "Your surname is Wen, Your Majesty. My full name is Wen Jiao. Do you have any family left? My parents, younger brother, and husband were all killed by Jin cavalry. Their bodies were never found." The emperor looked at her, not knowing what to say for a moment. Then Wen Jiao continued, "Your Majesty, I don't understand grand concepts like country and world. I only know that killing our own people while pleasing the enemy will inevitably lead to self-destruction. I am willing to die in place of Xie Heng. I only ask that they live to protect the peace of our Yin." Faced with Wen Jiao's request, the emperor remained silent for a long time. At this moment, Wen Jiao comforted herself not to panic. As the saying goes, evil lasts 1,000 years. In her previous life, Xie Heng was the feared little King Yama of the capital. This time, he would surely be fine too. At this point, Wang Liang helped Wen Jiao up and had someone escort her out. However, Wen Jiao was a bit anxious because she hadn't received an answer from the emperor. She had heard that Zhao Yi was suspicious by nature and good at arguing. She didn't know what the emperor really meant. After Wen Jiao was led away, the emperor slowly sighed and said, "She looks so much like her." Wang Liang was slightly startled. The emperor suddenly asked, "Do you remember how long it's been since he left?" However, Wang Liang stammered, "This old servant's memory isn't so good anymore. I'm not sure who your majesty is referring to." The emperor knew he didn't dare to speak, so he cursed "You old fox" before continuing. When he went to Western Shu for the political marriage, he was about Wen Jiao's age. After saying this, he sighed deeply again. They looked so alike. Wang Liang remained silent. He understood in his heart that Miss Wen did indeed resemble that person, the cinnabar mole in the emperor's heart. This woman had angered the emperor half to death in the imperial study, yet the emperor didn't punish her. After leaving the imperial study, Wen Jiao kept pondering. They say the military's heart is hard to fathom, but Zhao Yi seemed too lenient this time. If Zhao Yi had flown into a rage, it would have played right into their hands. If she had been imprisoned, Xie Heng's matter would only have grown bigger. Rumors would spread throughout the city. Even if those court officials jumped up and down, they couldn't suppress public anger. She didn't understand where things had gone wrong. Could this be some new idea the ministers had given Zhao Yi? As Wen Jiao was pondering, Crown Prince Zhao Feng appeared before her. He smiled at Wen Jiao and asked, "Miss, you want to save Xie Heng?" Wen Jiao curtsied and said, "Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince." She thought to herself that according to current etiquette, calling him Crown Prince was correct. In her previous life, after Zhao Yi passed away, it was Xie Heng who helped Zhao Feng suppress the other princes and ascend to the throne. Although things didn't go smoothly later, at least they were on the same path at the beginning. So with tears in her eyes, she said, "If Your Highness's brother was wrongly accused, wouldn't Your Highness save him?" Crown Prince Zhao Feng had originally intended to befriend Xie Heng, so he came to find Wen Jiao. Just as he was about to speak, the fourth prince interrupted him. And so, these two began arguing in front of Wen Jiao about Xie Heng. Wen Jiao watched with a look of disdain on her face. After some time passed, Wen Jiao sneezed from the cold wind. Watching the two argue endlessly, Wen Jiao was at a loss for words. She didn't know how long they would keep arguing. Just then, Wen Jiao noticed the old duke approaching from behind. She remembered that in her previous life, after the old Duke Wu Hongyu passed away, Xie Heng had tried to organize a simple funeral with wild vegetables. This had caused quite a stir in the capital at the time. Although she didn't know what relationship the old duke had with Xie Heng, at this point she could only try her luck. So she pretended to feel dizzy and dropped Xie Heng's jade pendant in front of the old duke. However, the two princes were still arguing. Wen Jiao knew they wouldn't stop, so she thought about using this opportunity to win over Xie Heng, who was currently in the Ministry of Justice. The emperor hadn't killed Xie Heng on the spot, but had him detained in the Ministry of Justice. If Xie Heng didn't die, obtaining military power was just a matter of time and opportunity. Just as the two princes were about to invite Wen Jiao, the old duke who had just picked up the jade pendant walked over. He said, "I just heard Your Highnesses say you want this young lady to leave the palace. Why don't I escort her for a while?" When the old duke arrived, the crown prince and fourth prince both regained their composure. They stopped pestering Wen Jiao. Subsequently, Wen Jiao got into the old duke's carriage to leave the palace. The old duke looked at Wen Jiao and asked who she really was. He returned the jade pendant to Wen Jiao, but she didn't answer directly. Instead, looking at the offered pendant, she said it belonged to Xie Heng, who had just been detained in the Ministry of Justice today. The old duke had already seen through Wen Jiao's little scheme and warned her. Wen Jiao's face turned red with embarrassment. The old man clearly knew something. This woman was only trying to save her elder brother's life. She had tried every possible way to plead with the old duke. The old duke had already seen through Wen Jiao's little trick. However, he also had no way to save Xie Heng, as he had long since stopped interfering in court affairs. He couldn't help with Xie Heng's situation. These matters were beyond his ability to assist. But taking in Wen Jiao for a few days wouldn't be difficult. Wen Jiao had no choice but to beg the old duke to let her visit Xie Heng at the Ministry of Justice once. Faced with this bold young lady, the old duke sighed. Xie Heng wasn't an easy person to deal with. Even finding a wife for him caused such a commotion. He had just wanted Dengguan Valley, and now he was headed to the Ministry of Justice. It truly was like father, like son. Wen Jiao expressed concern that the people in the Ministry of Justice were all black-hearted. The old duke, however, was unconcerned. He said that Xie Heng was not one to be taken advantage of. This time he was sent to the Ministry of Justice, but it was unclear who would end up worse off. However, what Wen Jiao worried about wasn't Xie Heng being at a disadvantage, but rather that he might become impatient and clear out the entire Ministry of Justice. The old duke seemed to empathize. Having no other choice, he agreed to Wen Jiao's request. The next day, as Wen Jiao prepared to visit Xie Heng, she was surprised by the sound of opera from the neighboring pear garden. The old duke explained that this play, The Chronicle of Mountains and Rivers, was very popular in the capital recently. It was a new play about a young general protecting his country, only to be framed by treacherous officials. As a result, enemy forces invaded and overthrew the entire dynasty. The whole play was quite tragic. Wen Jiao found the timing and story of this play a bit too coincidental. So she asked the old duke when this new play had come out. When she learned it was about 10 days ago, Wen-jio was surprised. She knew Xie wasn't the type to sit idly by. As they walked on the street, they heard commoners discussing the content of the new play and Xie situation. The old duke looked at Wen-jio and suddenly asked, "When the emperor is angry, it's not for nothing. But what about when all the people are angry?" Faced with his question, Wen-jio couldn't help but ponder. Water can carry a boat, but also capsize it. If Xie actions were inappropriate and caused public outrage, allowing those with ulterior motives to rebel, it's uncertain whether the great Yin could continue to trust him. He couldn't help but sigh. If all of this had been arranged by Xie in the capital 10 days ago, it would be terrifying. At this moment, the old duke asked Wen-jio if she was still going to the Ministry of Justice. Wen-jio replied decisively. When the old duke confirmed that she really wanted to go, Wen-jio didn't respond. Instead, she worried about Xie clothes, giving him her thick outer garment. He was wearing thin clothes, and the night air was cold. She worried he might catch a chill. The old duke couldn't stand Wen-jio's display of affection anymore. He sent Wen-jio off with a young servant, advising her that before the matter was resolved, they might only be able to meet this once. After saying this, the old duke went to listen to opera at the Pear Garden. Wen-jio thanked the old duke, then followed the young servant to the Ministry of Justice prison. Faced with the guard's obstruction, there was nothing money couldn't solve. When Wen-jio arrived at the prison cell, she saw Xie covered in blood. When otherwise get angry, a kiss can solve everything. But when Wen-jio got angry, Xie picked her up and lifted her high. With the old duke's help, Wen-jio came to the prison cell. When she saw Xie covered in blood, she worried if he had been tortured. As Wen-jio was checking if Xie was injured, Xie grabbed her hand. He told her the blood on him wasn't his. Wen-jio was stunned for a moment, then immediately stood up angrily. She felt she had worried for nothing. This man was truly impressive, able to get someone else's blood on his clothes even in the Ministry of Justice prison. Xie, looking at this sulking little ancestor, was also somewhat worried. This was the Ministry of Justice after all. How on earth did this little ancestor have the ability to come here, having just finished striking the night watch drum and leaving the palace, only to enter the Ministry of Justice? He asked Wen-jio with some concern how she got in. Wen-jio, still puffed up with anger, said she naturally had ways to get in if she wanted to. Then she stared at Xie with her bright eyes, asking when he would be willing to leave. She knew that since Xie could get someone else's blood on his clothes in the Ministry of Justice, he must also have a way to get out. Xie confidently said he would wait until the time was right. However, under Wen-jio's gaze, he felt a bit guilty and said it wouldn't be too long. Finally, under her gaze, he had to give in and say it would be just a matter of days. But Wen-jio was still worried. She knew she shouldn't underestimate Xie. After all, his thoughts were deep and unlike ordinary people. But she never imagined that this guy would even put his own life in this gamble. Wasn't he afraid that the situation might suddenly spiral out of control and cost him his life? Seeing Wen-jio lost in thought, Xie gently called out, "A Jew." However, he was met with Wen-jio's cold gaze. Faced with the still angry Wen-jio, Xie hurriedly explained that the emperor and Chang Tingjun were different. There were many places she couldn't go. As a girl, how could she come to the Ministry of Justice so casually? I've said before, as long as I'm alive, I'll protect you. A Jew, you don't need to worry about me. However, Wen-jio stubbornly refused to admit her concern, instead saying she was worried about his grandmother's illness worsening because of him. In her heart, she was still angry. She was the little king of hell who could go anywhere and do anything, who had the ability to worry about her. Xie also felt a bit guilty, saying that with him and his third brother around, how could anything happen to his grandmother? At this moment, Wen-jio took out the thick outer garment she had prepared. She was still scolding him, saying things were clearly getting worse now. Let the elder brother continue to stay here. Even if chaos erupted outside, it wouldn't reach this place. This was truly a peaceful place. Indeed, one couldn't find another like it in the entire imperial city. Faced with Wen-jio's sarcastic words, the slow-witted Xie finally realized that Wen-jio was truly angry. Wen-jio was puzzled in her heart. She was like an ant on a hot pan, anxiously running around for him. But it turned out the main character had everything under control and well planned. The most infuriating part was that he didn't care about his own life at all. Wouldn't all her efforts just be a joke in Xie eyes? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. After throwing the outer garment to Xie, she prepared to leave. At this moment, Xie suddenly picked up Wen-jio. He lifted her high. He comforted Wenjiao, saying this was his first time doing such a thing. If there was anything he hadn't considered thoroughly, she should be more understanding. However, Wenjiao, being lifted high, was now furious and embarrassed. Was he treating her like a 3-year-old child? Xiaheng even complained that Wenjiao, being lifted, was too thin. This completely infuriated Wenjiao. She used the iron head technique learned from Shaolin Temple and headbutt Xiaheng. Xiaheng held his forehead in pain. But to appease Wenjiao, Xiaheng quickly apologized. "Aju, be good. Don't be angry. Look, you've hurt yourself. It's not worth it." However, Wenjiao coldly replied, "It's fine. I won't die." This left Xiaheng at a loss for what to do. Not only had he failed to comfort her, but she was getting even angrier. Wenjiao angrily stated that she didn't need anyone to worry about her anyway, and she was leaving. Just then, Xiaheng suddenly covered Wenjiao's mouth, signaling her to be quiet, because someone was coming. Before Wenjiao could react, Xiaheng had hidden her under the bed. Soon, someone arrived. "This prince can help you escape, but you must agree to one condition for me." Wenjiao recognized the voice as that of the fourth prince, Zhao Ji. She was puzzled. Xiaheng showed no good expression toward Zhao Ji, only responding coldly. "Say what you have to say quickly. My wife is still hiding under the bed." At this time, Zhao Ji stated, "You killed the governor of Chongning, which is already a capital offense. Ambushing and killing the king of Great Jin, putting Great Yin in dire straits, is even more deserving of the execution of 9 generations of your family. Do you know how those people outside would deal with you? This prince is considering that you're still young. The ignorant are not guilty. That's why I want to save your life." Unexpectedly, Xiaheng sarcastically asked, "If Wan Yin you hadn't died, are you sure you'd still be standing here today?" Zhao Ji's face immediately turned ashen. After calming himself down, he began to paint a grand picture for Xiaheng. Hearing Zhao Ji's words from under the bed, Wenjiao thought to herself, coming to find Xiaheng in the middle of the night to say these things, isn't it because he's even more ambitious? Indeed, none of the old emperor's sons are pushovers. It's just a pity they can't keep their cool. Faced with Xiaheng's silence, Zhao Ji thought his grand promises weren't grand enough. So he sat down on the bed, preparing to get closer. It seemed the prison bed wasn't sturdy enough. It immediately hurt Wenjiao. Just as Zhao Ji heard the sound and became suspicious, Xiaheng explained it was the prison rats. Zhao Ji didn't pay any more attention to it. Instead, he continued to paint his grand picture for Xiaheng. However, Xiaheng showed contempt for what he said. Faced with Xiaheng's uncooperative attitude, Zhao Ji became furious. At this moment, the guard outside came in to report that someone was approaching. Zhao Ji hurriedly left, not forgetting to make some threats before departing. Seeing Zhao Ji leave, Wenjiao breathed a sigh of relief. However, thinking of Prince Rui, Zhao Ji's temperament, and the emperor, he couldn't help but worry again. Xiaheng's actions today had undoubtedly thoroughly condemned Zhao Ji. With half the court shielding him, not only would Prince Rui not save him, but he might even hasten to take his life. He needed to warn Xiaheng. Just as he was about to crawl out, Xiaheng pressed him back down. Because there were still people around, he told him to continue staying underneath. Shortly after, Crown Prince Zhao Feng entered with a beaming smile. Wenjiao felt like the world was about to collapse. When would he be able to get out? Was this prison cell always this lively? This man's imprisonment was so bustling. Prince Rui had just left, and now the Crown Prince had arrived. The Crown Prince even brought a feast of fine wine and food. He smiled at Xiaheng and said, "I came in a hurry. These are just ordinary things. If Master Xie needs anything, feel free to have someone inform me." Xiaheng, however, asked directly what his conditions were. The Crown Prince didn't respond directly. Instead, he laughed and said it was just a small favor. Why would Master Xie say such things? After that, neither of them spoke for a while. Then Xiaheng suddenly spoke up. "I do have one request." The Crown Prince quickly said, "Please speak." Xiaheng smiled slightly. "I now seek death wholeheartedly. I ask your highness to speak a few more words in the Hall of Political Affairs to let me die quickly. Is that all right?" This statement left the Crown Prince bewildered. Just as the Crown Prince was about to inquire further, a subordinate suddenly pulled the Crown Prince away. Wenjiao, hiding under the bed, was somewhat surprised. What was wrong with these people? They all came and went in such a hurry. Before he could react, the prison cell was kicked open again. This time, the arrivals were a group of armed men in black. Upon entering, they told Xiaheng to come with them without further ado. Xiaheng asked who they were. The men in black explained that they were here to rescue him. They had heard that the old emperor and those ministers were cowards who wanted to use him as a sacrifice to the Jin for temporary peace. They couldn't stand by and watch, so they came specifically to rescue him. Xie Heng, however, refused their good intentions. His reason was that he, Xie Heng, had elderly parents and young children at home. While the monk could run away, the temple couldn't. He had never thought of escaping. However, this group of men in black kept trying to persuade him. Faced with their persuasion, Xie Heng remained unmoved, telling them to go back where they came from. Seeing this, the men in black became somewhat angry. You simply don't know what's good for you. Xie Heng suddenly turned cold and asked, "Why are you all so righteously indignant?" At this point, the leader of the men in black removed his mask and explained that he was from the Duke of Heng's rescue team. When the Duke's mansion was destroyed, he happened to be traveling far away and escaped. The Duke of Heng had served a Yin for nearly 100 years, guarding the kingdom, yet his entire family was wiped out. If he stayed here, how could there be any chance of survival? Xie Heng still coldly replied, "According to what you say, I really should take this opportunity to flee." Meanwhile, Wen Jiao, listening from under the bed, felt that this group was suspicious. This was the Ministry of Justice. How could a jailbreak be so simple? It must be a trap. This wouldn't do. He had to warn Xie Heng. Just as he was about to crawl out, Xie Heng blocked him back with his foot. At this moment, Xie Heng stood up. Suddenly, he snatched the sword from the man in black. He held it against the man's throat. The accomplices behind also drew their swords, pointing them at Xie Heng, telling him to put down the weapon. Xie Heng sneered, "So you're planning to have me die right here?" Just as the leader was about to explain something, Xie Heng cut him down with one stroke. This man, imprisoned like a caged bird, had faced consecutive assassination attempts. Now he was surrounded by a group of people. Yet Xie Heng had his sword at the leader's throat. The leader looked panicked, wanting to make excuses. But Xie Heng had already swung his sword. Blood once again stained his white clothes. So this was how Xie Heng's clothes got bloodied. In an instant, the sound of clashing weapons and the strong smell of blood filled the entire cell. Wen Jiao was so frightened that he immediately covered his ears. Soon, a pair of large hands pulled him out. Wen Jiao discovered that all those men in black had been killed. When he saw the bloodstains on Xie Heng's sleeves, his eyes darkened. He had originally thought Xie Heng had suffered some terrible torture, which was why he was covered in blood. It seemed these assassination attempts weren't just once or twice. How else to explain all the blood on him? Wen Jiao felt somewhat heartbroken and asked Xie Heng how many times this had happened. Xie Heng casually replied that he hadn't kept count. The security at the Court of Judicial Review was still decent. Ordinary ones couldn't get in. Wen Jiao's face immediately changed. This was considered decent security? Afraid of worrying him, Xie Heng smiled and patted the spot beside him, inviting Wen Jiao to sit. "You must have been uncomfortable hiding down there. Why don't you sit for a while? I'll count those assassins carefully and tell you about them." Wen Jiao didn't know how he could still smile at a time like this. The battle just now had been heart-stopping even for him hiding under the bed, yet Xie Heng acted as if nothing had happened. Knowing he shouldn't be anxious, but feeling inexplicably angry, Wen Jiao stormed off in a huff. Xie Heng reached out to stop him, but just as he was about to touch his fingertips, he suddenly pulled back. Wen Jiao turned back, wondering if there was anything else. Xie Heng just smiled slightly at him. "Be careful on your way." Wen Jiao's gaze, however, fell on his blood-stained clothes. He stared at him worriedly for a while. This made Xie Heng somewhat embarrassed. At this moment, the guards who had brought Wen Jiao in came over. Seeing that Wen Jiao was unharmed, they felt slightly relieved. Then they quickly escorted him away from the place. Xie Heng looked at his blood-covered clothes and thought to himself, "I'd better not wear white clothes anymore. When it can't be hidden, look how pale and weak our Miss Wen has become from fright. Yet she still has the energy to be angry with me." A few more days passed. Walking on the street, Wen Jiao saw the sparse figures and couldn't help but sigh. With recent undercurrents, fewer people were out and about. Suddenly, he heard passersby saying, "I heard a witness came from Chongping County, saying that the murdered governor of Chongning was guilty of colluding with the enemy and betraying the country. That's why young Master Xie took action. It's not right to keep him locked up like this. Let's see how the capital prefecture court judges this case. Even if he killed the Jin king, it was to protect RDE. How can that be a crime?" As they spoke, someone came running and shouting that the capital prefecture court was holding a trial. It was about young Master Xie's case of colluding with the enemy and betraying the country. Hearing this, people rushed to see, not believing that there was no justice in this world. Wen Jiao, upon hearing this, couldn't help but worry. Is it finally starting? The case of Xie Heng colluding with the enemy and betraying the country finally began. Wen Jiao also followed. People came to the front of the capital prefecture court. The place was already surrounded by 3 layers of onlookers. Wen Jiao managed to squeeze to the front rows with great difficulty. He saw a group of people in plain clothes kneeling in the hall. At this moment, the capital prefecture court official slapped the table. He loudly questioned them, asking if they had evidence that the former governor of Chongning had colluded with the enemy and betrayed the country. The crowd responded, "Your Honor, we witnessed it with our own eyes." When the Jin invaded, the Wang family not only didn't resist, but also amassed wealth and kidnapped people. They even sent 20 carts of gold, silver, and treasures to the Great Jin. Moreover, they had over 100 beauties welcome them on the city wall, dancing for the Great Jin. The onlookers cursed angrily upon hearing this. The capital prefecture official had a splitting headache from the noise. He slammed the table hard and shouted for silence. He said if they kept making noise, how could the case proceed? After everyone quieted down, he immediately asked if there was any concrete evidence besides eyewitness accounts. Wen Jiao felt angry seeing this. Weren't these victimized common people concrete evidence? It was just bullying the people for not understanding the law. Just as he was about to push through the crowd to testify, suddenly a middle-aged woman was pushed forward. Someone in the crowd pointed out that this was the wife of the former governor of Chongping, Madame Wang Yang. When Wang the dog colluded with the enemy and betrayed the country, this wicked woman was his accomplice. Madame Wang knelt in the hall, but cried out that she was wronged. Wen Jiao wanted to go up and punch her twice. How dare she say she was wronged? Xie Heng had been in prison for so long, it was like snow in June. Wen Jiao rolled up his sleeves, ready to go up and deal with her. But suddenly someone grabbed him from behind and dragged him out of the crowd. Wen Jiao was taken to a corner. He didn't know who it was. Instinctively, he took out the hidden dagger. Without thinking, he stabbed at the person. At this moment, the person suddenly spoke. Wen Jiao heard a familiar voice and could only forcibly change the dagger's direction. The blade tip hit the wall. Wen Jiao looked embarrassed. He quickly hid the dagger behind his back. "Third brother, I'm sorry. I've been a bit paranoid lately." But under Xie Xian's gaze, Wen Jiao quickly smiled apologetically and handed the dagger to Xie Xian. "The capital hasn't been very peaceful lately. This is for third brother's self-defense." Seeing Xie Xian take the dagger, Wen Jiao asked why he was also in the capital. Xie Xian sighed helplessly. "I had to come sooner or later." Wen Jiao suddenly asked about those witnesses in the capital prefecture court. Xie Xian didn't hide it from him. He said they entered the capital with him, so Wen Jiao didn't need to step forward and testify. Wen Jiao was a bit stunned, so the actors in the capital, as well as the people from Chongping County who came to cry injustice, were all arranged by Xie Heng and Xie Xian beforehand. Yet they didn't tell him anything. Thinking of this, Wen Jiao glared at Xie Xian with an accusatory look. Xie Xian felt a bit guilty under his stare. He turned and left with the dagger, not forgetting to remind him, "Be careful of everything while staying at the Duke's mansion." At this point, Wen Jiao was fuming. Feeling the cold chill from behind, Xie Xian quickened his pace as he left. After all, it was Xie Heng who wanted to keep these things from him. He didn't want to take the blame. This woman actually wanted to seduce the princess, just because the princess would fall in love with Xie Xian at first sight. Just now, Xie Xian had left. Wen Jiao suddenly thought that the Grand Princess might be able to help. The public opinion pressure from the capital citizens was needed. But inside the imperial palace, all the princes had their own agendas and wouldn't help. On the contrary, those princesses, if they could say a few words in front of the emperor, didn't need to be too fair. If they could touch the emperor's heart, Xie Heng might have a chance to be released this time. He recalled that in his previous life, everyone in the imperial capital knew that this eldest princess had fallen in love with Xie Xian at first sight and was completely devoted to him. Perhaps this eldest princess could help him. At this moment, he noticed Xie Xian looking around in the middle of the road. Perhaps because he had never left the Xie mansion since childhood, always staying alone in a corner, Xie Xian seemed somewhat unfamiliar with his surroundings. Since Xie Xian had appeared, he decided not to be polite. He went up to grab Xie Xian and said with a squinting smile, "Third brother, I don't know what preparations you all have made in the imperial capital, but there's one person I think third brother needs to meet." This smile seemed to hide some scheme. Xie Xian asked who it was. Wenjiu directly said, "The eldest princess." Zhao Jing Xiexian was a bit confused, wondering why he should meet her. Wenjiu then explained eloquently, "This eldest princess is the current emperor's eldest daughter. Although she's not the smartest one, her words are always effective. We're now in the imperial capital, unfamiliar with everything. If we can get the eldest princess's help, it will surely make things twice as easy with half the effort." As Wenjiu was talking, he felt something was off because he noticed Xiexian staring at him with a puzzled look. Xiexian was very confused, seemingly wondering why Wenjiu wanted him to personally meet her. Why did Wenjiu suddenly feel awkward? He couldn't just say she would fall in love with you at first sight and do whatever you say. He stammered, unable to explain clearly. So he forced himself to say, "The eldest princess has a bad temper, but she's especially polite to good-looking young men." Xiexian sighed upon hearing this. At this point, Wenjiu became a bit flustered, but he still kept trying to persuade Xiexian. While being stared at by Xiexian's serious gaze, he shut up as he suddenly remembered that in his previous life, Xiexian was a ruthless person who would always seek revenge. He actually wanted him to seduce the princess. Just then, Xiexian turned and started walking away. Wenjiu was confused, wondering if he had agreed. But he noticed Xiexian was walking in the wrong direction. He awkwardly pointed to the other side. Xiexian stiffly turned around. But Wenjiu led him not to the princess's palace, but to Yingyue Fong. Looking at the small figures soliciting customers nearby, Xiexian asked Wenjiu with a gloomy face, "Tell me, what kind of place is this?" Wenjiu righteously replied, "Yingyue Fong." He still persisted in persuading Xiexian, but Xiexian grabbed him, somewhat annoyed. "Have you been hanging around such places these days to seduce the princess?" Wenjiu had paid a lot of silver to arrange a good position for Xiexian, but the princess didn't even glance at him. Just now, Wenjiu explained third brother's misunderstanding, because entering the princess's palace wasn't an easy task, and he had also found out that the princess would have musicians from Yongle Fong come to perform after her midday rest every day. He wanted to sneak in. Actually, because Wenjiu had just stirred up trouble, all the nobles, including the princess's palace, considered him a big nuisance. He had already sent several visiting cards, but the princess wouldn't see him at all. That's why he came up with this idea. He tried his best to describe the importance of the princess, and he truly couldn't find a young man with better looks than Xiexian. Faced with Wenjiu's mischievous smile, Xiexian quickly stepped back cautiously and asked Wenjiu. So, Wenjiu made his request. Xiexian felt wronged. This time, regarding Wenjiu's request, Xiexian was so angry that he clenched his fists. But he still held back from exploding and asked Wenjiu if he meant for him to disguise himself as a minor official from Yongle Fong and sneak into the princess's palace with them. Wenjiu responded with a face full of smiles. At this point, Xiexian's face had turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Several idioms kept appearing in his mind. Faced with Xiexian's dark expression, Wenjiu pretended to cry and plead. He said all of this was for his elder brother. He knew it was a bit difficult for him, but they had come out without knowing anyone, and this was the only trick they could use. Xiexian had no choice but to agree. Then Wenjiu led Xiexian into Yongle Fong. In the afternoon, Wenjiu and Xiexian disguised themselves as musicians from Yongle Fong and arrived at the princess's palace. At this time, the princess was enjoying the service of a small official beside her. At the princess's signal, Wenjiu and Xiexian entered the room with the musicians. Seeing the princess's appearance, Wenjiu couldn't help but sigh. This princess was truly extraordinary. Now that the court was in chaos, she could still live so carefree and indulgent. Then, a maid on the side signaled that they could start playing. After that, beautiful melodies filled the room. Hiding at the back, Wenjiu secretly glanced at the eldest princess, feeling a bit surprised. He had paid a lot of money to get Xiexian the best position at the front, but the princess didn't even look at him once. How could they execute the beautiful man's strategy like this? Just then, the eldest princess suddenly slammed the fruit on the table, ruining it. The reason was that she heard the same songs every day and found it very boring. She was annoyed, thinking that in this vast imperial capital, they couldn't even find an interesting song. The officials all pleaded for the princess to calm down. At this moment, the eldest princess finally noticed Xiexian. Guess if they could use the beautiful man strategy on Xiexian now? Wenjiu never imagined that his beautiful man strategy would fail. Because the princess heard the same songs every day, she was in a bad mood at this time. This wasn't a good time to implement the beautiful man strategy. If the eldest princess became displeased, Xiexian would be in danger. At this point, they had to find a way to divert the eldest princess's attention first. So when Jiao prepared to play a war song about soldiers going into battle, as his slender fingers plucked the pipa, Xie Xian slightly trembled. Then he raised his jade flute and joined in. The flute sounded like weeping and pleading, while the pipa sounded like thousands of troops charging. The two merged together, miraculously in perfect harmony. As their fingertips danced, the sound of clashing weapons seemed to be right next to their ears. Zhao Jingyi unconsciously sat up straight, the displeasure on her face gradually fading. She waved her hand, and the crowd kneeling on the ground quietly retreated. Soon, only Wen Jiao, Xie Xian, and Zhao Jingyi were left. Wen Jiao's fingers were almost numb by now, as he hadn't played such an intense melody for a long time. The eldest princess's eyes gradually filled with tears. As the song ended, Wen Jiao's fingers were already shaking. He let out a long sigh. Putting down the pipa, he slowly stood up and looked at the eldest princess, saying, "Please forgive my poor performance." The eldest princess looked at him, her gaze seeming to freeze. Suddenly, she called Wen Jiao to come over. Wen Jiao slowly approached. This wasn't going as imagined. Why wasn't she calling for Xie Xian, but staring at him instead? He came before the princess and bowed respectfully. The eldest princess stared at him carefully for a while. She saw Wen Jiao's face and devised a plan. There was a hint of disappointment in her eyes. For a moment, she thought she had seen an old acquaintance. "You're just a street performer. What business do you have with me?" Indeed, although Zhao Jingyi rarely left the palace, she was not at all confused about what was happening in the imperial capital or who had arrived. Wen Jiao, facing such a clever person, decided not to hide anything. He simply bowed slightly and said, "I want to ask the princess to say a few fair words for my elder brother." Zhao Jingyi looked up at Wen Jiao. "Xie Heng, aren't there enough people wanting to speak up for him now? The princess is different from them." Zhao Jingyi asked with interest, "What's different?" Before Wen Jiao could speak, the perceptive Xie Xian replied first. "Princess, at 9 you wrote poems, at 13 you traveled the world, at 16 you married. Later, you discovered your husband's treasonous intentions and prevented a disaster for the common people. You are truly a heroine among women. If the princess were a man, those people wouldn't have had a chance to rise up." This was the first time when Jiao had heard Xie Xian speak so much. He had to admit, when this expressionless third brother was willing to say nice things to please someone, he was quite good at it. Zhao Jingyi pondered for a moment, then smiled. "If I were a man? But I was born a woman. The affairs of state and the world were never meant to be my concern. Besides, what does Xie Heng's life or death have to do with me?" Wen Jiao quickly said, "With the country in turmoil, I'm afraid the princess's life won't be easy either. From simple to luxurious, it's all the same in difficult times. Surely the princess doesn't want to live under someone else's thumb." Zhao Jingyi smiled and said, "Can the loss of one Xie Heng really overturn Great Yin? He's just a mere youth." Before she could finish, Wen Jiao interrupted her. "Princess, you haven't met my elder brother yet, have you? Spending all day with these flatterers and male companions. Does the princess still remember what a young hero looks like?" Zhao Jingyi's expression turned severe. "How dare you?" Wen Jiao didn't cower, but instead smiled and said, "Princess, please calm down. Besides, you only need to say a few fair words for my elder brother. Then whatever kind of person the princess likes." Wen Jiao stepped forward slowly, bowed his head, and whispered to Zhao Jingyi, "Wen Jiao will provide at any time." Indeed, Zhao Jingyi's gaze shifted to Xie Xian. Wen Jiao followed her gaze and raised an eyebrow, saying, "Indeed." In his heart, he silently cheered for Xie Xian. Xie Xian, not understanding the situation, inexplicably felt something was amiss. To save his elder brother, Wen Jiao had directly sold out the third brother. Just now, he had made a deal with the princess. As long as the princess helped say a few good words for Xie Heng, he would provide whatever kind of person the princess liked at any time. And now the princess's eyes were fixed on Xie Xian. After leaving the princess's palace, Wen Jiao felt too guilty to look at Xie Xian. Suddenly, he was startled by Xie Xian, who was taking off his robe and trying on another. He was very confused. Why was he suddenly changing clothes? At this moment, 2 men in green clothes darted out from the crowd. Wen Jiao recognized the green-clothed men and couldn't help but look up at Xie Xian. It was clear that Xie Xian had come to the capital this time. Well prepared, the green-clothed men were Xie Heng's personal guards, who usually only took orders from Xie Heng. Now that they were following Xie Xian's commands, it showed that Xie Heng's imprisonment and Xie Xian's arrival in the capital were all part of a plan. Only he had been running around like a headless fly, unable to help them at all. At this time, having changed his clothes, Xie Xian suddenly said, "You go back and stay at the Duke's mansion." Xie Xian seemed to have noticed his mood. He suddenly spoke up. "When elder brother comes out, he will naturally explain everything to you." Then he instructed the green-clothed guards to escort him back to his residence. Watching Xie Xian leave, Wen Jiao was lost in thought. He wondered if Xie Xian had realized that what he said to the princess was actually an attempt to sell him out. At this moment, the Qingyi guard reminded, "Miss Wen, it's about to get dark. You should head back soon." Wen Jiao responded, then suddenly looked up at him. "You seem somewhat familiar. I've seen you before at the Xie mansion, the one who was left behind." The Qingyi guard's expression was subtle. "We should have met before." Wen Jiao's gaze fell on the Qingyi guard, full of confusion. "But all those people at the Xie mansion died. When and where did we meet?" The Qingyi guard bowed to her. This subordinate was just following orders. "If Miss Wen has any questions, please wait until the young master comes out." Wen Jiao waved her hand, interrupting him. "All right, I understand." She thought to herself, they're keeping everything secret from him, right? He's already put Xie Hengyo in his little book. Waiting around wasn't Wen Jiao's style. In just a few sentences, the Qingyi guard was already covered in cold sweat. After pondering for a moment, Wen Jiao suddenly asked, "You know martial arts, right?" The Qingyi guard nodded with some difficulty. "A little." Wen Jiao raised an eyebrow slightly. "That's enough. Come with me." Faced with this young lady's mischievous smile, the Qingyi guard hesitated. Sure enough, the brothers were right to be wary of her. Miss Wen Jiao was about to cause trouble again. In the imperial study, Zhao Yi was currently suffering from a severe headache. This was because court officials kept pleading with the emperor to execute Xie Heng to appease the great Jin's anger. Zhao Yi read and reread the memorials from the officials. Among them, 9 people wanted to kill Xie Heng. He angrily slammed the table. 9 out of 10 memorials from the court officials are calling for me to kill Xie Heng, to give Great Jin an explanation. How cowardly! It's laughable that our great Yin dynasty has become so weak. Everyone fell silent. At this moment, an attendant outside announced, "Your Majesty, the princess has arrived." Zhao Yi's expression turned unfriendly. "Don't see her." Sun Jiao, in order to save her elder brother, had even resorted to using Xie Xian's beauty to trade with the princess. However, when the princess entered the palace, Zhao Yi was in a bad mood and refused to see anyone. But Zhao Jingyi went straight ahead and pushed open the door of the imperial study. She walked into the imperial study. Zhao Yi's face darkened. He sternly questioned, "I said I wouldn't see anyone. Who let you in?" Zhao Jingyi calmly replied, "Your daughter dreamed of an old acquaintance last night. He asked if someone was going to be sent for a political marriage again. Your daughter came to ask Father Emperor if my dream might come true." Zhao Yi was angered, but he couldn't help feeling guilty inside. Once upon a time, there was also someone who said to the then young Emperor Zhao Yi of Great Yin, "Is it that if I go for a political marriage, the Great Yin Empire will be peaceful from then on?" At that time, he still had some ambition and passion, so he promised earnestly, "At least 3 years, at most 10 years, I will definitely bring you back." But until now, Great Yin had become increasingly weak, and even Zhao Yi was no longer the man he once was. Zhao Yi fell into silence. Zhao Jingyi smiled coldly. "Your daughter's royal sisters are still young. If Father Emperor wants to send someone for a political marriage, your daughter will go." Zhao Yi interrupted her with a serious expression. "Jingyi, even you think Great Yin." Before he could finish, Zhao Jingyi quickly knelt down on both knees and bowed. "Your daughter only wishes for Father Emperor's long life and prosperity." The officials also hurriedly echoed, "Long live Great Yin. Long live your majesty." Zhao Yi sat on the dragon throne, covering his face and laughing self-mockingly. At this time, Wang Liang beside him reminded in a low voice, "It's time for the morning court session. Your majesty should go to attend." Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted outside the city. A huge firework bloomed in the night sky. Everyone turned to look out the window. Immediately after firework shot into the sky, blooming simultaneously in the air. At this moment, on the rooftops in the city, Wen Jiao was holding an incense stick in her hand. She jumped to another rooftop, nearly slipping. When she lit the last firework, the Qingyi guard behind her spoke up, "Miss Wen, you've lit so many fireworks. You're bound to attract all the citizens of the capital. Hearing this, Wen Jiao smiled slightly. That's exactly what I want, to have the capital's citizens come at the sound. The more, the better. This way, my third brother can achieve twice the result with half the effort. After all the fireworks were lit, the citizens indeed came rushing at the sound. Looking at the crowd on the street, the Qingyi guard sighed. Miss Wen is not the kind of person who needs protection. She's not a delicate flower in a greenhouse. But it seems the two young masters haven't realized this yet. In the crowd, Xie Xian immediately spotted the beautiful figure on the rooftop. Wen Jiao slightly cupped her hands and made a gesture of invitation. Xie Xian smiled helplessly. But when he turned around, his face was full of seriousness. He knelt in front of the palace gate, facing away from the crowd, holding up a blood petition signed by 10,000 people. This humble citizen, Xie Xian from Chongping County, presents a blood petition signed by 10,000 to clear my elder brother's false charges. Unexpectedly, the emperor not only didn't punish Xie Heng, but even promoted him. The citizens throughout the city saw the fireworks in the sky and came out of their homes. They didn't know exactly what was happening. Seeing that the citizens had all come out, Wen Jiao ordered the Qingyi guard to light all the remaining fireworks. As fireworks bloomed across the sky, the citizens gathered in front of the palace gate. The Qingyi guard felt that this commotion was big enough. Wen Jiao was also very satisfied. Then she arranged for the Qingyi guard to go down and join the crowd with more instructions. At this moment, Xie Xian was kneeling in front of the palace gate, holding up the petition, shouting for justice. The Qingyi guard, who had mixed into the crowd, stirred up the atmosphere among the citizens. Hearing this, the citizens one by one knelt down to plead. More and more people knelt in front of the palace gate, soon numbering in the thousands. They spoke in unison. If the country falls, what will become of its people? All their voices overlapped, the indignant sound passing through the heavy palace gates, reaching the imperial court. Zhao Yi sat on the dragon throne, his face as calm as water. Below, the civil and military officials whispered to each other. Some even requested to disperse the citizens. But there were also censors who advised against killing to vent anger. Before Zhao Yi could speak, the ministers had already erupted into chaos. Faced with the uproar in the hall, Zhao Yi had a splitting headache. He then spoke to stop them and ordered Xie Heng to enter the hall. Moments later, Xie Xian was brought into the imperial court. The young man, covered in blood stains, entered the hall still composed. His amber eyes were calm and indifferent, his demeanor unchanged, proud of the world. Yet because of his arrival, the ministers unconsciously stepped back. The young man stood at the front, silent, yet exuding an aura that intimidated all four directions. The officials were indifferent to righteousness. Just now, weren't they all clamoring for punishment? Why have they all gone mute now? The ministers were uneasy and fearful. After a long while, a minister finally spoke up, saying softly, "This minister believes Xie Heng should be executed." Once this was said, the other ministers seemed to find their backbone and began to chime in agreement. However, Zhao Yi looked at Xie Heng and asked if he had anything to say. Xie Heng raised his head with a disdainful smile and said, "When the capital falls, Your Majesty, remember to take these people with you to die for the country. The journey to the underworld surely won't be lonely then." Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. However, Zhao Yi just looked at him for a long time before speaking. "Do you want to die or live?" Xie Heng replied calmly, "Living at the mercy of others is worse than death." Zhao Yi stood up and said, "Convey my imperial decree." Wang Liang immediately began to read the decree. In the Battle of Changming, Xie Heng killed 100,000 people in the capital. The officials below were all smug, just waiting for Zhao Yi to finish speaking, certain that Xie Heng would surely die. The graceful young man stood in the center of the hall, his posture proud. Zhao Yi continued, "He shall be immediately promoted to the 5th rank and appointed as supervisor general of the military." The ministers were shocked, their faces pale. They then stepped forward together and knelt, pleading, "Your Majesty, you must not. This man is violent by nature." The emperor sat on the dragon throne, his face stern. "Promote him to the 4th rank, Grand General." In an instant, more than half of the officials in the hall were kneeling on the ground. "If your Majesty keeps this man, he will bring disaster to the court. Our great Yin dynasty is in danger. Please, your Majesty, withdraw your order." Just as Prince Rue was about to speak, teasing Crown Prince Zhao Feng for not taking a stand, the emperor thundered, "3rd rank upper general." "Does anyone else object?" At the emperor's anger, the ministers trembled, bowing their heads in submission. The hall fell silent. Both the crown prince and Prince Rue looked shocked. Seeing that all the ministers were speechless, Zhao Yi said, "Heroes have always emerged from the young. In the Battle of Changning, Minister Xie should be credited with defending. He is hereby appointed as third-rank upper general, equal to the 9 ministers." The ministers were silent. No one had expected the old emperor to be so determined to protect Xie Heng. No amount of persuasion would work. After a moment of silence, Xie Heng stepped forward and bowed. "Thank you, your majesty." This man, who was once a prisoner, had now soared to the 3rd rank due to the emperor's decree. Zhao Yi personally walked down from the white jade steps. He patted Xie Heng's shoulder. "I only wish all subjects in the world were like Minister Xie, loyal to the country without considering personal gain or loss." He glanced at the court officials, his tone heavy, rather than constantly retreating and not knowing how to advance. When the old emperor said the last sentence, his tone suddenly became heavier. Crown Prince Zhao Feng was the first to kneel down. "Your son will remember father's teachings." Zhao Ji followed closely behind. Behind them, the civil and military officials looked embarrassed and bowed their heads, saying in unison, "Your subjects will remember." In the entire hall, only the old emperor and Xie Heng were standing face to face. The young man's eyes were defiant, forming a stark contrast with the officials prostrating on the ground. The old emperor turned and stepped onto the white jade steps, waving his hand tiredly. "Minister Xie has suffered these days. Grant him a mansion and 20 servants. Go back and rest for a few days." Xie Heng's face showed no expression as he calmly replied, "Yes." Wang Liang, who was good at reading the situation, immediately stepped forward and said, "If there are matters to report, do so. If not, the court is dismissed." He was answered by dead silence. The civil and military officials still maintained their kneeling posture, each lost in their own thoughts, not daring to provoke the emperor's wrath at this moment. Only Xie Heng turned and left. The departing youth walked with his head held high and chest out. His steps were vigorous. As the inner doors opened and the great doors of the hall outside, the day had already dawned, the sunlight piercing through the clouds, intermingled with the blood-red color on the ground. The young man was shrouded in blood-stained white clothes. On the way out of the palace, Zhao Ji's face turned completely black. He didn't understand what was happening. The emperor clearly had killing intent. Why did he suddenly change his mind? A minister who left the palace with Zhao Ji spoke up. Before today's morning court, the eldest princess suddenly entered the palace to see the emperor. Zhao Ji frowned. What did she go to the palace for? The minister who spoke paused, then said in a low voice that the eldest princess said she was willing to go for a political marriage to help the emperor solve his troubles. Zhao Ji's face became even more unsightly. This Zhao Jingyi had ruined his plans. Zhao Ji had already quickened his pace, wanting to go settle accounts with Zhao Jing. The old minister beside him hurriedly caught up with him. "Your Highness, please calm down. The eldest princess has always been the emperor's favorite. Today's matter has been decided. Your Highness, please don't conflict with the eldest princess again." Zhao Ji acted as if he hadn't heard and left in a huff. Outside the palace gates, Xie Xian and the commoners were still kneeling. At this time, an eunuch loudly announced, "By the emperor's decree, Xie Heng is granted the title of general of the 3rd rank, to be on par with the 9 ministers." The crowd showed joyful expressions, repeatedly shouting praises for the emperor. The eunuch reassured everyone that they could go home at ease. After the commoners left, the eunuch quickly reached out to help Xie Xian up. Great joy for the Xie family. General Xie enters the court as 3rd rank right away. This is the first time such favor has been shown in the Great Yin dynasty. Xie Xian's face was expressionless. He awkwardly smiled and said, "Thank you for His Majesty's grace." Just then, Xie Heng, in blood-stained clothes, walked out from the palace gates. He walked straight to the crowd, cupped his hands, and said, "Everyone, I will always remember today's kindness." The commoners all smiled. They only hoped that good people could live long lives. Suddenly, a 7 or 8-year-old girl squeezed out of the crowd and held out a steaming osmanthus cake in front of him. Xie Heng took the osmanthus cake from the little girl and thanked her. Then he put the little girl on his shoulders. With proud eyes, he said, "May our great Yin prosper for thousands of years and exist for tens of thousands of years." At this moment, because of this young man before them, everyone seemed to see hope for the great Yin dynasty, which had been weak for many years, to rise again. They all said in unison, "May our great Yin prosper for thousands of years and exist for tens of thousands of years." To save his elder brother, this man not only beat the drum, broke into the Ministry of Justice prison, but also went to seduce the princess. At this moment, he finally got the result. Looking at Xie Heng, surrounded by the commoners, he felt that this outcome was even better than he had expected. The cold wind blew past, and he sneezed on the rooftop. But just as he was about to go down, he realized that the Qingyi guards he had sent away were gone. And now everyone below was cheering, so probably no one would notice he was still on the roof. He could only figure out how to get down by himself. Looking at the height of the roof, he felt a bit scared. Just then, his foot slipped, and he fell from the roof. He felt somewhat desperate. He didn't expect that in his previous life he died from falling, and now after being reborn, he was still going to die from falling. He tightly hugged himself and silently closed his eyes. But the feeling of hitting the ground didn't come, because Xie Heng arrived in time and caught him. When he opened his eyes, he stared blankly at the young man. For a moment, he shyly straightened up in the young man's embrace. Recalling the feeling of the young man's touch, his face turned even redder. Seeing Wenjiu trembling, Xie Heng thought he was still angry. Moreover, Wenjiu didn't call him elder brother, but called him directly by his name. The young man felt a bit at a loss, not knowing how to comfort him. However, Wenjiu wasn't angry. He just let out a long sigh, relieved that he didn't die from the fall. He turned to look at Xie Heng, very confused. Why did he suddenly appear here? And just in time to save him again? Wasn't he surrounded by the commoners? Before Wenjiu could figure it out, the young man explained very seriously. He didn't mean to scare him. He just saw that he was about to fall, so he came over to give him a hand. He thought Wenjiu's face was pale because he had scared him. He didn't want Wenjiu to misunderstand, but he didn't know how to explain. Wenjiu's emotions gradually calmed down, but he still stared at the young man in a daze. Suddenly, he turned around, his body starting to shiver. It wasn't clear if he was moved or just cold. After a moment, he asked the young man why he didn't go change his clothes or tend to his wounds, and what he was still doing here. After saying this, he glanced down and then closed his mouth, blushing. Xie Heng didn't know what the young lady was thinking. After a long while, Xie Heng raised an eyebrow. "You couldn't be afraid to come down yourself, could you?" Before he could finish speaking, Wenjiu grabbed a handful of snow from the eaves and threw it at the young man's face. This action was so sudden and quick. After throwing it, he looked at the snow-covered young man, somewhat shocked. He actually didn't dodge it. Wenjiu immediately shrank back. He must have been incredibly bold just now to dare disrespect the future king of Dingbei like that. What if Xie Heng got angry and stopped protecting him in the future? However, the expected anger didn't come. Instead, Xie Heng gently apologized. "Do you want to throw more? If it makes you feel better, go ahead." This man was becoming more and more indulgent towards Wenjiu. Not only did he not blame him for the disrespect, but he even begged him to save face in public. Faced with such a gentle Xie Heng, Wenjiu couldn't believe it. He felt this Xie Heng was fake. He even suspected that the old emperor couldn't withstand the public pressure, but didn't want to release the real Xie Heng. So he sent out a fake one to fool people. Xie Heng looked at the dazed Wenjiu. He thought that Miss Wen had been in the cold wind on the roof for too long and had become a bit silly. He gently brushed the snow from Wenjiu's hair, then leapt down from the roof. This sudden action startled Wenjiu. He leaned over the edge of the roof, looking at Xie Heng, who had already landed. He saw him open his arms, inviting Wenjiu to jump down. Wenjiu suddenly felt a bit scared. He could die any way in this life, but absolutely not from jumping off a building. However, the insensitive Xie Heng seemed not to notice Wenjiu's embarrassment. He even smiled and said, "Are you afraid of this little height?" This made Wenjiu angry. He huffed that the view from the roof was good, and how could he possibly be afraid of this height? Before he finished speaking, Xie Heng had already jumped up, seemingly convinced by Wenjiu's words. The young man stood on the eaves beside him, looking at the distant palace buildings with melting snow, pale golden sunlight enveloping the earth. Xie Heng looked down and saw the young lady's face red from the cold. He unconsciously reached out to ruffle her hair. His voice carried a slight smile. "The view up here is indeed very nice." This sudden action made Wenjiu's face blush with embarrassment. Suddenly, Hung used a tone, as if coaxing a 3-year-old little sister to comfort Wenjio. Little girl, there's nothing shameful about being afraid of heights. It's okay, Big Brother will carry you down. Wenjio shyly pushed Hung away. He found it hard to believe. His personality was so gentle, it was really too much to bear such care. Wenjio thought for a while, and after a long time, he managed to say, "It's still early. I think I can stay up here a bit longer." He couldn't take it anymore. He hoped someone would come to take him down, as long as it wasn't Hung. Looking at this shy young lady, the young man was a bit confused. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. He took out the osmanthus cake hidden in his sleeve. He placed it in his hands. Wenjio received the still-warm osmanthus cake with both hands. Before he could say anything, the young man suddenly reached out and picked him up horizontally. Holding him, he leapt up. They passed over numerous rooftops, moving as if on flat ground. Wenjio was too shocked in the capital city. He even forgot to close his eyes. The wind whistled wildly in his ears. Before he could react, Hung had already landed gracefully. He gently put Wenjio down. Wenjio, pale-faced, hadn't yet recovered from the shock. This guy always acted unpredictably, nearly scaring him to death. It was the first time he'd seen someone unwilling to accept the emperor's reward. The whole family was making excuses one after another. Just as Hung brought Wenjio back to the ground, he saw that Xian had already hung up the plaque for the general's mansion. After exchanging greetings, Xian stared at Wenjio's disheveled appearance. After a while, he spoke up, telling Wenjio to go back to the mansion to bathe and change clothes. This caught Wenjio off guard. He hadn't noticed his own disheveled state at all. However, Hung beside him was already unable to hold back his laughter. Wenjio angrily accused Hung of being the same. The young man then realized his own hair was disheveled and his clothes were bloodstained. He then waved his hand and walked into the mansion to bathe and change clothes. Just a few steps inside, he saw the eunuch who had been waiting early in the mansion come up to greet him, offering flattering words and conveying the old emperor's appreciation for talent. There were also numerous jewels and treasures, all of which had been delivered to the mansion. He pointed to the group of maids and servants behind him, saying these were all people bestowed by the emperor at Hung's disposal. However, Hung pulled Wenjio forward, stating that all matters in the mansion would be decided by Wenjio. Wenjio looked at the young man in bewilderment. Hearing this, everyone quickly bowed and greeted him. Wenjio didn't know what to say. Hung had spoken so easily. These were people bestowed by the old emperor. Among them, who knew how many belonged to those princes and princesses. He didn't want this hot potato pushed into his hands. He shifted his gaze slightly to Xian, weakly suggesting that he should be in charge. Before he could finish speaking, Xian bluntly refused, not giving him any face. It was the first time he had seen a family so reluctant to accept the emperor's rewards. He felt a bit of a headache, so he bid farewell, saying Hung should go back to report. Hung softly responded, showing no intention of exchanging pleasantries. Seeing this, Wenjio quickly took out some silver and handed it over, thanking him for his trouble. This action was natural and very practiced. After the eunuch left, both Hung and Xian's gazes fell on him, making him break out in a cold sweat. He turned back awkwardly to explain. Having silver makes things easier. There's nothing strange about that, right? He had almost forgotten. This was his first time in the imperial city, and his first time dealing with these people from the palace. Casually handing over silver, wouldn't it seem a bit too practiced? Hung looked at Wenjio with interest. Not bad. The motion of handing over silver was quite practiced. An old hand, huh? Wenjio's mouth twitched. At this moment, Xian calmly stated he had something to ask him. Wenjio was internally resistant, but outwardly maintained a calm demeanor, asking what he wanted to know. But this young man was emanating a chilling aura, making Wenjio unable to look directly at him. Xian's voice was cold. "What do you think I want to ask?" Just as Wenjio thought he was in trouble, Hung intervened timely. He reached out and patted his shoulder. Xian's expression became somewhat peculiar, and he turned and walked away without a word. Wenjio let out a small sigh of relief. After examining him for a while, he seriously stated that the Jin Empire was not yet stable, so it wasn't convenient to bring his grandmother over. Therefore, everyone in this mansion would have to work hard. In other households, maids who seduced their masters would at most be severely beaten by the mistress. But Hung was different. He would take their lives at first sight. As the servants helped Wenjio dress and do her makeup. They praised her good fortune. They also complimented Xie Heng as a talented young man. But as he listened, he suddenly felt something was off. Wen Jiao quickly interrupted their flattery. Just as he was about to dismiss the maids, a shrill scream suddenly came from the neighboring courtyard. Wen Jiao's expression changed abruptly. He threw on an outer robe and rushed over. The neighboring courtyard was Xie Heng's residence. He couldn't understand why there would be a woman scream. As soon as he arrived, he saw a group of servants gathered at the courtyard gate. Entering the yard, he saw Xie Heng thrust his sword into a maid's heart. The young man in a tight white undergarment pulled out the sword, blood droplets falling onto the snow. The young man ordered his servants to throw the body at the mass grave. Everyone was terrified by the young man's violent aura, trembling in fear. Wen Jiao stood there, momentarily forgetting how to react. Only then did Xie Heng notice his presence. His previously composed face suddenly turned bewildered. He hurriedly stepped forward to explain. Before he could speak, Wen Jiao said, "You all saw what happened today. Any more seducers or troublemakers will be beaten to death." The maids all lowered their heads and responded in panic. Wen Jiao continued, "The general is at the right age to marry. Taking concubines is inevitable. If you're smart, behave yourselves. There might be opportunities to rise in the future." The maids lowered their heads even more. Seeing Xie Heng's ruthlessness, Wen Jiao was also somewhat embarrassed. In other households, maids who seduced their masters risked at most a beating from the mistress if discovered. But this General Xie was different. He was so chaste that he took a life with one sword strike. It seemed that for the time being, these servants wouldn't dare to overstep again. After he dismissed the maids, in the vast courtyard, Xie Heng and Wen Jiao stood facing each other. Xie Heng was puzzled why he came so quickly and dressed so lightly. Wen Jiao was also impressed. If he hadn't made such a commotion, would he have rushed over so quickly? He hadn't noticed that his cloak had slipped off, but the chase Xie Heng had. He somewhat awkwardly looked away, telling Wen Jiao to put on his clothes properly. Wen Jiao cleared his throat and put on the outer robe, his face flushed with embarrassment. Looking at Xie Heng again, he wondered how he could walk around in just an undergarment in this cold winter, not feeling chilly at all. He advised his elder brother to go inside and put on more clothes before turning to leave. The young man behind him was about to explain what had just happened, but when Jiao spoke first, "It's just killing someone who seduced and caused trouble. Even the emperor wouldn't blame elder brother for this." Although what really happened was only known to Xie Heng and the dead made themselves. Xie Heng slightly raised the corners of his lips. Wen Jiao knew he wasn't a good person and that his hands would be stained with blood. But when this young man stood in the snow and smiled slightly, it surpassed all the beauty in the world. After turning around, he was embarrassed to realize he had been staring. Are all the people in this family so bold? Not only do they want to exchange the imperial seal for money, but they even dare to use it as a table leg. As the household manager, Wen Jiao made some quick calculations. He realized that the silver brought to the capital was almost spent. The old emperor had also bestowed many young maids, whose monthly wages were no small sum. Moreover, to do business, they needed capital. He was troubled about money for a while. Looking at the red jade vase bestowed by the emperor, he thought it would be good if it could be sold. He picked up the red jade vase and tapped it. At that moment, a voice startled Wen Jiao. Damaging or pawning imperial gifts was a serious crime. The person who came was Xie Xian. He smiled and warned Wen Jiao not to get any ideas about these things. Wen Jiao awkwardly put the vase back. He tactfully said he wouldn't touch them, but saw the disdain in Xie Xian's eyes. At this moment, Xie Xian suddenly threw a package to Wen Jiao, telling him to exchange it for money. After receiving the package, Wen Jiao's eyes sparkled. As he opened the package, he asked what treasure it was, feeling it was quite heavy and could be exchanged for a lot of money. When Wen Jiao opened the package, his expression instantly froze. Inside the package was actually the imperial seal. Without thinking, he wrapped up the package and shoved it back into Xie Xian's arms. This treasure seemed a bit unusual, so it was better for Xie Xian to keep it himself. Xie Xian didn't seem to want to take it back. The room fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, someone pushed open the door. It was Xie Heng. He was complaining about the mansion's cook shirking her duties and asked Wen Jiao to find a replacement. Upon entering, the young man saw the two of them and was somewhat surprised. Wen Jiao glanced back and forth between the two. He decisively walked towards Xie Heng, pretending to know nothing. He only hoped Xie Heng would quickly take this thing away. He pushed the imperial seal towards Xie Heng and whispered, "Third brother gave me something valuable, saying it was for me to exchange for money." He smiled at Xie Heng, who took the imperial seal. However, Xie Heng tossed it up and down, saying it was fake and not valuable. He said he gave it to you so you keep it. When Jiao, frightened, hurriedly reached out to catch it, Xie Heng remained expressionless. He even suggested that this thing looked sturdy and would make a good table leg. When Jiao's mouth twitched, thinking, "Are you serious?" The young man paid no attention and instead asked Wen Jiao to find a new cook. "It's too salty," he said. Xie Xian agreed it was very salty. Wen Jiao's expression became somewhat strange. Was this the time to discuss whether the food was salty or not? But these two maintained their composure. Strangely, Wen Jiao also relaxed. He cheerfully agreed to change the cook. As for the imperial seal in his hand, he directly lifted the table and placed the imperial seal under the table leg. After doing so, he gave himself a thumbs up for his cleverness. Now it was as he wished. Using it as a table leg to protect the house wasn't bad. This Xie Heng thought he was a fool. This thing was fake, wanting him to keep this life-threatening object? No way. He'd just leave it here. Xie Heng looked at the imperial seal under the table leg, his expression slightly stiff. Just then, a maid hurriedly reported that someone from the palace had arrived. This man actually knocked down the imperial envoy right in front of the emperor. The ministers in the main hall, however, all seemed to secretly enjoy it. Just after the maid reported the arrival of someone from the palace, it turned out that the Jin Empire's envoy had arrived in the capital. The old emperor sent a eunuch to deliver an edict, ordering Xie Heng to attend court starting tomorrow. The next day, Xie Heng changed into court robes and hurriedly left the courtyard. Wen Jiao chased after him. He was worried that if Xie Heng encountered the Jin envoy in the Yijing Hall, something might happen. The Jin envoy came to the capital, surely because threats had failed to stop Meng Yao. He told Xie Heng there was no need to be polite to them. More importantly, if you have to act, go a little easier. If you kill them in one strike, there won't be anyone left to report back. Xie Heng suddenly stopped and turned to look at him. He hadn't expected the young girl to be like this. Looking at him, Wen Jiao awkwardly explained that it was just a reminder. If he didn't want to listen, it would be better to pretend she hadn't said anything. Xie Heng felt somewhat helpless. He waved his hand, telling Wen Jiao to go back. He understood that this silly girl was clearly worried about him, but didn't know how to say anything nice. In Yijing Hall, the ministers were divided as they entered the court. It was Xie Heng's first time participating in politics. Before the Jin envoy entered the hall, Zhao Yi asked Xie Heng how his body had recovered. Just as Xie Heng was about to respond to the emperor, the eunuch outside the hall announced that the great Jin envoy was seeking an audience. The old emperor waved his hand, allowing them to enter. When the person entered, everyone saw that the great Jin envoy, Wang Yanqi, was a rugged man in his 40s. Wang Yanqi walked into the hall, not bothering with greetings, and went straight to the point. Has the Yin emperor already decided to be enemies with the great Jin? For the sake of an ignorant youngster, you want to sever diplomatic relations between the two countries? His arrogant attitude made Xie Heng's eyes twitch. The youth's sleeves fluttered as he stepped forward and kicked the advancing Wang Yanqi, sending him sprawling face down. Xie Heng turned, his handsome face suddenly darkening. With 100,000 cavalry at the border, you still dare to talk about diplomatic relations? Has your brain been eaten by dogs? This scene came somewhat suddenly. The ministers had just reacted, all with shocked expressions. Yin had been suppressed by Jin for many years. Every time a Jin envoy came to deliver a message, when had they not begged them humbly? To directly knock someone down in the political hall was unprecedented. No one in the great hall spoke, but the ministers were inexplicably a bit happy. What was going on? Wang Yanqi struggled to his feet, angrily rebuking the youth. Who dares to be so presumptuous? Xie Heng crossed his arms with a cynical attitude and said to the person below him, "This official's name is Xie Mingheng." Wang Yanqi's face instantly became extremely awkward. He originally didn't take it to heart, thinking an 18-year-old boy couldn't be that formidable. But only now did he realize how powerful this youth actually was. The youth unhurriedly continued, "What did you say you came here to do?" The usually tough Jin envoy, faced with the domineering Xie Heng, could only soften his stance. Jin envoy Wang Yanqi hadn't expected Xie Heng, despite his young age, to be so imposing. The youth's forcefulness made his tone weaken considerably. Seeing that he couldn't intimidate Xie Heng, the Jin envoy turned to threaten Zhao. If they didn't kill Xie Heng and the others, Jin's 200,000 cavalry weren't to be trifled with. Xie Heng scoffed, stepping on Wang Yanqi's face and grinding it into the ground. "If you're not afraid of death, just come. If I don't raze Jin to the ground, I'll change my surname to yours." Zhao Yi, seeing that the Jin envoy had been taught a sufficient lesson, slowly spoke up, telling Xiaheng to stop. In war between countries, envoys are not to be killed. Xiaheng slightly raised his hand, not continuing his actions. Wang Yanqi got up, seeing that the Yin emperor had spoken. He thought Yin had always been a spineless weakling, and even if they had a prodigy like Xiaheng, they would still obediently compromise. However, the emperor's words left Wang Yanqi somewhat stunned. The old emperor said sternly, "Yin is a great nation, unlike your barbaric lands. If Jin dares to invade again, what of it?" Hearing this, Xiaheng bowed and said, "Our emperor is wise." All the ministers echoed in unison, "The emperor is wise." The scene of unity in the Yin court made Wang Yanqi's face turn ashen. After the court session, Xiaheng returned to the general's mansion. He saw Wen Jiao with a pleading look, asking Xie Xian not to be angry. Xiaheng was a bit confused. He stepped forward to inquire. When Wen Jiao saw it was Xiaheng, he came over to explain. The eldest princess's mansion had sent an invitation, saying they were inviting the third young master over. The eldest princess had also helped his elder brother this time. Since she wanted to invite third brother over, it was probably to seek repayment. Xiaheng asked with interest, what kind of repayment did the princess want? Wen Jiao was a bit helpless. He awkwardly told Xiaheng, "Third brother, it's probably because third brother is good-looking." Xie Xian's face darkened even more. His eyes grew colder as he stared at Wen Jiao. Perhaps because Xiaheng was here, Wen Jiao's courage grew a bit. After all, his elder brother was still here. Even if Xie Xian was angry, he couldn't kill him on the spot, could he? Stretching out his neck or pulling it back, it would be the same. He quietly moved closer to Xiaheng, then looked at Xie Xian and said seriously, "When I went to the eldest princess's mansion before, those people wouldn't even let me in the door. But when third brother went, the eldest princess was willing to speak up for elder brother. Isn't that obvious enough?" Xie Xian remained silent. Xiaheng covered his mouth with his hand, holding back laughter. Xie Xian didn't get angry either. He directly asked what he had said to Zhao Jingyi that day. Hearing this, Wen Jiao played dumb for a while. Then, pretending to have remembered something, he asked if it was about what he had whispered to the eldest princess. He timidly shrank behind Xiaheng and said, "I told the eldest princess that if she ever liked any man in the future, I would definitely find a way to get him for her." Xie Xian suddenly stood up, his hands clenched in a fists under his sleeves. It was simply absurd. At this moment, Xiaoxi came to report that the attendants from the princess's mansion were asking when he would set out. Hearing this, Xie Xian angrily stormed off. Wen Jiao watched the young man's retreating figure with helplessness. Third brother really looks like he's being forced into prostitution. Perhaps because he had offended Xie Xian so badly, Wen Jiao had a nightmare. After Xie Xian left the mansion, Wen Jiao recalled the various grievances with Xiaheng in his previous life. He gradually drifted off to sleep in a daze. In his dream, he returned to that day of the palace banquet. At that time, the emperor had changed to Zhao Feng, and half of the court officials had changed. Wen Jiao was in his early 20s, his wealth already surpassing many rich families. His appearance, among the noble young ladies, was also considered one of the best. However, Zhao Fan coveted his beauty and publicly asked the emperor to decree a marriage. He didn't want any of the eligible noble young ladies in the city, but insisted on marrying him. Before Wen Jiao could think of any excuse to refuse Zhao Fan, this lamphead, Xie Xian, who worked at the censorate, was the first to speak up. In front of numerous people, he said that Wen Jiao was originally the wife of the martial emperor, who had run away overnight with an adulterer, disloyal and unchaste, lacking in morals and shame. He questioned Zhao Fan if he was marrying Wen Jiao for the person or for his wealth. If it was for the wealth, what intentions did the Prince of Ming have? Zhao Fan remained silent. Xie Xian spoke again, coldly mocking. If it was for the person, he advised the Prince of Ming to go see a doctor soon. Zhao Fan's face turned pale from the questioning. He hurriedly explained that he only pitied Wen Jiao's ill-fated life and had no other intentions. Before the emperor could speak, Xie Xian, with a frosty face, coldly asked what his majesty would do if his consort did such a thing. Xie Xian walked up to Wen Jiao in front of everyone and said clearly, word by word, "Wen Jiao, even if you die, you can only be my fifth brother's person." Everyone looked at Wen Jiao with strange gazes, making him feel like he had thorns on his back. Countless insults reached his ears, but he had no words to refute. Everyone treated him like a plague, filthy, as if getting close to him would taint their purity. From then on, he became the prostitute everyone talked about. He completely became an old maid who couldn't be married off. Wenjio spent his whole life as an old maid. Half of the blame should be placed on him. He fell into a nightmare. Cold sweat kept forming on his forehead. Someone softly called Gio twice in his ear. When Gio suddenly opened his eyes, he saw the young man's handsome face infinitely magnified before him. It was his eldest brother, Siehung. He quickly sat up. His thoughts were still drifting between the nightmare and Siechi. His ink-colored eyes were somewhat flustered. Realizing when Gio had a nightmare, Siehung leaned down to feel his forehead, gently comforting him. Gio, be good. His eldest brother always seemed to treat him like a little sister, saying such things without any embarrassment. However, when Gio was embarrassed and nodded, he wondered if Siehung had left. He shouldn't have talked in his sleep. The young man inquired if he had dreamed about Xie. When Gio's eyes flickered slightly, but he said nothing. How did he know? Siehung smiled, his voice carrying a hint of youthful nobility. In the past, Little Six and Little Seven would also have nightmares every time they saw him at night. When Gio found this strange, there was such a thing? Siehung reached out and pulled him up from the soft couch. Let's go for a walk. It's not a big deal. With me here, he wouldn't dare do anything to you. Looking at Siehung pulling him, he thought to himself, in his previous life, because of Xiexian's actions at the palace banquet, no matter how much money he earned, his reputation remained tarnished. He could never stand tall until his death. Xiexian targeted him everywhere. The fear and hatred towards Siehung seemed to be deeply ingrained in his bones. If Siehung wasn't here, he should pack up and flee. He suddenly grabbed Siehung's sleeve and said like an old man, "Elder brother, I'll stay with the Xie family for the rest of my life. I won't go anywhere." The kind-hearted Wenjio still ended up sending Xie to the Grand Princess's mansion. What exactly happened, no one knew. Anyway, after the third young master returned, he ignored Wenjio. The maid in Wenjio's courtyard couldn't bear to watch anymore and suggested if Wenjio should reconcile with the third young master. Wenjio had been pondering how to change his strategy these days and didn't pay attention. He casually responded, "Sister, he what?" The maid timidly reminded him that since the dispute with the third young master, he hadn't spoken a word. Wenjio realized that since Xie returned from the princess's mansion, he hadn't paid any attention to him. After thinking for a moment, he didn't care much. Speaking up wasn't good. Not speaking up was fine too. Just then, Xie passed by the hall and heard this sentence. His footsteps paused. The maid quietly reminded him, but when Gio didn't pay attention, focusing on his own matters. When he looked up, he saw Xie standing outside the well platform. He was speechless for a moment. He didn't know when he had arrived. Xie's face became increasingly expressionless, his countenance difficult. Not speaking up is fine too. Seeing me gives you nightmares. When Gio was at a loss for words, he quickly stood up. He really had difficulty explaining. Just as he was about to explain, Xie didn't give him a chance to speak and turned to leave. When Gio hurriedly chased after him, suddenly, Xie stopped. Unable to stop his momentum, when Gio crashed into him. His head was buzzing from the impact. Xie steadied him with a hand. When Gio said, "That was close." Perhaps he shouldn't hold a grudge against this life Xie. Before when Gio could continue speaking, Xie abruptly withdrew the hand supporting him. When Gio felt somewhat annoyed. This guy was just as cold-hearted in this life as in the previous one. He thought for a moment. Since he had decided to stay with the Xie family, he couldn't afford to offend people too much. So he had to steel himself and say to Siehung, "Third brother, I swear there won't be a next time. In the future, I definitely won't have nightmares when I see you." Seeing that Xie didn't respond to him, he muttered softly, "Still not talking to me. But dreaming isn't something I can control." But Xie still heard the faint voice. He glared at Wenjio with a gloomy expression. Seeing this, Wenjio used his trump card. He directly knelt down and hugged Xie leg. Apologizing seemed to be a conditioned reflex from his previous life. At this moment, Siehung came over and saw the commotion. He asked what was going on. Seeing Wenjio crying on the ground, he seemed to understand something. Before Xie could speak, he directly stuffed a piece of cake into his mouth. Siehung bent down to pat Wenjio's head and told him to get up. He also advised Xie, "As a man, how can you be upset with a little girl?" Xie drank the tea handed by the maid, his voice still a bit cold. The one who was sold wasn't the eldest brother. The eldest brother is naturally an ordinary ghost. Siehung put his hand on his shoulder. "Third brother, it's not right to say that. Ask Gio, if you encounter trouble next time, would he save you the same way?" The gazes of the two young men fell on Wenjio. Wenjio's face showed slight embarrassment. Wenjio didn't know if it was because of the grudge from his previous life, but he always seemed to infuriate Xie Sun when speaking to him in this life. Facing the gazes of Xie Heng and Xie Sun, Wenjio smiled and asked Xie Sun in return, "If you had known the Grand Princess's intentions at that time, would you have turned and left or used the opportunity to save Xie Heng?" Xie Sun remained silent. Wenjio smiled slightly. The result would be the same. Xie Sun has always understood better than me what needs to be done and what can be sacrificed a little. Everything requires paying a corresponding price. For some reason, Wenjio suddenly felt a bit guilty. He reached out his hand and said to Xie Xian, "I only did 3 inconvenient things. If you want to be angry now, I can't help it. At most, you can hit me a couple times to vent." Hearing this, Xie Xian directly crushed the teacup in his hand. Seeing Xie Xian like this, Jing still felt some heartache. But the memory of that dream was still vivid, and he ultimately couldn't do anything about Xie Xian. He didn't know what to do with others either. As if possessed, he handed a handkerchief to Xie Xian, telling him to wipe himself. Xie Xian ignored it and got up to walk to the other side. Watching Xie Xian leave, he thought that perhaps not paying attention to him for a while was a good thing. Otherwise, he might lose control and make him even angrier. But the next second, he instructed the maid to go and put away those valuable items in Xie Xian's courtyard, lest he smash them in anger. The maids around him felt sorry for the third young master, thinking, "Miss, please stop talking. You're on the verge of angering him to death." Xie Heng smiled elegantly and couldn't help but call him softly, asking in a low voice if he had a grudge against Xie Xian. Wenjio couldn't help but look embarrassed. "What do you mean by that, eldest brother?" Xie Heng's intuition was too accurate. Was it because he had been too obvious? Xie Heng smiled. "Are you sure you want me to say it?" Wenjio fell silent. The young man suddenly lowered his head and whispered to him, "Tell eldest brother secretly. If he's really in the wrong, I'll tie him up and let you beat him." Wenjio quickly turned away, saying, "No need, I'll handle it myself." Wenjio tried hard to change the subject. The Jin envoys are still in the capital. The Crown Prince and Prince Rui have sent people to our mansion several times. "Eldest brother, you should think more about these national affairs." But Xie Heng said, "You are the big issue here." Wenjio was at a loss for words, his heart skipping a beat for a moment. He hurriedly waved his hands. "Eldest brother, I have to go out for a while. I'm Fine. Eldest brother should go check on third brother." After saying this, he fled in a panic. Back in his courtyard, Xie Xian was sulking and playing the jade flute. Xie Heng entered the courtyard and directly took the jade flute from Xie Xian's hand. "Third young master, don't be so melodramatic." He patted Xie Xian's head. "How old are you to still need eldest brother to comfort you when you're angry?" Xie Xian remained silent. Xie Heng tapped the flute on his hand, not too hard. "Wenjio is still so young. Other people's daughters are still being pampered by their parents at this age. Look at you. Is this how an elder brother should behave? What terrible thing did Xie Xian do that made the Jin princess curse for 3 days and nights?" Xie Heng came to Xie Xian's courtyard to advise him. "Wenjio is still so young. Other girls her age are still cherished by their parents. Look at yourself. Is this how an older brother should behave?" Hearing Xie Heng's words, Xie Xian frowned but didn't argue. Xie Heng sighed. Wenjio said he would stay in the Xie family for life. "Do you know what that means?" Xie Xian was stunned. He couldn't believe Wenjio hadn't told him. He always thought Wenjio would leave sooner or later. Xie Heng tossed the jade flute to him. "He's only 15 years old, often acts without thinking things through. Arguing with him over those things, aren't you just asking for trouble? Who's to blame?" Xie Xian softly repeated the words, 15 years old. He asked again if Wenjio really said that. After getting Xie Heng's confirmation, the frown on the young man in plain clothes gradually relaxed. He originally thought Wenjio would run away sooner or later, but didn't expect this outcome. Seeing him still pondering, Xie Heng asked if he understood now. Xie Xian's expression wasn't good. He asked if his elder brother had anything else, with a look that said, "If not, please leave quickly." Xie Heng finally revealed his true intentions. "If you understand, then go out and handle this matter." He wanted to send Wan Yinling Yun and his brother out of the city. It would be most appropriate for Xie Xian to do this. Xie Xian was puzzled. Now all the court officials are calling for execution, yet he wants to release them at this time? Xie Heng scoffed. Those old fools have been spineless all their lives. Now they finally show some backbone, but they've lost their minds. If we wanted to kill them, we would have done so at Changning River. Why bother bringing them to the capital and complicating things? Xie Xian was confused. You've only been a third-rank general for a few days. Xie Heng didn't care. Wanyan, you just died, and the Jin Empire is in chaos. When the Jin envoys first arrived in the capital, they didn't mention Wanyan Lai and Wanyan Lingyun at all. But now, when they're at a disadvantage, they bring this up. Why do you think that is? Xie Xian remained silent. He guessed the reason, but didn't want to follow Xie Heng's lead. It felt ominous. The Jin envoys making such a request now must know it would backfire, so they're trying to use us to do their dirty work. Xie Xian's face turned completely black. Why must he be the one to go? Xie Heng smiled slightly. That depends on what our third young master did to make that Jin princess curse nonstop for 3 days and nights in the dungeon. Xie Xian remained silent, his expression worsening. This woman truly deserves her reputation as a former female tycoon. Just by sitting in someone else's shop for an afternoon, she could calculate the tea house's profits almost to the penny. After leaving the mansion, Wen Jiu and her maid came to a tea house on North Street. When Jiu entered the tea house, the waiter was dozing off, while the shopkeeper was noisily working on his abacus. Seeing someone come in, he called for the waiter to attend to the customers. Seeing the waiter didn't move, he had no choice but to greet them himself with a smile. The shopkeeper asked Wen Jiu what tea they would like. Wen Jiu only said Longjing before heading upstairs. The maid behind her was confused. Wasn't the young miss here to buy the shop? Why are we drinking tea? When Jiu quickly gestured for her to be quiet. After finding a seat by the window on the second floor, the shopkeeper brought up the tea and asked if they needed anything else. When Jiu casually told the shopkeeper to bring some snacks of his choice. Watching people come and go below, when Jiu sat in the tea house all afternoon, the sky gradually darkened. The tea house was filled with the sound of plum blossoms. A chill gradually crept in. The maid was shivering a bit from the cold. The accompanying maid was puzzled. Could it be that the young miss was bored at home and decided to sit idly in this quiet tea house all afternoon? The shopkeeper, who had been working on his abacus all afternoon, couldn't help but come upstairs. Miss, the tea house is about to close. Seeing the shopkeeper approach, Wen Jiu asked him directly, how much are you selling the shop for? The shopkeeper was stunned for a moment. Then his face lit up with joy. Miss wants to buy my tea house? According to the market price of shops in this area of North Street, my tea house is worth at least 30,000 taels. But since I'm in a hurry to go back home to see my grandchild, how about 20,000 taels? Consider it half sold, half gifted. Wen Jiu silently drank her tea without saying a word. Unable to gauge Wen Jiu's thoughts, the shopkeeper felt inexplicably nervous. Seeing that Wen Jiu didn't speak, the shopkeeper continued, I'm not exaggerating. A shop this size on North Street for 20,000 taels is already very cheap. 2 others came to look at the shop today. I just think you look kind, miss, and want to build a good relationship. Wen Jiu, however, directly threw out a price of 8,000 taels. The shopkeeper's face changed. He told Wen Jiu not to joke and gave his sincere price, 19,000 taels at the lowest. Wen Jiu calmly explained that behind the shop was Yongle Ward, which was noisy all day. People who enjoy tea prefer a quiet environment. The shopkeeper tried to argue. Wen Jiu continued unhurriedly, saying that this tea house had been quiet for at least half a year. The old tea had lost its fragrance from being stored too long. Moreover, the tea house had lost 3,672 taels this year. The shopkeeper instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Who exactly was this young lady? She even knew his bottom line. When Jiu stood up, gesturing 8,000 taels with her hand, she had been sitting upstairs, not just idly staring into space all afternoon. The sound of the abacus was so familiar to her. Her guess must be very close. She directly took out 2 banknotes, saying, this is 2,000 taels as a deposit. The remaining 6,000 taels, I'll pay you 500 taels each month, clearing the debt within a year. The shopkeeper suddenly became hesitant. Seeing the shopkeeper still pondering, Wen Jiu turned to leave. Seeing Wen Jiu leaving, the shopkeeper called out, wanting to negotiate further. But Wen Jiu didn't budge. The shopkeeper thought to himself, this tea house was in an excellent location, but unfortunately, business was really poor. Even if someone was interested in the shop, they would give up because of this reason. That's why it had been unsold for so long. Rather than losing money every day, it might be better to sell. So he agreed to Wen Jiu's offer. However, he said a year was too long. The remaining 6,000 taels must be paid within 3 months. Wen Jiu readily agreed. Just as they finished signing the contract, A sudden voice startled Wenjio. "This tea house, I'll take it." This woman, because her father was a minister and her sister was a concubine, arrogantly wanted someone to cut off Wenjio's tongue. Wenjio had just signed the contract. Yang Qin, the minister's daughter, arrived at the tea house with a group of maids. Her maid arrogantly shouted that their young miss wanted to buy this shop. The shopkeeper hurriedly explained that he had just sold the shop to Wenjio. Yang Qin's maid immediately furrowed her brows, questioning what he meant. The shopkeeper said with a bitter face that he had already sold the shop, showing the contract they had just signed. Yang Qin didn't care. She was willing to pay double the price. It was just a matter of money, which she had plenty of, seeing that this young lady might be difficult to deal with. Wenjio quickly put away the signed contract and prepared to leave. She came to Yang Qin's front and asked her to move aside. Yang Qin's maid shouted, "How dare you?" Wenjio felt a bit dizzy hearing this, but his face still held a hint of a smile. He produced documents stating that this shop was now his. He didn't want to sell. He asked them to please step aside. Yang Qin didn't even look at Wenjio. He took out a stack of banknotes and said to the shopkeeper that he would pay 3 times the price to buy back the deed from Wenjio and purchase the shop. Shopkeeper Zhang was somewhat tempted. His gaze shifted between Wenjio and Yang Qin, hesitating. If only Miss Yang had come earlier, it was just a matter of timing. But the price difference was like heaven and earth. Yang Qin turned and gave Wenjio a disdainful look. Her father was the current minister of personnel. Her sister was the favored consort Shu. Who was this girl? At most, just a lowly merchant commoner. The circle of noble ladies in the capital was so small, she had seen all the young ladies from every family. Shopkeeper Zhang approached Wenjio carefully to negotiate. "Miss Wen, you've heard what Miss Yang said. She's determined to get this shop. Let's talk this over." It was almost written on his face that she couldn't afford to offend them. Hearing this, Wenjio ignored him and glared angrily at Yang Qi. He waved his hand to stop the shopkeeper from continuing. He wouldn't sell. Xie Heng was dominating at the imperial court. He couldn't let the Xie family lose face in business. Shopkeeper Zhang became anxious, not knowing what to do. He turned to look at Yang Qi. Yang Qin suddenly ordered Xiao Si to close the door. She sat down on a chair with a ladle-like posture and told her maid to go and take the documents from Wenjio. At this moment, Wenjio's maid suddenly stood in front of him, protectively. Yang Qin's maid pushed her aside with one hand. The curve of Wenjio's lips turned cold. "So, the daughter of a minister and sister of the favored consort. Sounds like quite a big deal." Hearing this, the head maid behind Yang Qin was about to burst with pride. How could someone like him compare to her young Mrs. status? Yang Qin was even more domineering, stating that it was Wenjio's own bad luck for daring to compete with her for the shop. Wenjio couldn't help but smile. "The minister is quite excited, isn't he? I think even the grand princess isn't as overbearing as you." Yang Qin's expression changed instantly. He stood up and ordered someone to cut out Wenjio's tongue. Shopkeeper Zhang panicked upon hearing this. He only wanted to sell a shop, not get involved in a murder case. But these people only recognize their own masters, not the law. Wenjio picked up a teapot from a nearby table. He smashed it on the ground with a loud crash. Ceramic shards flew everywhere. Wenjio stood still, his expression unchanged. "There's something I seem to have forgotten to say. You're all too slow." Wenjio calmly uttered just 4 words. "Xie family, Xie Hen." Xie Heng really spoiled Wenjio too much. He actually beat up the minister's daughter in anger. Wenjio looked at the group of maids about to make a move and said unhurriedly to Yang Qin, "My family Xie Hen is fierce. If anything happens to me, feel free to come to the general's mansion to discuss in detail." Yang Qin didn't speak, pondering in his heart. Xie Hen was that recently famous little king of hell. He hesitated. But the head maid beside Yang Qin boldly said, "This person's surname is clearly one, yet he's pretending to be from the Xie family. He must be borrowing someone else's power to intimidate us." Yang Qin thought it made sense. How could there be such a coincidence? After all, what were the chances of encountering the little king of hell's family member here? So he didn't hesitate and ordered his people to tie up Wenjio. The head maid fiercely picked up a rope and walked towards Wenjio. Wenjio stepped back, asking if they were sure they wanted to do this. Yang Qin scoffed, believing Wenjio was bluffing. He ordered his servants to quickly grab him. As the head maid approached Wenjio, he dodged to the side, nimbly circling around the head maid. He picked up a shard from the ground. The porcelain shard flew towards Yang Qin. In an instant, it was pressed against Yang Qin's vital point. Yang Qin was startled by Wenjio's action and screamed. Wenjio said in a low voice, "Don't move, Miss Yang. This is my first time doing something like this." I'm a bit nervous. My hand might shake easily. Yang Qin's pretty face turned completely pale. She even lost the momentum to curse. All the maids were at a loss. At this moment, the main door of the tea house was suddenly forced open. A young man in police uniform walked in with slightly furrowed brows. He came straight to Wenjiao. It was Xie Heng. Wenjiao wondered why he had come. Seeing Xie Heng, Yang Qing seized the opportunity to grab Wenjiao's wrist and shouted, "General Xie, you've come at the right time. This one person is impersonating a lady from your household. Please arrest him and punish him severely." Wenjiao was confused by this turn of events. Xie Heng showed no expression on his face. He reached out and pulled Wenjiao to his side. He flexed his wrist. Then he slapped Yang Qin hard across the face, causing her to collapse to the ground. Wenjiao awkwardly raised an eyebrow. Apart from Xie Heng, no one else in Yinjing would dare to physically assault the daughter of a minister in public. The young man looked at Wenjiao with some reproach. "Ah, Jiao, have you forgotten what I told you?" Wenjiao's mind was a bit numb from this person's actions. He really couldn't remember what he had said before. Xie Heng took the shard from his hand. "Even in the imperial capital, the young mistress of my Xie family can still walk with her head held high." Wenjiao was speechless. Without the old emperor, you wouldn't dare say such things to those princesses. "Elder brother, can you tone it down a bit? You're giving off the aura of someone about to usurp the throne." This woman had no idea that she was in big trouble, daring to shout at the future regent. The maids helped up the fallen Yang Qin. Her small face was covered in tears that flowed unconsciously. She was the daughter of a minister, yet Xie Heng dared to hit her. Xie Heng cared nothing for her status. What did it matter if she was a minister's daughter? The young man looked down. His fierce aura forced Yang Qin and her maids to retreat several steps. A maid beside her reminded Yang Qin that Xie Heng was the little king of hell who had killed 100,000 people in Chongning City. They should return to the mansion and ask the master to handle this. Yang Qin hesitated for a moment. She immediately stood up. Though reluctant, she had to swallow her anger. Lifting her skirt, she ran towards the exit. At the door, she stopped and turned back, saying hatefully, "You dare to humiliate me like this. Xie Heng, you will definitely pay for this." A playful smile curved Xie Heng's lips. "I will certainly visit Minister Yang to ask how he taught you." Yang Qin was choked up, completely at a loss for words. She couldn't win in a fight or an argument. Crying and wailing, she quickly left with her large entourage. Wenjiao sighed, daring to shout at the future regent like that. Did she think she had lived too long? At this time, Xie Heng turned his gaze to the trembling shopkeeper on the ground. Seeming to sense Xie Heng's fierce gaze, he shakily stood up and explained that he didn't mean to go back on his word. It was just that Miss Yang was too overbearing, and he had no choice. Xie Heng looked at him and coldly said, "Then you can take a trip to the Shuntianjing Yamen." The elusive guards in blue immediately seized the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper wailed miserably. It was just about selling a shop, but before he could even get the money, he was facing imprisonment. The guards dragged him out, and the tea house suddenly fell silent. Wenjiao looked at Xie Heng's displeased face. He wondered why this person wasn't staying at home or dealing with important state affairs, but suddenly came to North Street instead. Wenjiao awkwardly said, "What a coincidence, elder brother." The young man raised an eyebrow, looking at Wenjiao. "Not a coincidence. It's dark. I came to pick you up." Wenjiao suddenly felt a bit flustered. Xie Heng took off his cloak and put it on him, saying gently, "Let's go." He finished speaking and walked towards the exit. Looking at Xie Heng's back, Wenjiao was a bit stunned. He came to take him home. Seeing Wenjiao still in a daze, Xie Heng turned back and called out. Only then did Wenjiao react and hurriedly catch up. The two walked side by side on the street. Wenjiao didn't know what to say for a moment. In his previous life, he had spent many years busy with day and night business, mostly for various deals. But no one had ever come to pick him up when it got dark. As for Xie Heng, Xie Xian seemed to easily attract princesses. Not only did the Grand Princess invite him over, but the Golden Princess also had a love-hate relationship with him. Just then a couple frantically fled outside the West City Gate. Seeing soldiers patrolling ahead, they immediately hid in a dark corner of the city wall. Wan Yanlai leaned against the wall, promising rewards to the men in black. Before he could finish speaking, one of the men in black suddenly drew a dagger and stabbed at him. Wan Yan Lingyun beside him took out her sword to block the attack. Wan Yanlai was shocked and angry. Wan Yan Lingyun, who was the first to realize something was wrong, turned pale and told Wan Yanlai to leave quickly. These people weren't here to rescue them at all. Wan Yin Lai's face also turned extremely ugly. He and the young girl darted into a deserted alley, one in front and one behind. A group of tall men in black followed closely behind them like shadows. After they reached a quiet alley, Wan Yin Lai couldn't run anymore. He reached out and grabbed her. He didn't understand. Weren't these people here to rescue them? Why did they suddenly turn hostile? Wan Yin Lingyun slapped his hand away, urging, "If you don't want to die, run." This situation was clearly someone's deliberate scheme. Forget about taking them back to the capital. They might not even survive tonight. If they had known this would happen, staying in prison would have been better. At least the indecisive Dayan Emperor couldn't make up his mind to kill them yet. But now, their lives were in danger. Suddenly, several men in black leapt down from the rooftops. They directly blocked the path in front of the two. These people only wanted to send their corpses back to Jin, completely intensifying the conflict between the two countries. As he spoke, his sword had already swung down. Wan Yin Lingyun barely blocked a few strikes. She quickly became overwhelmed and was slashed on the arm by one of the men in black. Then she was kicked to the ground by the man in black. Wan Yin Lingyun closed her eyes in despair. When she and her father first set foot on Dayan soil, she had ambitions of conquering Dayan. Now she was about to die in a foreign land, never to see the vast grasslands again. A moment later, she realized she wasn't dead. Sitting up, she saw that all the men in black had been taken care of. She stared at the man in the black cloak, asking who he was. The young man's voice called out, "If you don't want to die, come with me." Wan Yin Lingyun's face drained of color. Wan Yin Lai hurriedly supported her. The streets were full of night patrol soldiers. If they were discovered, it would be certain death. He didn't want Wan Yin Lingyun to dwell on this. But Wan Yin Lingyun suddenly stepped forward and pulled down the young man's hood. When she saw that person's face clearly, she couldn't help but grit her teeth and say, "Xie Xian, it's really you." The young girl's eyes were filled with tears. The 100,000 Jin cavalry, the emperor who had loved her for over a decade, all the suffering in prison these days were because of this person. Wan Yin Lingyun, filled with rage, suddenly rushed forward to attack. But she was knocked down by a palm strike from the blue-robed person beside the young man. His face showed no expression. He only asked her, "Do you want to return to Great Jin or die here?" Wan Yin Lai quickly said, "We'll return to Great Jin. We want to go back to Great Jin." After saying this, he lowered his voice to persuade Wan Yin Lingyun. Now is not the time to talk about these things. Only by staying alive do we have a future. Wan Yin Lingyun struggled to stand up and said to Xie Xian with resentment, "If this princess doesn't die today, I will make you pay 100-fold in the future." Xie Xian's face remained expressionless. "I hope the princess can live until that time. This woman is really bold, opening her mouth to keep the future regent as a lover." The birthday banquet of the Wang family's head was approaching. They specially sent servants to invite Xie Heng and Wen Jiao to their mansion. Probably knowing that Xie Heng was not someone who would give face, the servant immediately started praising Wen Jiao profusely upon arrival, not mentioning anything about the court affairs. Wen Jiao smiled and exchanged pleasantries discreetly. Xie Xian hadn't appeared for several days, and Xie Heng was also not in the mansion. Going to Wang's birthday banquet alone would not only be inconvenient, but also might lead to encountering some troublesome matters. As they were talking, a servant announced, "The general has returned." Just as the servant finished announcing, the young man strode in. His tone was like that of a child. This person spoke of going to Wang's birthday banquet as if it were a trip to an amusement park. Wen Jiao had the urge to bury his face in his hands. On the way to the banquet, the young man reminded Wen Jiao, "Whatever Madame Wang says to you later, just smile casually. If you don't want to respond, then don't." Wen Jiao smiled and said softly, "Eldest brother should also just smile casually." He was afraid this young man would attract a flood of unwanted admirers. The young man suddenly spoke. The tea house incident must not happen again. Wen Jiao was a bit confused, wondering why he was bringing up something from several days ago. The young man seemed worried. If he wasn't in the capital, what would he do? Those spoiled ones who go out without their brains, he wouldn't even know how to fight back if bullied. Wen Jiao didn't take it seriously. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. He couldn't stop doing business just because someone blocked his way. Xie Heng stated that the Xie family hadn't fallen so low that he needed to work hard. He would take care of those outside matters. Wen Jiao was suddenly puzzled. This guy probably never experienced poverty and didn't know how terrible it was to be without money in the capital. Having money in hand was the only way to feel secure. The more he thought about it, the more indignant he felt. He directly called out to Xie Heng. Didn't eldest brother say, I could do whatever I like? Xie Heng felt a bit awkward. Besides doing business, is there nothing else you like? Thinking about things he liked, Wenjio had nothing other than money. The young man seemed helpless. He raised his hand and tapped Wenjio's forehead. How had he not noticed that he was such a money grubber? Hearing Xie Heng call him a money grubber, Wenjio started counting expenses on his fingers. How many expenses their household had. Bringing grandmother and the two younger siblings over in spring. Xie entering the imperial examination. Which of these didn't require money? How much silver did Xie Heng's third-rank official salary provide? Times were tough. The young man's expression was peculiar. Was their family really that poor now? Wenjio felt he might have gone too far with his words and secretly observed the reaction. The young man quickly explained that he had been doing business with his father and mother since childhood. Doing these things was much easier than embroidering flowers and painting in the mansion. A moment later, they arrived at their destination. After Wenjio got off the carriage, Xie Heng slowly said, Jio, no one is forcing you to do embroidery or painting. Wenjio smiled slightly, extending his arm towards Xie Heng, who was about to get off the carriage. All right, from now on I'll be responsible for earning money to support the family. Please continue to be carefree and unrestrained, eldest brother. The young man looked at him, his face bearing a constant smile. You want to support me? Wenjio paused for a moment. That's roughly the idea. Xie Heng's thin lips curled up slightly. Miss Wen, can you keep your word? Of course. Xie Heng helped Wenjio off the carriage. With a face full of smiles, he said, Then I really have nothing to complain about. Let's consider it settled. Wenjio was confused. What did he mean by that? Was he not going to stop him from doing business? This man was truly too charming. Not only did he attract a flood of admirers, but he also caught the fancy of the governor's wife. Wenjio was surrounded by Madame Wang and other ladies as they went to the back garden. The troupe hired by the mansion was performing a play. On stage, the actors moved gracefully, their water sleeves fluttering, singing sorrowful lyrics. Wenjio felt somewhat emotional. Turning around, he found that the young ladies had already started wiping their tears. They were all praising how well it was sung, even lamenting that there were no gentlemen like those in the play in the real world. Wenjio was indifferent to this, but inadvertently spoke his mind out loud. If there really were such men, they would just be scoundrels climbing walls to pluck red apricots. Everyone looked at each other, speechless. Wenjio then awkwardly realized that he had blurted out what he was thinking. The maid behind him quickly tried to smooth things over. As Wenjio was about to drink tea, suddenly, a 13 or 14-year-old girl approached him. Chewing on her handkerchief, she blushed and asked softly, Sister Wen, is General Xie married yet? Wenjio was a bit surprised. When did this girl come over? After the girl asked this question, all the noble young ladies around pricked up their ears, waiting for Wenjio's answer. Wenjio was shocked by this scene. He took a sip of fragrant tea and slowly asked, What if he's married? What if he's not? These young ladies immediately expressed their admiration. The last one to speak hesitated, her face turning red before she could finish her sentence. Wenjio pretended to yawn, saying that his family elder was fierce and wouldn't let him talk about it. As soon as he said this, all the young ladies understood. They each took out their gold and silver jewelry and stuffed them into Wenjio's hands. In no time, they had given Wenjio a pile of valuable items. His eyes flickered slightly. These noble young ladies were all the darlings of their families, naturally well provided for, and the things they gave away were all rare treasures. Looking at it this way, Xie Heng was truly valuable. Seeing that Wenjio had accepted the items, the young ladies all softly pleaded with him to tell them more. Wenjio discreetly passed all those items to his maid. Then, pretending to think for a moment, he said, Well, I haven't heard of my eldest brother being engaged to anyone. Everyone was secretly delighted. They then surrounded Wenjio, asking about Xie Heng's preferences. The most direct one asked what kind of girl Xie Heng liked. Wenjio lounged in his chair and said leisurely, I suppose it's the kind he particularly approves of. Wenjio was inwardly pleased. These girls were truly generous. Just as they were talking, Madame Wang, bringing Wang Qinyun, walked towards Wenjio. She immediately asked, I just heard you say that General Xie is not yet married. Is that true? Wenjio finally understood why the Wang family insisted on inviting him and Xie Heng to the birthday banquet. They were clearly waiting for this moment. Wenjio maintained a calm expression and smiled slightly, saying, "Yes, our grandmother is currently looking for a match for him." Madame Wang smiled and continued to ask, "Then when will the old madam come to present the matchmaker's notes? We'd like to pay a visit." Wenjio replied, "It should be in the coming spring, just a matter of a few months." Just then, a commotion erupted in the courtyard. Wenjio had originally come with Xie Heng to watch the excitement. Instead, she almost became the spectacle herself. A maid came rushing in to report, but she was stammering and couldn't form a complete sentence. Seeing her state, Madame Wang had no choice but to go see for herself. Just as she reached the courtyard gate, the women from the back garden also gathered in the neighboring courtyard. They naturally wouldn't miss such an exciting event. Wenjio also arrived at the courtyard with the other women. From their conversations, she gathered that the son of the Wang family had kept a hidden beauty and his pet had mauled her. Before the sentence was finished, it was drowned out by the exclamations of the women. Before she could react, a startled wolf dog leaped out. Its eyes flashing, it pounced towards her. She was instantly terrified. At that moment, a young man swept by like the wind. While steadying her with one hand, he kicked the lunging wolf dog, knocking it down. Still shaken, Wenjio heard the young man's voice. "I brought you to watch the excitement, not to become the excitement for others to watch." To avoid trouble, everyone quickly found excuses to leave. Wenjio and Xie Heng also returned to their carriage. For a moment, neither spoke. Xie Heng smiled and asked in the carriage, "What's wrong? Wasn't today's excitement good enough?" Wenjio looked at the strikingly handsome young man before her, slightly furrowing her brow. She had no fondness for Yang Qin, but she didn't think Yang Qin would be foolish enough to do something so outrageous at the Wang mansion. Now she was mistaken for a disgraced woman and beaten to death. After pondering for a while, she cautiously warned Xie Heng, "Just this once. Don't let it happen again." The young man, seemingly unconcerned, asked, "What do you mean?" Although Xie Heng treated her well now, Wenjio hadn't forgotten how terrifying his methods were in her previous life when he became the regent. It was still vivid in her mind. Xie Heng's gaze remained fixed on her, feeling somewhat dejected. Could it be that the earlier scene had disgusted Miss Wen? That wouldn't be easy to get over quickly. Wenjio thought for a moment before speaking. The one who was just beaten to death was Yang Qingma. She's the daughter of a minister. Now that she's dead in the Wang mansion, even though many people attended today's banquet, they might still suspect your elder brother. In the future, it's best if your elder brother avoids such spectacles if possible. Xie Heng felt somewhat uneasy. Was she so certain that he was behind this? Wenjio countered, "Could it have been third brother instead?" Xie Heng lowered his eyes and remained silent. Wenjio spoke seriously. "Elder brother is a great man who should stand tall under the heavens, with a heart as vast as mountains and rivers. Even if you must use underhanded methods, they should be reserved for major affairs of state. Planning within the tent and deciding victory from 1,000 miles away. That's what elder brother should be doing." Seeing Xie Heng's lack of response, she softened her voice and said, "Elder brother, you must not stoop to quarreling with those vulgar women because of me. Such petty, dark thoughts will only constrain your greatness and diminish your brilliance." In her previous life, Xie Heng's reputation was truly poor. Even with his glorious military achievements on the battlefield, the curses outweighed the praise. Back then, she was an outsider and naturally couldn't interfere. But now it was completely different. Wenjio wanted his life to be smoother this time, even if it meant making some changes in small matters. Xie Heng looked at her, his eyes blazing. After Wenjio finished speaking, she felt much better, but worried that her words might have been too harsh and displeased Xie Heng. Her expression became somewhat tense. The young man's lips curled into a slight smile as he responded, "Understood." Wenjio was surprised. Had she gotten through to him so easily? He hadn't gotten angry. Her elder brother-in-law was quite reasonable after all. Outside the carriage, the accompanying Qingyi guards could hardly believe it. Had their young master just been lectured by the young mistress? It seemed that might indeed be the case. And judging by the young master's expression, he seemed to have enjoyed the lecture. This man's face is really too thick. He actually cried poverty to the emperor in the imperial court. Because Yang Qing was beaten to death at Wang Shoufu's house, Minister of Personnel Yang Jianqing requested the emperor to intervene in the imperial court. Chief Wang Yichang also stepped forward, stating that he was also a victim. Many officials chimed in, saying this couldn't be blamed on the chief minister. It was clearly someone deliberately framing him. At this time, a young official quietly said that before the new year, Wang Shoufu's favorite student went missing on the way to inspect the Yinzhou Dam. Yesterday, the minister Yang's daughter died at the chief minister's house. There were really quite a few coincidences. The older officials in front heard what this person said and glared at him. The young official immediately shut up. Xieheng looked at the quarreling ministers and felt that there were indeed too many civil officials in the court. They weren't good at anything else, but they were first class at crying and arguing. Zhao Yi sat on the dragon throne with a splitting headache. He waved his hand and ordered this matter to be jointly investigated by the Shuntian Prefecture, the Ministry of Justice, and the Court of Judicial Review. Anyone involved in this matter should be questioned by the three ministers. Before the case is clear, Zhongqin need not worry. Seeing that no one was speaking below, the old emperor asked if Zhongqin had any other matters to discuss. At this moment, a young man in a crimson official robe stepped forward. I, Xieheng, have a matter to report. Xieheng stood in the hall and said loudly, I want to accuse the Ministry of Finance of withholding my salary. Before the old emperor could speak, Minister of Finance Li Qinghe immediately jumped out. General Xie, where did this come from? Your salary has been paid in full without missing a penny. Zhao Yi's brows furrowed into a Chan shape, but he still asked Xieheng if he had any evidence for this claim. Xieheng said, Minister Yang's daughter can casually take out tens of thousands of taels to buy shops, showing that the salary given by the Ministry of Finance is very generous. But when it comes to me, it's not even enough to support my family. Upon hearing this, all the ministers in the imperial court held back their laughter. The old emperor smiled and said, all official salaries are paid according to their rank. The Ministry of Finance has never made a mistake in this regard. If General Xie is really in financial difficulty, feel free to say so. Xieheng didn't stand on ceremony with Zhao Yi and said directly that his household was indeed short of money. Everyone discussed among themselves. This General Xie was just a good-looking man with good luck. Ordinary people would desperately try to maintain their family's facade. Even if they were so poor at home that they could only eat salted vegetables and plain porridge, they would still put on an air of being from a noble family. But Xieheng came to the imperial court to cry poverty to the emperor. After receiving the reward, Xieheng thanked the emperor with an unchanged expression. Everyone thought the matter was over, but Xieheng continued, saying he had one more thing. The old emperor gestured for him to speak. Xieheng said, as the saying goes, help in emergencies, not in poverty. I still want to ask Minister Yang for advice on how to make money to generate thousands or tens of thousands of times more. The old emperor's expression gradually sank. He also wanted to ask how this was done. Yang Jianqing knelt on the ground in fear and hadn't gotten up. He said he knew nothing about these matters. It was all managed by his wife. Only then did people understand the deeper meaning in Xieheng's words. This Xieheng was truly not to be trifled with. Yang Jianqing said hatefully, don't push people too far. Xieheng faced the dragon throne, his gaze straight ahead, and said, Your Majesty, I want to accuse Minister of Personnel Yang Jianqing of enjoying wealth and power alone, disregarding the lives of his colleagues. The ministers were all dumbfounded. Zhao Yi held his head in pain and said, Yang Jianqing, stay behind. The rest of you may retire. The young man still stood in place and called out, Your Majesty. Zhao Yi interrupted him with an unpleasant expression. This matter will be thoroughly investigated. General Xie, just wait for the results. Xieheng added with an unchanged expression, Your subject only wants to remind Your Majesty to take care of your health. Zhao Yi was speechless. These maids, relying on the fact that they were sent down from the palace, showed no respect for Wenjiu at all. The early morning sky was gray and hazy. Wenjiu led a group of people carrying lanterns out the door. Most of the maids in the mansion, like Xiao Si, were idle. He decided to bring them to the shop to help, saving quite a bit on labor costs. Then he quietly reminded Wenjiu that it was windy outside and suggested putting on another layer of clothing. Wenjiu said North Street wasn't far, and they'd warm up from walking. The tea house had been renovated over the past few days, days and was almost ready to open. The group couldn't help but complain. Madam Xiao, we were bestowed by the palace. Is it appropriate for you to make us get up so early to do hard labor? As soon as one person spoke up, the other two chimed in. It's only the fourth watch now. The sky hasn't even brightened. We've never heard of anyone treating palace-sent people like this. If this gets back to the palace, it won't look good for you and General Xie. Jiner was furious. What are you all saying? Hasn't the young madam treated you well enough? One of them replied indifferently. If being well-fed and clothed is considered good treatment, then yes, it's quite good. When Jiao heard this and asked coolly, so do we need to treat you like precious young ladies to live up to the emperor's great kindness? Another argued, we didn't say that, but at least don't treat us like we're not even human. When Jiao's gaze fell on her face, she smiled slightly. Someone, send her back to the palace. The girl was quite pretty, but neither of the Xie family's young masters were known for their lechery. This girl had been sent straight to the kitchen upon arrival, spending her days with firewood, rice, oil, and salt. No wonder she was so resentful. The girl who had spoken suddenly turned pale. Before she could finish, when Jiao continued, if you can't handle this hardship, just say so. Sending you back to the palace is just a few steps away. The Xie household uses hard-earned, clean money. We don't keep servants who eat without working. The others immediately knelt down, their faces ashen, and cried out, Madam Xiao, we were wrong. The pretty maid said in disbelief, what are you afraid of? We were bestowed by the palace. How dare she? Before she could finish, when Jiao's brows furrowed. Insolent slave, take her away and give her 30 lashes. At the Shuntian prefecture, Xing Yi immediately stepped forward to seize her. The other two knelt on the ground, shaking with fear and begging for mercy. When Jiao looked at the frightened crowd, if any of you have ambitions to climb higher, just say so. We've been master and servant after all. I'll do my best to help if I can. The two didn't dare say more. This young madam was still young, usually smiling gently and warmly. Who would have thought she could be so stern? When Jiao continued, those who spoke up earlier, go to the steward and get your dismissal papers. Only then did they realize the gravity of the situation. They begged not to be sent away. One Jiao said coldly, your deaths here would dirty my household's grounds. The two were stunned into silence. They were then dragged away by the guards in blue. At this moment, Xieheng appeared on horseback before Wen Jiao. He smiled and said, Madam Xiao, what an impressive display. I'm truly in awe. When Jiao smiled helplessly, Brother Hong, compared to you, this is nothing. These people from the palace are full of spies. They rely on having served masters in the palace and are difficult to deal with. We should have cleaned house long ago. Indeed, there's nothing in this world that gets things done more easily than money. Although the emperor has bestowed some silver on the general's mansion, which can solve immediate problems, without endless enjoyment, we still need to get the shop up and running as soon as possible. For the shop's opening, when Jiao had been working from dawn to dusk these past few days, although the servants could help with the manual labor in the shop, they didn't know how to brew wine. They held glutinous rice and wolfberries, not knowing what to do with them. Seeing this, Wen Jiao smiled and said it was fine if they didn't understand. They just needed to follow her instructions. Wen Jiao had thought long and hard about the shop. Because it was adjacent to Yongle Ward, the location was excellent. Selling tea wasn't suitable, but selling wine was perfect. However, truly skilled brewers had long been monopolized by the major wine houses. Fortunately, she had experience brewing wine in her previous life, so she was quite adept at it. Then he arranged for the maids to do what and how to do it. Everyone worked in an orderly manner according to his instructions. The sky gradually darkened. After a busy day, when Wen Jiao covered the last wine vat, everyone finished their tasks and showed satisfied smiles. Although it was tiring, there was a strange feeling. It seemed like it had been a long time since he had done something so seriously. Looking at the sealed wine vats, the maids wondered if this was enough to brew wine. Wen Jiao smiled and replied that they just needed to wait. At this time, Wen Jiao looked at everyone and said, "You've all worked hard today. Go back to the mansion for an extra meal. From now on, those who help at the shop will be paid separately. For now, it will be twice the monthly salary in the mansion, paid monthly." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone became excited. Indeed, nothing in this world gets things done more easily than money. Wen Jiao smiled. More work naturally deserves more reward. Let me be clear up front. If anyone dares to slack off or cause trouble in the shop, beware that your general's sword doesn't discriminate. Everyone quickly responded that they wouldn't. At this moment, Wen Jiao suddenly blurted out, "With money in hand, the heart is at ease." The quick-witted response was, Madame Xiao is absolutely right. Wen Jiao couldn't help but find it amusing. He looked at everyone and said, in a couple of years, those who want to marry can marry. Those who want to be married off can be married off. No one will stop you. I only have one piece of advice. Take it or leave it as you wish. Everyone waited very seriously for Wen Jiao to continue. Wen Jiao continued, for you girls, once you have enough money, you can choose any good man in this world. Wasting your efforts trying to climb the social ladder and wasting your life in the inner chambers is something only the stupidest person would do. Everyone was stunned. A maid approached Wen Jiao and looked down on them. But Wen Jiao firmly stated that people shouldn't be divided into high and low, noble and base. The only difference is the goodness or evil in people's hearts. Wen Jiao gazed at the night sky outside the window and couldn't help thinking, you should really go see the misty rain of Jiang'an, the strange peaks and rocks of Yunzhou, the lone smoke in the vast desert beyond the Great Wall. There are countless beautiful scenes in the world. That is truly the great landscape. Thinking this way, the dream of becoming a cloud in his previous life didn't seem to matter much now. Then he suddenly said that when he saved enough money, Wen Jiao raised his hand and gave him a knock on the head. He smiled calmly and said, I will remove your slave status. Whether you stay or leave is up to you. My CF family doesn't need any indenture contracts to keep anyone. The Jin envoys rushed 800 li to come for peace talks. The court was in an uproar over this. Zhao Yi sat on the dragon throne and asked the ministers for their opinions. Everyone discussed heatedly. After a long drink, Zhao Fengchen stepped forward and said, your son thinks that since Jin has lost 100,000 troops in Chongqing this time, they must be greatly weakened. Now is the best time for peace talks between the two countries. From now on, both sides can stop fighting, and Dian can also rest and recuperate for a few years. Then in the future, before he could finish, Zhao Ji spoke up, but your son thinks the peace talks are just Jin's delaying tactic. The old emperor's expression became serious. Delaying tactic? Zhao Ji said, Wang Yanlai and his sister have escaped back to Jin, which will surely cause internal turmoil. Jin must be worried about being attacked from both sides, so they want to use peace talks to buy time to stabilize their internal affairs. Many of the Rue Wang party members agreed. Zhao Ji raised his voice. Your son thinks we should seize this opportunity to launch an all-out attack and destroy Jin in one fell swoop. Zhao Feng's expression became grave as he frowned and retorted, our treasury is empty and our military strength is weak. If we mobilize the entire nation to attack Jin again, how will the common people maintain their livelihoods? Western Chu and Southern Hua have long been eyeing Dian, and many small countries are also waiting for an opportunity. Has the Rue Wang considered this? The Crown Prince's party members also stepped forward in agreement at this time. In an instant, the hall was filled with chaos. Zhao Yi looked at the noisy Grand Chamberlain Tung Yulia, then turned his gaze to the center of the crowd. What insights does young Minister Xie have? Xie Heng didn't slow down Chen Fankai. He only thought of one question. Zhao Yi gestured for him to speak. The young man slowly said, the Jin envoys are still on their way, yet they've already caused the ministers to argue themselves hoarse. After court, I'm afraid they won't be able to speak at all. When the envoys actually arrive, who in the capital will still have a good voice to argue with those Jin people? It's clear that Jin's intentions are very sinister. He felt quite disdainful in his heart. A bunch of fools. The relationship between the Crown Prince and Prince Rue has worsened over the years. One advocates peace, the other war, making the court a mess. How can such a chaotic court make the country prosperous and the people strong? Hearing this, Zhao Yi's face lit up with a smile. Minister Xie speaks wisely. Tomorrow, when the Jin envoys arrive in the capital, Minister Xie will be in charge of receiving them, with the Ministry of Rights assisting and all officials accompanying. As for whether it's war or peace, we'll decide later. The Crown Prince's faction and Prince Rue's faction both changed color and exclaimed in unison. Zhao Yi ignored them, his gaze falling on the young man. Does Minister Xie have any objections? Xie Heng bowed calmly. Your subject obeys the imperial decree. On the way out of the palace, several officials walking with Zhao Feng exchanged glances. They were somewhat dissatisfied with the emperor's decision. As they were talking, Zhao Ji beside them sneered. Zhao Feng retorted, unwilling to back down. As the two brothers were arguing heatedly, Xie Hang's subordinate by Yujie politely asked them to make way. Hearing this, both of their faces stiffened, instantly displeased. Just as he was leaving, Zhao Ji strode towards him. General Xie, do you believe the Jin envoys are sincere about peace talks? Our 130,000 people died unjustly, the blood debt of several hundred from the Xie family. Can General Xie really swallow this anger and negotiate peace with them? Xie Heng stopped and turned around. It seems Prince Rue has something to say. Zhao Ji said forcefully, our country and Jin can never be friends. Either we destroy them, or they destroy us. Since that's the case, what's the point of false pretenses of peace talks? Zhao Feng also couldn't help but darken his face. The tension between the two princes was palpable. All attention was focused on Xie Heng. They were just waiting for him to speak, and the outcome of this confrontation would be clear. However, Xie Heng appeared unconcerned, waving his hand and leaving. The crowd exchanged glances. Their expressions varied. What guilty deed had Wen Jiao done now? He dove under the table just from hearing Xie Xian's voice. The maid Jia in the shop was surprised. In just a few days, you can brew such sweet wine? Exner asked in disbelief. Miss, did you use some kind of magic? Wen Jiao pretended to be mysterious. Suddenly, an elegantly dressed woman, accompanied by two maids, came to the shop. She directly asked if the fifth young madam of General Xie's mansion was here. She smiled and said they had heard that Wen Jiao's wine shop was about to open. Coincidentally, her young miss was holding a coming-of-age ceremony tomorrow. Fearing they might not have enough wine, they came here to inquire. Seeing a potential customer, Wen Jiao immediately approached and asked how much more they needed. The beautiful woman handed over an invitation card and some silver notes, saying, however much you have here, our Marquis's mansion will take it all. These silver notes are the deposit. After saying this, she left with her two maids, not forgetting to turn back and invite Wen Jiao to attend the ceremony tomorrow, insisting that he must come. Wen Jiao was left bewildered by this series of actions. When he opened the invitation card while holding the silver notes, his expression became somewhat peculiar. The card contained the birth date and time of the eldest daughter of the Yongchang Marquis family. The maid beside him, seeing this, leaned in to take a look. She felt very confused. This person is so strange. If they're buying wine, just buy wine. Why send over the young Mrs. birth date and time? What for? Wen Jiao suddenly felt this thing was too hot to handle. This Marchioness wasn't here to buy wine at all. She wanted to buy his eldest brother as a son-in-law. This joke has gone too far. After dark, Wen Jiao sent the maid back to the mansion. He sat in the shop feeling helpless. The eldest brother said to return to the mansion before dark. But today was a special case. If he went home with this 8,000 tael silver note and the birth date note of the Yongchang Marquis' eldest daughter, the consequences might be worse than facing family punishment. He couldn't return late, so what should he do? Just as he was about to go back, there was a sudden creaking sound. Xie Xian pushed open the door and walked in. However, upon hearing the door open, Wen Jiao dove under the table, hurriedly saying, "Eldest brother, I'll be back right away." The cold-faced young man came to the table and asked, "You usually act like you've seen a ghost when you see me. Why are you afraid to see your eldest brother today?" Wen Jiao poked out half his head, saw it was Xie Xian, and immediately felt relieved. He couldn't help but smile and ask when third brother had returned. He was feeling a bit flustered now. As long as it wasn't Xie Heng, it was fine. Seeing him like this, Xie Xian immediately questioned if he had done something wrong again to be so afraid. Wen Jiao hurriedly denied it, feeling guilty. To dispel his doubts, Wen Jiao handed him the note, saying he would understand after looking at it. Xie Xian took it. After seeing the contents of the note, the young man's face visibly darkened in an instant. He glared fiercely at Wen Jiao. "What grudge do you have against me that you would humiliate me like this?" Wen Jiao was startled by him and hurriedly explained, truthfully recounting the origin of this note. Moreover, he thought the eldest daughter of the Yongchang Marquis must have taken a liking to the eldest brother, so he could be at ease for now. Xie Xian was puzzled. Temporarily, Wen Jiao couldn't deny it. At least he could be at ease this year. By next spring's hunt, he couldn't guarantee anything. After all, in his previous life, there were quite a few girls entangled with Xie Xian. Wen Jiao said with an honest face, "Third brother, you were born with a peach blossom fate." Xie Xian waved his hand with a dark face and turned to leave. When Zhou hurriedly called out to him, asking why he was leaving, he hadn't helped think of a way to solve the problem yet. Xie Xian turned back, expressionlessly saying, "There's no solution to think of. Just wait for eldest brother to deal with you." Xie Heng thought when Zhou had sold out Xie Xian again. He never imagined that this time, someone wanted to buy him, since Xie Xian left without helping in the winery, and his last words made him somewhat uneasy when Zhou thought it over and decided to return to the general's mansion. The sky was already pitch black when Zhou tiptoed back to the mansion. When the maid discovered when Zhou had returned, she excitedly called out, "Young mistress is back." With the maid's shout, he felt extremely guilty. He quickly covered the maid's mouth. Passing through the long corridor, he went by Xie Heng's courtyard. Seeing that all the lights were out, when Zhou asked the maid if the general had already retired. Upon learning that the lights in Xie Heng's courtyard had long been extinguished, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. He had thought about coming back to confess, but it seemed he had dodged a bullet. He was just about to go to the kitchen to get something to eat when Xie Heng suddenly appeared behind Wen Jiu, asking in a flat tone, "What time is it now?" The young man looked at him with cold eyes. Caught red-handed, Wen Jiu replied somewhat dejectedly, "I don't know what time it is now. It's very late anyway. Why isn't eldest brother asleep yet?" Xie Heng asked intimidatingly. "Has Miss Xiao forgotten what I told you?" When Jiu explained somewhat guiltily, "Today was a special situation." Xie Heng stared at him with an ominous gaze. How special? When Jiu had to explain softly that the lady from the Yongchang Marquis mansion came to his winery to buy people. His shop only sells wine. Where could he get people for her? Hearing this, Xie Heng couldn't help but laugh. No wonder Xie Xian returned so angrily. He asked Wen Jiu, "So you've angered Xie Xian into silence again?" Wen Jiu felt a bit uncomfortable being questioned. Elder brother probably didn't know yet that the Yongchang Marquis family wanted to buy him. This matter still needed to be thought through before discussing. Otherwise, with his temper, he might draw his sword and storm their gates, which would be terrible. So he thought for a moment and replied uncertainly, "It seems so." After hearing Wen Jiu's words, Xie Heng didn't inquire further. He looked at Wen Jiu and continued, "Even so, you still need to be punished. Go in and finish all the food on the table. The rest will be dealt with according to family law." Seeing that Xie Heng didn't pursue the matter, Wen Jiu immediately beamed with joy. Before he could be happy for long, Xie Heng added, "Also, you're not allowed to go out tomorrow as punishment." Wen Jiu said helplessly, "The winery opens tomorrow. Can we postpone the punishment?" Xie Heng pondered for a moment and agreed. "All right. Then you're not allowed to leave the city tomorrow." Wen Jiu nodded slowly and even gave a thumbs up. Not allowed to leave the city tomorrow? It's not like he could pick up silver outside the city tomorrow anyway. If he can't go out, so be it. But after you like and follow, you might be able to pick up silver when you go out. This man is truly audacious, daring to directly behead the envoy from Great Jin. Outside the gates of the capital, a young man led a group of civil officials waiting for the peace talks envoy from Great Jin to arrive. Countless citizens gathered to watch, all discussing why there needed to be peace talks. Soon after, the Great Jin envoy's carriage arrived at the city gate. The person who stepped down from the carriage was the Great Jin envoy, Yeluzhen. With a smile on his face and a respectful demeanor, he presented the peace treaty in his hand. As Wang Yichang stepped forward to receive it, a lazy voice sounded from behind the young man. "What are you holding?" Hearing this, Wang Yichang awkwardly withdrew his hand. Yeluzhen felt an involuntary chill down his spine and replied somewhat stiffly, "The peace treaty." Xie Heng said coldly, "Fleeing cowards are not worthy of peace talks. Let the king of Great Jin personally come to deliver the surrender document, bow to our great yin, and pledge allegiance year after year." Yeluzhen's face instantly turned pale. Struggling to maintain composure, he asked, "General Xie, are these your words or those of the Emperor of Great Yin?" The officials behind were surprised. The watching citizens all echoed Xie Heng's words. Everyone spoke in unison, with overwhelming momentum. Yeluzhen's face turned pale, unable to speak. Seeing this situation, he had no choice but to seek the Emperor. So, Yeluzhen said loudly, "I request an audience with the Emperor of Great Yin. In peace talks between two countries, There is no reason to block the envoy outside the city and not let him enter. Xie Heng smiled and said, there's no reason to keep people outside and not let them in. As he spoke, the young man placed his hand on the long sword at his waist. He stepped forward and swung his sword at Yeluzhen. In an instant, blood sprayed like an arrow. Xie Heng's expression didn't change at all. He just smiled faintly and said, now that he's been killed, there's no need to talk about any damned reason. The two deputy officials from Great Jin, who came for peace talks, fell to their knees with a thud, cold sweat pouring down their backs. They expressed their willingness to offer a surrender document. In an instant, the citizens became enraged. The young man in plain clothes stood before the deputy officials and said, if it's a surrender document, it should be presented by the ruler of Great Jin personally. Who are you to establish a national alliance? Xie Heng also instructed the Ministry of Rights to explain the rules. The deputy officials for the peace talks were covered in cold sweat. After the young man shouted angrily, they hurriedly left. In Beijing Hall, Zhao Yi asked if the killing of the Jin envoy was done by Xie Heng alone, or if everyone had this intention. Everyone below remained silent. Amidst the silence, Xie Heng stepped forward and stated it was his idea alone. Zhao Yi pondered for a long time. He slowly walked down the jade steps. He reached out and patted the young man's shoulder. The old emperor looked at all the court officials. He said painfully that all the court officials only knew flowery words. How could they not see the Jin's true intentions? The crown prince had already led all the officials to kneel down, each remaining silent. This made Zhao Yi's chest tighten even more. He almost fell backwards from anger. Xie Heng quickly reached out to support Zhao Yi, barely keeping him steady. Looking at the distinguished young man before him, he asked about today's events. It was a great achievement. He asked what kind of reward Xie Heng wanted, saying he could speak freely. Xie Heng replied loudly that he only wished for Great Yan's long-lasting peace and prosperity. Zhao Yi was greatly pleased. He immediately turned and walked up the jade steps. He took the Moyun decree from the dragon table. He tossed it to the young man below and entrusted him with command of the 50,000 troops outside the city. Xie Heng gripped the Moyun decree tightly and said he would not disappoint. The crown prince and Prince Rui both had slightly stiff expressions. The 50,000 troops outside the capital were the emperor's forces, used to protect the capital. Now, Zhao Yi had handed all these men to Xie Heng. This meant the entire capital was under this young man's control. With military power, Xie Heng's position in the capital was now completely different. Unexpectedly, on the opening day of one Zhou's winery, some troublemakers came looking for problems. In front of the tavern, Xiao Si climbed a ladder to hang the sign. When Zhou was directing from below, Xiao Si suddenly felt a chill on his back. He turned around and saw a young man in plain clothes standing in front of him. He awkwardly greeted, "Why are you here?" Xie Xian's face was cold and intimidating. "I can't come." When Zhou smiled gently at him and denied it. Seeing Xie Xian's expression, he had the urge to cry out in injustice. Xie Xian paused, then asked what he was going to do. When Zhou didn't react immediately, what exactly was this lord here for? Xie Xian lowered his voice. "Is there anything else that needs to be done?" When Zhou pondered for a moment before realizing he was offering to help, Xie Xian looked at him silently. When Zhou didn't dare let the future high official help with tasks in the tavern, so he said there wasn't much to do. They had enough hands here. If he was free, he could help find a private school for him or buy some books for him to read at home. At this time, a maid ran over saying everything was ready. Everyone was busy, all relying on Wen Jiao to manage everything. He didn't have time to talk more with Xie Xian, waving his hand to tell Xie Xian to go back to the mansion first. Xie Xian frowned slightly and followed him to the door. Seeing the young man still following him, when Zhou turned back to look at him, he smiled helplessly and asked, "Third brother, do you really want to help?" This young man was different from others. He was silent, and you had to guess what he was thinking. Xie Xian expressionlessly grunted in agreement. When Zhou immediately showed a sly smile, so he pulled Xie Xian to the door, saying he just needed to stand here. With the Xie family's third young master standing at the door, the number of girls coming to buy wine should increase several times. Xie Xian didn't say anything, but his face was visibly darkening. At this moment, Xiao Si brought the wooden couplet to the front of the tavern. In the crowded crowd, suddenly a group of troublemakers came crashing through, knocking Xiao Si to the ground. The wooden couplet fell to the ground and broke one leg. Xiao Si, who had fallen to the ground, was furious. However, this group of troublemakers showed no intention of apologizing. They just dusted themselves off and were about to leave. The maids beside were anxious. This was inauspicious on opening day. When Jiu knew that in this area, businesses that were doing well all had backgrounds. Those who couldn't stand newcomers taking business often deliberately caused trouble on opening day. It was a common occurrence. But to dare to mess with the CF family, they must have eaten a leopard's gall of courage. When Jiu didn't have time to deal with those people, she let them go and calmly instructed the maid to bring red paper, brush, and ink. She quickly turned to Xie Xian standing at the door and said, "Third brother, I really need your help this time." Xie Xian's expression was still not too pleased, but he didn't refuse. Seeing him agree, Wen Jiu quickly said, "Please, third brother, grace us with your calligraphy." Uncle Xie Xian looked at her coldly. Wen Jiu immediately lowered her voice and called him once. She worried if this guy was holding a grudge. Xie Xian didn't respond. Instead, he turned to instruct the maid behind him to report to the Shuntian prefecture and have those people arrested. If you had such a brother protecting you, would you be moved? As Xie Xian instructed the maid to report to the Shuntian prefecture, the maid looked at Wen Jiu, using her eyes to ask for Madame Xiao's opinion. Wen Jiu waved her hand, indicating to the maid that third brother told her to go. She quite liked Xie Xian being so vengeful in these matters. However, before the maid could set off, a sudden cry of surprise came from the crowd. Looking over, they saw the troublemakers who had just left being kicked back from the crowd. Xie Xian and Wen Jiu immediately put on spectator expressions. They saw a young man in official robes making his way through the crowd. The people on the street immediately erupted in exclamations. The troublemakers on the ground cried out for mercy. The corner of the young man's mouth curved into a faint smile. Then, in an icy tone, he questioned, "Looking to bring bad luck to my CF family? Tired of living?" The troublemakers begged for mercy, saying it was all unintentional. Xie Heng turned around, took off his official hat, and said to the crowd, "They say it was unintentional." He casually tossed his official hat to Wen Jiu. Then he asked the crowd if anyone could testify. The maid, as if seeing a pillar of support, quickly testified. They clearly did it on purpose. "The road is so wide. Why did they choose to crash into our wooden couplet at this exact moment, when we were carrying it over?" Xie Heng nodded, saying, "That makes sense." He casually picked up his sword and walked over. The troublemakers panicked, huddling together, facing this little demon. They all cried out, "Don't cut us!" Wen Jiu quickly stepped forward to stop him. This one was much more direct than Xie Xian. Cutting someone down with a sword, splattering blood everywhere, was not beyond this little king of hell. She gently persuaded, "Elder brother, today is the tavern's opening day. It's not suitable to see blood." Xie Heng indicated he understood, but his eyes remained fixed on the troublemakers who were preparing to escape. He raised his sword and moved towards them, saying, "You've offended my CF family and still want to escape?" Wen Jiu couldn't help but close her eyes in fear. When she opened her eyes, she didn't see a bloody scene. The sword had only pierced the collar of the lead troublemaker, pinning him to the wall. Wen Jiu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The eldest brother still carried some youthful recklessness. This sword thrust might not have killed the man, but it certainly scared him to death. Still, it was better than losing his life on the spot. Looking at the thugs who had just gotten up, Xie Heng said, "Qin Sheng, tell them to crawl over here. Say all the auspicious words you know. If you don't make the young madam happy, beware for your lives." The thugs crawled over to Wen Jiu, racking their brains for auspicious phrases. The last one, unable to think of anything else, blurted out, "May the young madam have this day every year, and this moment every day." This left Wen Jiu at a loss for words. Seeing this, Xie Heng didn't push them further and told them to scram. The crowd on the street joined in the commotion, and the thugs ran away as if granted amnesty. The young man smiled and said, "Everyone's had their fun and laughter. Now, those with money can support financially, and those without can support with their presence." The crowd quickly responded, "We'll certainly support General Xie's establishment." Xie Heng then turned to ask Wen Jiu if this was satisfactory. Thinking he had given an excellent compliment, he instead received a challenging question from his elder brother. After Xie Heng chased away the thugs, Wen Jiu praised him, saying, "Elder brother's actions are naturally impeccable." Then, he reminded from behind that the brush and ink were ready. Wen Jiu suddenly remembered he still needed to ask Xie Xian to write couplets. He suddenly felt nervous and said, "Trouble you, third brother." Xie Xian had already started preparing the brush. Seeing that Xie Xian was already waiting, he smiled knowingly. The third young master was truly reliable. Even if he didn't particularly like him, he would still do well what he had agreed to do. Xie Heng couldn't stand it and walked directly to Xie Xian's side, smiling as he said, "Zhe, it's rare for you to lift a finger, yet you're so delicate. Third young master, can't you be more generous?" Xie Xian replied irritably, "Elder brother is generous." The elder brother didn't mind. Xie Heng took a brush and said, "If you're going to write, then write." Third brother, "Have you forgotten who taught you to write?" Wen Jiao's beautiful eyes twinkled with amusement as he instructed Jiner to lay out the red paper. As the red paper was spread out, Xie Xian looked at Wen Jiao and asked, "What should I write?" Wen Jiao suddenly forgot completely what was written on the original wooden couplets. Embarrassed, he said, "Third brother, just write whatever you like. I'll hang whatever you write." Xie Heng smiled and said, "Isn't it good to let you write whatever you want? If I let you write some phrases about wealth and prosperity, you'd regret it for days and wouldn't be able to eat." Xie Xian remained silent and immediately began writing skillfully. Xie Heng smiled and picked up a brush, saying, "Isn't this better?" In an instant, everyone saw the two young men's brushes flying across the paper, their strokes as fluid as flowing water. Wen Jiao stood to the side and couldn't help but take a deep breath. How wonderful! In his memory, the future governor's handwriting would be worth thousands of gold, and Xie Heng had hardly ever touched a brush. Having these two write couplets for the newly opened tavern, it would probably have the effect of warding off evil spirits. How could the business not flourish? Moments later, both young men finished writing at the same time. Xie Xian's clear voice read out, "Spring and summer, north and south, 3 cups of fine wine, dreams return home." Xie Heng, with raised eyebrows, read, "Gazing at heaven and earth, joy and sorrow. 1 pot of clear wine embraces all directions." As their voices faded, the crowd burst into cheers. These brothers, one literary and one martial, had created a pair of couplets that encompassed both warmth and boldness. Wen Jiao couldn't help but remark, "The writing reflects the person. This saying is indeed true." Hearing this, Xie Heng asked with interest, "What do you mean by that?" Wen Jiao suddenly felt embarrassed. He had just made an offhand comment. Why did he have to dig deeper? With no choice, he had to forge ahead. Elder brother's writing is bold and unrestrained, showing a free and untrammeled spirit, while third brother's writing is elegant and respectful, truly exemplary. Wen Jiao, having lived 2 lifetimes, had never felt so awkward about running out of words while praising someone. To make matters worse, Xie Heng asked whose writing was better. Wen Jiao was at a loss for words. He couldn't afford to offend either of them. He wished he had just said he couldn't read and couldn't tell the difference. Being watched by them, he couldn't hesitate for too long. He quickly said, "Everything's good, everything's good." Of course, eldest brother and third brother are both good in every way. The two young men exchanged smiles. Fortunately, the master of ceremonies saved the day today. He didn't give the two a chance to continue dwelling on it. Seeing Xie Xian still silent, Xie Heng advised, "Don't be in a bad mood." With him around, Wen Jiao couldn't really sell him off. Xie Xian, however, remained expressionless and said, "Eldest brother should worry about himself." Wen Jiao is quite bold, still holding on to those 8,000 taels of silver without confessing. Xie Heng didn't know that Wen Jiao had already sold him. When Xie Xian said to worry about himself, Xie Heng felt confused. Why would he say that? This time, Xie Xian smiled. He didn't explain, only saying, "Eldest brother will know soon," before walking to the side. After Xie Xian's words, Xie Heng had a bad feeling. It didn't seem like anything good. As the sound of firecrackers rang out, when Jiao's wine shop opened, he pulled down the red silk covering the shop's signboard. This place's wine was now open. Wen Jiao said to everyone, "Thank you all for your patronage. For the first 3 days of opening, all wines are half price. Please come in and taste freely." The maid stood at the entrance of the wine shop, welcoming people to enter. Xie Heng saw Wen Jiao preparing to serve those entering the shop. He asked Wen Jiao to hold out his hand. Wen Jiao looked at him, slightly stunned, but he still obediently extended his hand. He helped Wen Jiao roll up his sleeves. His movements were agile and quick, without touching his skin at all. Wen Jiao hadn't expected that despite his arrogant appearance, he was actually quite attentive in some ways. He couldn't help but tease, "Whoever marries eldest brother in the future will truly be blessed." Xie Heng's expression slightly darkened. A moment later, his eyes sparkled with laughter. Naturally, looking at the graceful young man before him, he sighed inwardly. Such a fine young man paired with a capital city's daughter. What a pity. After saying this, Wen Jiao felt a bit regretful. He still remembered that the matter with the Yongchang Marquis's mansion wasn't resolved yet. Just as he thought of this, Jiner had already prepared the wine for the Yongchang Marquis mansion. Wenjio could only temporarily put aside the Yongchang Marquis matter and focus on the shop's opening first. He picked up a wine jar and walked to the crowd. He opened the seal on the jar, and the wine flowed like water into the bowls. In an instant, the aroma of wine filled the shop. Everyone smelled the rich, mellow wine fragrance and praised it as good wine. Wenjio took a bowl from among them and said loudly, "The CF family has come to the capital, and we're grateful for everyone's care. Today, outside the capital city, thanks to all of you for supporting my eldest brother. Wenjio thanks you here. Let's all drink first to show respect." After saying this, he raised the wine bowl and drank it all in one go. Immediately, sounds of praise rose from all around. After he finished drinking, he directly tossed the empty bowl to Jiner. Seeing such a bold woman, someone said, "This CF family's young madam looks delicate, but who would have thought she's actually a heroine among women?" Wenjio looked at everyone and said, "The wine shop is not big, and with many people, there are few seats. If you have matters to attend to, you can come back another time. For those who want to taste, today this place is wine, and you can drink to your heart's content in front of the shop." The crowd laughed and cheered in response. Wenjio took a bowl of wine and walked towards eldest brother standing at the counter. "Want to try some?" Xieheng reached out and took it. He threw his head back and drank it all in one gulp. The rich aroma of the wine instantly lifted the young man's mood. He couldn't help but praise it as good wine. At this moment, Xieheng raised his eyebrows with a slight smile. He said, "It's fine here. You should look at the third young master." Wenjio looked in the direction the young man pointed. He froze in place, confusion rising in his heart. "Third brother? Will they like and follow us if we watch them like this?" "Of course they should, right? It's over, it's over. What should I do?" "The debt collectors have come." Wenjio looked in the direction of the long chest and saw Xie sulking. He held a bowl of wine and walked calmly towards Xie. "Third brother, want a bowl?" Xie glanced at him. Without saying a word, he turned to leave. Wenjio, probably used to being snubbed by him, had grown thicker-skinned. He followed behind, asking, "Do you think drinking from a bowl isn't elegant enough? I can have someone bring you a small cup instead." Before he could finish speaking, Xie turned back and glared at him. Wenjio instinctively shut up, just as he was about to raise the bowl to drink himself. Xie suddenly reached out and snatched the wine bowl. The young man coldly scolded in a low voice, "As a young lady, behaving like this in public, where are your manners?" Wenjio couldn't help but wonder why he was angry again. Suddenly, someone pushed through the crowd and walked directly towards Wenjio. After greeting him, they asked, "Greetings, young madam. Our Marchioness sent us to ask if you have time to visit the Yongchang Marquis mansion." Wenjio's face stiffened slightly. "It's over. The debt collectors are here. What should I do now?" Wenjio couldn't help but look towards Xie. Seeing Wenjio looking at him, the young man frowned. "Why are you looking at me?" Wenjio turned to the Yongchang Marquis steward and said, "I'm busy now. I'll definitely visit the Marquis mansion later." The Yongchang Marquis steward didn't linger, just said a few words and left. Wenjio's heart suddenly tensed up. He hadn't had a chance to tell Xieheng about this matter, and trouble had already come knocking. Wenjio stopped Xie as he was walking inside. "Third brother, can you give me some advice first?" Xie remained unmoved. He very obediently asked Xie for help. After a moment of silence, Xie finally spoke. "There's a way to solve this." Wenjio's eyes immediately lit up with joy. "You can go to the Yongchang Marquis mansion yourself and decline this matter." Wenjio hesitated after hearing this. He had thought about it too, but going to the Yongchang Marquis mansion to decline the engagement. The Yongchang Marquis family was one of the wealthiest and most powerful in the capital. Today's coming-of-age ceremony was for the highly favored Miss D. If he went there openly to decline the engagement, he'd be beaten to death, or at least crippled. Xie said expressionlessly, "Who told you to go decline the engagement?" For example, the wind was strong at night and blew the note away. The candle flame was too strong and burned it. Someone accidentally lost it. You know nothing about what was written in the note. The last sentence made Wenjio secretly exclaim in admiration. Even teaching him to play dumb and muddle through was done so effortlessly. Indeed, he was a future talent for the Prime Minister's office. The knowledge in his head was priceless. But on the surface, he maintained a composed appearance and nodded. "Third brother makes a good point." Xie gave a non-committal Wenjio looked at the young man for a moment and smiled. "Third brother looks so handsome when he's not angry. I wonder how many girls will fall for him when the spring exam results are out next year. Xie Xian's handsome face instantly turned red to the ears. He glared at him and turned to enter the winery. Wen Jiao was a bit puzzled. Everything was fine just now. What's wrong now? This young man's thoughts were really hard to figure out. He must be angry because everyone didn't like and follow, right? When this girl appeared, she almost blinded Wen Jiao's eyes. The matter with the Yongchang Marquis mansion couldn't be delayed any longer. Wen Jiao could only take advantage of Xie Heng being away on business to find time to visit the Yongchang Marquis mansion. He had people carry wine to the mansion. As soon as he arrived at the mansion gate, the steward came to greet him. Wen Jiao exchanged pleasantries, saying he was busy with the opening today and apologized for keeping the madam waiting. The steward looked behind him and casually asked if General Xie hadn't come with him. Wen Jiao only hoped this matter could pass without incident. With a slight smile, he said his elder brother was busy. This was the wine the madam wanted. It wouldn't cost 8,000 taels of silver. He would give her the change for the remaining money. The madam steward looked at him for a long time without taking the money. Her expression gradually darkened. Mr. Xiao, what does this mean? Wen Jiao still wore a smile and said it was just the standard price, with absolutely no intention of raising it. Wasn't the madam complaining his wine was too cheap? Wen Jiao felt somewhat helpless. In the end, it was they who were being unreasonable. What family chooses a son-in-law by directly forcing money into his hands without a word and not allowing refusal? Even the emperor doesn't force buying and selling like this when marrying off his daughter. The steward's expression eased slightly at this. She directly grabbed Wen Jiao's arm. Before Wen Jiao could refuse, she pulled him inside. In the main hall, a banquet with dancing and singing was in full swing. Wen Jiao looked up and saw the eldest daughter in the main seat. Just as he was about to retreat, the steward finished instructing the maid beside her. Then she blocked Wen Jiao's way. Wen Jiao felt helpless. This was too much like a trap. At this moment, Madame Li of the Marquis mansion arrived. Pointing at the Marquis' daughter, she said, "Young madam, do you see? Our Marquis' eldest daughter Guan Lai is the most beloved by the Marquis. Look at the pearls and jades on her head. It took Qin Jinlu a full year and 6 months to make them. Her silk clothes and her daily attire are no less impressive than those of the princesses in the capital." The steward also chimed in agreement. This was a display of wealth. Wen Jiao had lived 2 lifetimes, but had never experienced this. He had seen many wealthy families, but few as extravagant as the Yongchang Marquis mansion. Wen Jiao listened with a headache, but had to keep smiling. The young ladies of the Yongchang Marquis mansion are naturally all excellent. Before he could finish speaking, that glittering young lady walked towards Wen Jiao crying. "So you agree then?" Her body adorned with jewels and gold nearly blinded Wen Jiao's eyes. Wen Jiao couldn't help but ask, "Agree to what?" The gold-covered young lady became anxious and quickly asked Madame Li, "Second mother, didn't you explain it clearly to him?" Hearing her question, Wen Jiao finally understood. The current Yongchang Marquis' wife was not the first wife, while the eldest daughter was born to the original wife. It seemed this young lady had taken a liking to Xie Xian, and the stepmother, not wanting to be the villain, had passed the trouble on to him. Madame Li hurriedly explained to Dong Mingyue. Her expression also turned somewhat unpleasant as she questioned Wen Jiao. "Didn't you get the card I gave you? It was written clearly on it. Don't pretend to be confused." Wen Jiao acted as if he had just remembered. "What card?" "Oh, the one Madame casually gave me yesterday. The wine shop was busy, and I turned around for a moment. That card, I don't know where the careless servant threw it. But I wasn't asked for the card when I entered the mansion just now." Madame Li was at a loss. She couldn't say in front of everyone that it was a betrothal card. She was so anxious she couldn't speak. "All right, stop talking." The young Lady D interrupted her at this point. She walked up to Wen Jiao in a few steps. "You're the young madam of the Xie family, right? Just like and follow, and I'll let you go." This young lady was really too direct. She opened with such aggressive words. The Marquis' eldest daughter looked at Wen Jiao, asking if he was now in charge of all affairs at the general's mansion. Wen Jiao, feeling her gaze, responded with a slightly evasive look that it was indeed so. Dong Mingyue spoke to Wen Jiao haughtily. "I'm the eldest daughter of the Yongchang Marquis family, named Dong Mingyue. You're only 15. Your birth mother passed away early. Now your stepmother runs the household. There are also 2 concubine-born sisters in the family, too many to count. Let's not dwell on that." Dong Mingyue looked at him and asked fiercely, "Do you have any other questions?" Wenjio felt somewhat embarrassed and replied he didn't. He had heard in his previous life that the eldest daughter of the Yongchang Marquis was an eccentric person. However, she later married the wrong person and died an unnatural death before turning 20. Seeing her today, she indeed seemed quite peculiar. Dong Mingyue spoke bluntly. I see. You've caught General Xie's eye. I invited you here today to check if our birth dates are compatible. Even if my stepmother didn't explain it clearly to you, you can't be blamed for that. When Jiu didn't know how to respond and could only say politely, the young lady is knowledgeable and reasonable, a rare find in this world. But before he could finish, Dong Mingyue interrupted. If that's the case, go back and tell General Xie to prepare. We'll meet again tomorrow for another look. When Jiu was startled, this girl was really too direct and persistent. Dong Mingyue didn't care about his reaction. See how grand the Yongchang Marquis mansion is? After General Xie marries me, pavilions, towers, silks, and jewels will all be easily obtainable. No need to be frugal or beg the emperor for money. Naturally, you'll benefit too. Wen Jiu was shocked by her words. The eldest daughter of the Yongchang Marquis wanted his family to rely on her wealth. This wouldn't do. Wen Jiu reached out and took the pearl from Dong Mingyue's head. He casually threw it to the ground. It shattered in an instant. Young lady, you probably haven't seen truly fine things. These orange pearls in the past, my family wouldn't even use them to pave the ground. Everyone's expressions froze for a moment. Wen Jiu ignored them and continued. My eldest brother usually sleeps on a bed of warm jade. In his leisure time, he plays with crystal chimes. To raise him, one needs a place piled with gold carvings, jade artifacts, and emeralds. I'm afraid the Marquis's family fortune isn't enough. Dong Mingyue was also infuriated by him. You're so arrogant. The people of the Yongchang Marquis mansion could no longer contain their anger. Madame Li angrily said, Xie Heng is now just a mere third-rank official. It's his great fortune that our Mingyue has taken a liking to him. Before she could finish, a young man's lazy voice came from above. Are you giving my Xie family's young madam the hard time? The voice came from overhead. The people of the Marquis mansion looked up and saw the young man appearing in a hot air balloon above the mansion. He looked at the Yongchang Marquis in the building. You're Yongchang Marquis Dong Qian, right? If you don't like and follow now, we'll meet at the imperial court. Hearing this, Yongchang Marquis Dong Qian's face turned slightly pale. General Xie, what are you saying? It's just my daughter being mischievous, inviting the young madam over for a drink. There's no need to trouble the emperor at the imperial court. Xie Heng's expression darkened slightly, his tone turning cold. Then why are so many of you surrounding my family's young madam? What are you intending to do? Dong Qian looked embarrassed. My wife doesn't know her place and has disturbed the young madam. This is all a misunderstanding. Xie Heng's expression remained unchanged. Since it's a misunderstanding, I'll take him away then. Unexpectedly, the usually arrogant and domineering young man had such a romantic side. Xie Heng's gaze lingered on Wen Jiu. Aren't you coming? Or are you waiting to have a late-night snack at their place? Wen Jiu quickly ran to the edge of the small building. Seeing the height of the floor, Wen Jiu felt a bit scared. Seeing his hesitation, the young man extended his hand for support. Wen Jiu looked at him as if bewitched and raised his hand. The young man grasped his hand and pulled him directly from in front of the railing. Raise both hands. He then placed it into the flame cup. He raised his hand and unknowingly triggered some mechanism. The flame cup slowly rose again. The people on the upper floor were getting further and further away from them. In the end, they only heard Dong Mingyue call out Xie Heng once. When Jiu closed her eyes tightly, her lips turned pale. Curled up in the corner, she kept muttering, It's okay. Don't be afraid. No matter how many times she experienced it, she was still afraid of heights. Xie Heng gently called her name. Our Miss Wen is afraid of heights. He had felt something was off earlier. Now seeing her like this, it was very obvious. Wen Jiu's voice was trembling. Her hand clutching the young man's sleeve was still shaking uncontrollably. Xie Heng let her hold onto his sleeve, his eyes fixed on her. There's nothing to be embarrassed about being afraid of heights. He even told Wen Jiu some embarrassing stories about his brothers. Gradually, Wen Jiu forgot she was high up in the air. Xie Heng whispered in her ear, Standing in high places, though seemingly dangerous, allows you to feel the vastness of heaven and earth. The more you see it, the less afraid you become. This way, you can see scenery that ordinary people can't see. It's not in vain to have come to this world. When Jill was a bit conflicted, she was scared in her heart, but wanted to see the vastness of heaven and earth the young man described. Xie Heng handed her a string and told her to pull it open. Wenjie didn't know what he meant, but didn't think much of it. She pulled the string hard. The next moment, fireworks scattered. A red light shot straight into the sky. Gorgeous fireworks exploded in the air one after another. It was beautiful indeed, but she was scared into a cold sweat. In this situation, there was really no leisure to appreciate it. Looking at the panicked Wenjie, the corner of his mouth unconsciously revealed a smile. Miss Wen's eyes were wide open with fear, like a pure and harmless little deer. It was quite cute. He smiled and said to Wenjie, the first time is really, well, please bear with it. Give it a thumbs up and let's see what's next. Wenjie couldn't speak at all. It took her a long time to react. The moment she looked up, countless sky lanterns rose with the wind. Twinkling lights gathered in the night sky. Looking down again, the city moat was crowded with people. Everyone held a lotus lantern and released it into the river. They merged with the water flow to form a sea of fire. Countless common people stood among the lights, praying for blessings. Wenjie completely forgot where she was. She murmured, "My eyes are a bit dazzled. Elder brother, I might have been blinded by the young lady from the Yongchang Marquis mansion earlier." She saw lanterns lighting up from the east, west, south, and north main streets. Looking down from midair, suddenly all the lights in the city were bright. She even felt like she hadn't woken up. How did the entire capital city become somewhat unreal? This man released 9,999 sky lanterns, just to make up for a girl's birthday. The young man smiled and pulled a sky lantern to her hand. The heat of the flame transmitted to her fingertips. Wenjie released that sky lantern, still in disbelief. It was actually real. Looking at the countless sky lanterns, Xieheng took out a glass lotus lantern and handed it to her. "It doesn't matter if you can't count them all. Anyway, I've already counted for you. 9,999 lanterns. This one needs to be added to make it complete. May our young madam always be happy and worry-free, with everything going smoothly." When Wenjie took the lantern, her expression still a bit dazed. She couldn't believe in her heart that all these were for her. And were those river lanterns on the ground also prepared by him? This young man was really too extravagant. If this reached the emperor's ears, who knows what kind of storm it would stir up? Xieheng smiled and said, "They're for you." When Wenjie was stunned, the young man smiled and said, "This time I was 2 months late. Please forgive me, young madam. In the future, I promise I won't be late again." When Wenjie looked at him, lost in thought. At this moment, she really couldn't find anything bad to say about this young man. When Wenjie suddenly remembered that today was early November, exactly 2 months late for his birthday. He looked at Xieheng, eyes brimming with tears of gratitude. In his 2 lifetimes, Wenjie had rarely celebrated any festivals. In his previous life, he had been so busy for years and never had the habit of celebrating birthdays. No one had ever specially remembered this day. He never expected Xieheng to be so thoughtful. After holding back for a long time, he could only say that what elder brother Xie never dared to hope for in his previous life was now presented before him in this life. In his heart, he firmly resolved to work hard to earn money and take good care of his elder brother. Seeing him like this, Xieheng couldn't help but say, "Don't cry. If you cry, I'll call your 3rd brother up here." When Wenjie instantly sobered up, his expression stiffening. Xieheng smiled and said, "Just kidding. Why are you so afraid of him?" When Wenjie took a deep breath, he would try his best not to be afraid. The flame slash cut through half of the sky over the imperial capital, reaching the highest point of the city gate. When Wenjie discovered that Xie Xian was already on the city wall. The flame slash stopped at the height level with the city wall. Xieheng led Wenjie down. Wenjie walked over and nervously called out, "3rd brother." Xie Xian responded with a sound, reaching out to take a bowl of soup from the food box held by the maid. He pushed it in front of him. Wenjie hesitated a bit, but faced with Xie Xian's death stare, he obediently complied. He quickly drank the entire bowl. After a while, he tasted it and said, "This soup is really sweet." Then he was quietly reminded, "This is the Rui soup that the 3rd young master personally cooked." When Wenjie's expression instantly changed. He turned the empty bowl upside down to show him, "This is the first time I've had such delicious sweet soup. This girl really drinks fiercely, and as a result, she got herself drunk in no time." After watching when Wenjie finished drinking, Xieheng also came over and said that they should have made longevity noodles originally, but none of them knew how to make them, so they made Rui soup instead. It sounded auspicious too. If he liked it, they would make it for him every year from now on. When Wenjie was embarrassed now. He didn't want to trouble 3rd brother. It's better to let Governor Xie focus on his studies and stay away from the kitchen. Come to think of it, it's strange that someone as inscrutable as Xie Xian would like sweets like a little girl. How odd. At this moment, Jinger brought up the prepared wine. Xie Heng raised his hand and took a cup, saying to Wenjiu, "Young madam, may you have this day every year, and this moment every year." Wenjiu smiled and thanked elder brother Xie and third brother for their thoughtfulness. Wenjiu has no way to repay you. Let me first drink 3 cups as a toast. Saying this, he picked up the wine cup and drank it in one gulp. He drank 3 cups in succession without any hesitation. Xie Heng smiled and said, "All right, we know you can hold your liquor. Third brother, come and have a toast with us. Let's let bygones be bygones." Wenjiu held the cup with both hands. Let bygones be bygones. Well said. Of the hundreds of people in the Xie family, now only a few of them are left to support the family. Relying on each other in this vast imperial capital, from today on, he should forget about the things from his previous life. This is a new life, a new everything. But Xie Xian didn't move. Xie Heng patted him and said, "What are you still sulking about? I sold you out once. Are you planning to hold a grudge for a lifetime?" The already tipsy Wenjiu came in front of Xie Xian. "I was wrong before. I hope third brother can forgive me." After saying this, he drained the cup in one go. Xie Heng also persuaded from the side, "Since we've entered the same family, we are one family. Don't always be at odds for no reason. Is it fun to be like this? You're clearly asking for a beating. If you two keep laughing like this, where am I supposed to put my face as the elder brother?" Wenjiu felt very wronged. It wasn't that he wanted to be difficult. Seeing both of them silent, Xie Heng didn't say much either. "No one's talking, huh? Fine, then let's just drink." After finishing the cup in his hand, he asked Jiner for more wine. Jiner advised him to drink less from the side. Wenjiu drank urgently and fiercely. He was already drunk. Standing on the city wall, he was still praising how good the wine he brewed was. Xie Xian behind him was somewhat reproachful, but still handed a silk handkerchief to Wenjiu. Wenjiu directly pushed it away. "What handkerchief? So delicate like a woman?" Third young master's face instantly darkened. Xie Heng couldn't help but laugh. He came to Xie Xian's side, patted his shoulder. "If you want to argue, get drunk first, and then argue with him. 2 drunks, do whatever you want. I won't interfere with you today." Xie Xian, besides, suddenly asked Wenjiu, "Wenjiu, have you ever thought about breaking off the engagement and remarrying?" Wenjiu suddenly smashed a wine cup on the ground. His face changed instantly, glaring at Xie Xian. He angrily said, "Who the hell wants to break off the engagement? I'm staying with the Xie family and not leaving. You? None of you can drive me away." The last sentence clearly carried a hint of crying. The maid Jinger was startled and was about to come over, but Xie Heng waved his hand, indicating that she didn't need to come forward. When drunk, it's easy to amplify all emotions. He pointed at Xie Xian and said, "Even if you drive him away, he won't leave." Xie Xian didn't know what to say for a moment and softly said, "No one's driving you away." Wenjiu sniffled. Sitting on the ground, he started crying loudly. Xie Xian was immediately at a loss. He turned to ask for help from his elder brother Xie Heng. "Look, Wenjiu is crying. Why don't you quickly like and follow?" The girl throwing a drunken fit was so unrestrained. His wish was actually to have both of them. Looking at Wenjiu sitting on the ground, crying loudly, Xie Heng had no choice but to sit beside him and comfort him. Suddenly he asked Wenjiu if he had any wishes. Wenjiu looked at the young man somewhat confusedly. He thought for a moment. In his previous life, he was as rich as a country. What didn't he have? If he had to say there was any regret. When the 2 young men looked at him simultaneously, he beckoned them to come closer and said he would tell them. Xie Xian also came and sat by his side. Wenjiu lazily put his arm around Xie Xian's shoulder. He didn't forget to raise his hand and tilt Xie Heng's chin. "I wish to embrace the true characters of the world." They were stunned, their faces unconsciously blushing. The confused girl was still mumbling beauties in her mouth. A moment later, the 2 young men suddenly stood up. Neither said a word, each walking away in opposite directions. The 2 had walked a few steps when suddenly there was a bang from behind. They turned to look. They saw that Wenjiu had hit his forehead. Jiner quickly went to help him up, asking concernedly if he was all right. Before she could finish speaking, Xie Heng and Xie Xian had already turned back with big strides. Wenjiu usually seemed like a normal girl who knew she'd be like this when drunk. The 2 young men looked at each other and smiled. Xie Heng went forward and gently tried to wake Wenjiu. But Wenjiu dissatisfiedly pushed away his hand. "Behave, don't disturb. I'm finally having a good sleep." Jiner knew best how hard Wenjiu worked daily and didn't have the heart to wake her. So she said to Siehung, "General, Madame Xiao has been busy nonstop these days. She must be tired." Siehung had no choice. He bent down and picked up Wenjio. The girl, smelling of alcohol, looked at him with half-open, drunken eyes. Siehung responded with an, "It was me." He reached out to caress Siehung's face, still grinning stupidly, embracing the true character. Wenjio was drunk all night. The next day, he still hadn't woken up even when the sun was high. An imperial eunuch came from the palace to deliver a decree. Madame Xiao, quickly wash up and change. Someone from the palace has come to deliver a decree. Wenjio, getting up groggily, asked what time it was. He quickly changed and washed up, then went to the main hall with a group of maids. His head was throbbing. He couldn't remember what happened yesterday, nor how he got back home. In the main hall, Wenjio walked to Xie side and greeted, "Good morning, third brother." Xie glanced at him. His expression seemed somewhat different from usual. After a long while, he finally replied, "The sun is already high. It's not early." Wenjio was speechless. Did he have to correct him so seriously? Couldn't third brother just casually say good morning back? In the blink of an eye, the imperial eunuch arrived at the mansion. The decree stated that General Xie had rendered meritorious service and managing the household was not easy. Therefore, the emperor bestowed 2 adjacent mansions to General Xie. If you get drunk and completely forget what happened, how embarrassing it is when people around you help you remember. The old emperor gave the 2 neighboring mansions to Siehung. Although his official rank didn't increase, the scale of his residence now far exceeded that of a first-rank official. It could be said that he was greatly favored. After Wenjio thanked the emperor for his grace, the imperial eunuch also smiled and complimented him a couple of times. Wenjio also smiled and exchanged pleasantries. Hearing the compliments, he had to give a big red envelope. He received the property deeds and imperial decree. After seeing the eunuch out of the mansion, he suddenly remembered something and asked Xie beside him, "How come I haven't seen eldest brother today?" Xie stared at him for a long time. Wenjio, who had forgotten everything after sobering up, felt increasingly confused by the stare. Xie sighed helplessly and said in a low voice, "Elder brother received orders to train troops. He left the city overnight." Wenjio was puzzled. So urgent. As they returned to the mansion, Wenjio felt that Xie was acting strange today, constantly following him. Moreover, the way he looked at him seemed a bit off. He wondered if he had offended him again somehow. So he reluctantly asked, "Is there anything else?" Xie then took out a book from his chest and handed it to him. Wenjio looked at it. Women's Etiquette. He took it, feeling confused. "This is for me?" Xie responded with an, "I should have given it to you yesterday." Wenjio was very surprised. He actually gave him this thing? Wasn't it given as a birthday gift yesterday? The young man turned to walk away, not forgetting to remind him, "Read it yourself first. If there's anything you don't understand, come ask me. If you can't read, find a female teacher to teach you." He hurriedly called out to stop Xie. "What's going on? Why suddenly ask me to read women's etiquette?" At this moment, Jiner suddenly reminded, "Madame Xiao, do you really not remember anything you did last night?" Wenjio turned back and urgently asked, "I drank too much last night. Did anything happen?" Jiner hesitated and said, "Nothing happened. The general and third young master told us not to mention it. As servants, we should listen to our masters." Wenjio stared at her and asked, "Really nothing?" Jiner became a bit flustered under his gaze and quickly tried to leave. Wenjio grabbed Jiner as she was leaving. He didn't bother to slowly coax information out of her anymore and directly asked, "What did I say and do last night?" After much hesitation, Jiner finally hinted, "Last night, you managed to anger both the general and third young master at once." Wenjio panicked at this. What on earth did he do to them to make both gentlemen angry? Without hesitation, he turned to go lay low for a while. Jiner followed behind him, looking utterly confused. When he heard about laying low, he understood it was time to lay low. Yesterday, when the young madam said to those two, "I hope to embrace true characters in this world," even the maid thought about jumping off right there. Heaven knows how indescribable the general and the third young master's expressions were at that time. Wenjio suddenly felt as if struck by lightning. He stiffly turned back to ask what happened. A few images flashed through his mind. Wenjio held his aching head, feeling worried. He was concerned it might have ruined his life. At this moment, Wenjio was so anxious he stomped his feet. He told Jiner to get the carriage. Wen Jiao's first thought was to quickly salvage the situation. Xie Xian's attitude meant he had likely set his sights on him. It's better to make amends quickly. Perhaps some praise could earn 3 forgivenesses. This woman, in order to make up for her drunken mistake, went to the Grand Princess's mansion to plead, but unexpectedly encountered her enemy. Inside the Grand Princess's mansion, Wen Jiao saw the Grand Princess again, but the scene was completely different from last time. Gone were those male favorites. Zhao Jingyi was leaning on a precious couch. Wen Jiao approached and softly greeted her. Zhao Jingyi seemed quite familiar with her. She lazily told her to sit wherever. Wen Jiao spoke directly, saying she came to apologize to the princess today. Zhao Jingyi laughed lightly, her face charming and affectionate. How come you can't bear to part with Xie Xian? Wen Jiao didn't feel it was a matter of being able to part or not. She awkwardly explained that she wasn't Xie Xian's person. It was truly uninteresting. The princess never lacked handsome people around her. I'll find a handsome and pleasing person later and send them to the princess's mansion. That would be more appropriate. But Zhao Jingyi wasn't willing to listen to her pleasantries. If you can't bear it, just say you can't bear it. I didn't say I would blame you. Having one unattainable person is enough. I'm not tired of living. Why would I bring such trouble upon myself? When Jiao felt somewhat uneasy, words of praise came out without thinking. The princess is wise and clever, naturally wouldn't bring trouble upon herself. He also didn't know what Xie Xian did last time that made Zhao Jingyi not blame him at all. Zhao Jingyi picked at the incense in the burner. The room was filled with sandalwood fragrance. I hate people who deceive me the most. The fact that you dare to come here today shows you still have some integrity. After smelling it, when Jiao realized this scent was the sandalwood burned in temples. He couldn't see through this grand princess. When he could avoid speaking, he didn't speak. His heart had been suspended for so long. He couldn't help but feel nervous. Zhao Jingyi looked at him. She smiled and said, "You can change the person as you like. I don't care if it's Xie Xian or not, as long as they're pleasing to the eye." Wen Jiao immediately beamed with joy. The princess is truly magnanimous. This was really great. Crisis averted. Zhao Jingyi looked at him and suddenly said, "It's just your face that makes it impossible to dislike you." Wen Jiao smiled and said, "Then I guess I'm lucky. Whether it's my face that can't be disliked, or my temperament, personality, or voice, I've only gained a few advantages." Zhao Jingyi suddenly noticed the wine being carried by the maid at the door and asked, "Did you bring wine?" Wen Jiao quickly responded, "Yes, newly brewed wine." Zhao Jingyi's voice was also lazy. "You're thoughtful. Have someone bring it up. You may leave." Wen Jiao bowed and took his leave. Only after leaving the Grand Princess's mansion did he breathe a sigh of relief. He had finally settled a matter that the third young master had been dwelling on for so long. Even if Xie Xian were to settle accounts with him in the future, at least one offense would be removed. The general's mansion couldn't be destroyed for now. Wen Jiao went straight to the tavern. He planned to keep busy for a few days. It's better not to return to the general's mansion these days. It's truly a case of reaping what one sows. Just as they arrived at the tavern door, they saw an unexpected person, Zhao Fan. Wen Jiao's body stiffened for a moment. He had clearly pushed Zhao Fan off the dangerous peak. How was he still alive and back in the capital? He had no time to think further. He turned and fled in panic. Zhao Fan glanced from the corner of his eye. He felt that someone looked very familiar. Then he remembered who it was. The man saw the person who had pushed him off the cliff appear. He immediately chased after him. To avoid this man, Wen Jiao darted into the complex streets and alleys. He then wondered why the man kept chasing them. Wen Jiao didn't explain, just told him to hurry up. Seeing how slippery he was, the man shouted for them to stop. Wen Jiao and the maid ignored his shouts and quickly left. Fortunately, they were not far from the general's mansion, and there were many pedestrians on the road. They should be able to escape by blending into the crowd. However, the man was on horseback, wielding a whip at the crowd, but he still lost sight of them. He thought he had lost them. But one of his subordinates had some impression of Wen Jiao. He accurately told the man about his identity. When the man heard about the general's mansion, his face darkened at first, but he didn't hesitate and chased after them on horseback. Just as Wen Jiao and the others had stepped into the courtyard, the man had caught up on horseback. He completely disregarded the guard's obstruction, wanting to forcefully enter the mansion. Dare to block this prince's way? Do you not want to live? The guard still blocked him from entering. Zhao Fan then drew his sword, ready to attack. Just as he was about to take a life, Wen Jiao, hiding behind a fake mountain, saw him. He had actually come to their door. He knew he couldn't avoid it this time, but no matter what, he couldn't implicate Siehung. Just as he was about to step out, Siehung suddenly appeared and pushed Wenjio back behind the fake mountain. He went straight to Zhao Fan and questioned, "Who doesn't want to live?" Siehung's voice was cold and intimidating. "Princes who break the law are punished like commoners. May I ask, Your Highness, how do you plan to pay for barging into my general's mansion and harming people today?" Zhao Fan approached with his sword, angrily demanding, "If you know what's good for you, hand over the person. Otherwise, I'll make your blood splatter 3 zhang high." Siehung was not afraid at all and dared him to try. Zhao Fan's anger surged, and he placed his sword directly on the young man's neck. Siehung, however, calmly ordered the guards to report to the Ministry of Justice and the Court of Judicature. After this prince finishes chopping, send him straight to prison. The guards responded and left. More and more people gathered outside the mansion. Zhao Fan knew he couldn't actually swing his sword. If he did, he would be in trouble too. Siehung urged, asking if he was going to chop or not. Zhao Fan knew he couldn't really chop, but he could still make him suffer a bit. He kicked towards Siehung's chest. The young man stood still, not moving an inch. A swift shadow flew out from the courtyard. With a single kick, it knocked Zhao Fan to the ground. It turned out to be the blue robe guards who had arrived. Siehung only said 3 words, "Go tie him up." The blue robe guards obeyed and tied up Zhao Fan. At this time, Siehung started counting off Zhao Fan's crimes on his fingers. Injuring people on the street with a horse, coming to kill people with a sword. And which prince was he? He needed to report his name. Zhao Fan hadn't expected Siehung to be so sharp-tongued. If these crimes were confirmed, he would be in big trouble. After hearing Siehung's words, the onlookers discussed that Zhao Fan was crazy and pretending to be a prince. After listing Zhao Fan's crimes, Siehung ordered the blue robe guards to give him 50 lashes and send him to the Ministry of Justice. The blue robe guards stepped forward and whipped Zhao Fan, making him howl. These cries delighted Siehung. This girl was a money grubber. To put her mind at ease, the young man actually gave her 10,000 taels of gold. After dealing with Zhao Fan, Siesun saw Wenjio still in a panic. He didn't understand why he was so scared. Wenjio didn't know how to explain that he had offended a prince. So he confessed that Zhao Fan was the person who had kidnapped him before. He didn't expect that he survived falling off the cliff and actually came back. But Siesun knew everything. He comforted him, saying there's nothing to be afraid of. As long as he denies it firmly, there's nothing Zhao Fan can do. What surprised Wenjio even more was that Siesun knew it was Zhao Fan. And knowing his identity, he still beat him half to death before sending him to the Shuntian prefecture. Siesun was even joking, saying if it had been his eldest brother here, would Zhao San still be alive? This completely shocked Wenjio. What kind of extraordinary people were the Sief family raising? Seeing Wenjio still worried, Siesun comforted him, saying what's meant to come will come sooner or later. What's the use of being afraid? Death seemed to follow this principle, but Wenjio was still a bit anxious. Siesun asked what would make him feel better. He answered very seriously, probably having money in hand would make him feel better. Siesun looked at him for a while. He left alone. Wenjio immediately worried if he had said something wrong to make him angry again. As he was regretting, Siesun suddenly came back with a box. He handed the box to Wenjio, saying for his peace of mind, this box contains 10,000 taels of gold. Wenjio immediately perked up. He didn't expect Siesun to have hidden so much private money. Seeing his money-loving look, Siesun told him to go tidy himself up. He patted his head, coming back to his senses a bit. Since things had already happened, rather than worrying about his life being in danger, it's better to think about how to solve the problem at hand. A moment later, a servant suddenly rushed in to report that the person whipped today was indeed the 4th prince, and the officials had already sent troops to arrest people. They would soon arrive at the general's mansion. The maids all panicked and were about to ask Wenjio, but were stopped by Siesun. The young man led the household servants towards the main gate. At this time, the sky was filled with thunder and rain. The silhouettes of the official troops outside the mansion gate appeared in an instant. The man riding in front raised his sword and swung it towards Siesun. Siesun dodged to the side and questioned who dared to commit violence at the general's mansion. But the man glared angrily, pointing his sword at Siesun and demanding Siehung to come out. When he heard the soldier report that the person who whipped Zhao Fan was the one in front of him, his anger grew even more intense. a commoner daring to whip a prince, truly seeking death. He raised his sword and swung it in the pouring rain. Xie Sun dodged the attack and put a short flute to his lips. A melodious flute sound rang out. The horse suddenly neighed and reared back. Wu Chengfeng was caught off guard and thrown off the horse. He picked up the sword from the ground and shouted angrily at the soldiers behind him, "Kill the demon! This general will reward you heavily." He raised his sword and swung at Xie Sun with all his might. But as the flute sound rang out, a sudden gust of wind blew. Wu Chengfeng could barely keep his eyes open in the wind. The flute sound mixed with the sound of wind and rain, making people even more confused. The young woman was really risking her life, fighting against 100 soldiers with just a few maids. As the long flute sound reached inside the mansion, Wen Jiao, who had already gone to rest, was awakened by it. He knew something must have happened. He hurriedly ran out of the room. He learned from the maid that there was chaos outside the mansion gate. Many people were carrying swords, and Xie Xian was outside the mansion. Without hesitation, she ordered to bring oil from the kitchen. Now that Xie Heng wasn't in the mansion and Xie Sun didn't know martial arts, they would surely be at a disadvantage. He hurried to the general's mansion gate. He saw Xie Sun already wounded by several sword cuts. Without thinking of anything else, he directly ordered the maids. The maids all poured oil onto the soldiers. When Jiao held a torch in his hand, looking at these soldiers daring to cause trouble in front of the general's mansion. "You bastards are tired of living," he said as he threw the torch at them. As soon as the fire touched the oil, it ignited instantly. At this moment, Wen Jiao's anger shot straight to his head. He wasn't afraid of anything. He'd have to face death sooner or later anyway. Wu Chengfeng, who was set on fire that day, fell to the ground and rolled in the rainwater. He was furious and ordered his subordinates to kill Wen Jiao as well. As the soldiers approached step by step, Wen Jiao showed no fear. Instead, he smiled and ordered the maids to add more oil and set it on fire. The maids also threw caution to the wind. In an instant, the fire burned the soldiers, causing them to scream in agony. The Imperial Guards didn't know what to do, seeing this situation. Things were getting out of control. Madame Xiao was being too reckless. How could the penniless general's mansion defeat 100 elite soldiers so thoroughly? This was unthinkable. If word of this reached the old emperor's ears, he would surely be sleepless with worry day and night. Wu Chengfeng, seeing Wen Jiao commanding in the crowd, suddenly raised his sword and swung it at Wen Jiao. Just as the long sword was about to strike him, Xie Sun was shocked and hurriedly threw a flying dagger. The flying dagger went straight through Wu Chengfeng's wrist. Wen Jiao quickly dodged. The sword edge deviated and fell beside Wen Jiao. Xie Sun rushed over and asked if he was all right. At this moment, Wu Chengfeng had already leaped up from the steps. His sword was aimed at the two of them. Wen Jiao had no time to think and pushed Xie Sun away, raising his own hand to block. Just as the sword was about to fall, he closed his eyes in fear. A scream rang out. When Jiao opened his eyes to see that Wu Chengfeng's sword-wielding arm had been cut off, it turned out Xie Heng had arrived on horseback. He directly ordered people to tie up this group of soldiers. Wu Chengfeng shouted something, but was silenced by Xie Xian's sword. The king of Hell Xie had even cut down the great Jin King with one stroke. What couldn't he do? He didn't resist. He surrendered. The young man angrily came to Wen Jiao. He picked him up. This girl really didn't care for her life. She usually seemed quite clever. How could she be so stupid now? Covered in dirt, Wen Jiao solemnly stated that he still wanted to live. Though he valued his life, he knew there were times when one couldn't fear death. Once a person fears death, their chances of winning are destined to be slim. Xie Heng was furious but helpless. He couldn't scold or hit this girl. He turned to look at the blood-covered young man beside him. In his anger, he could only direct it at him. The man had used a tactic of injuring the enemy 1,000 while hurting himself 800, just to stage an act of suffering. Xie Heng had just redirected his anger towards Xie Sun. Xie Sun, however, complained that Xie Heng had almost arrived too late. As he spoke, he suddenly fell backward due to his severe injuries. Wen Jiao quickly supported him, barely managing to keep him standing. He was startled and immediately ordered someone to fetch a doctor. Xie Sun maintained his composure, saying it was nothing. Wen Jiao was very worried. He really looked like he could fall over with just a gust of wind. At this moment, Xie Heng told Wen Jiao to go back to her room if she had nothing else to do. Xie Sun maintained the same expression, but clearly had the same intention. Wen Jiao was still somewhat concerned. Just as she was about to speak, Xie Sun interrupted her. Obviously, given the current situation, it couldn't be easily brushed aside. These two young men of the Xie family must have something to discuss. It wasn't convenient for her to overhear. When Jiao wanted to say something more, but still turned and entered the room with her maid, wearing a worried expression. Xie Heng's face was now stern. He asked what else Xie Sun wanted to do that he could now speak about. Xie Xian told Xie Heng to attack immediately. Xie Heng rarely got angry. He could have waited until he returned to take action, but Xie Xian had to go and take this blow. Did he really like using such painful tactics so much? Xie Xian said he had already taken half of Zhao Fan's life. He couldn't do nothing. Xie Heng frowned and said, "Injuring the enemy by 1,000 while hurting yourself by 800, don't you think it's a loss?" The young man, pale-faced and weak, fell into Xie Heng's arms. Xie Heng supported him, not knowing whether to be angry or laugh. "You really scared me this time." He bent down and directly carried Xie Sun on his back. Xie Xian said he wouldn't do it again. That night, rain and snow fell together, with a fierce wind and bone-chilling cold. Wu Jiaoyi knelt at the door of the emperor's bedchamber, crying for half the night. She was begging the emperor to do justice for Zhao Fan. Wang Liang's persuasion, beside her, was useless. Now these servants treated the fourth prince as an impostor, beating him 50 times and sending him to the Shuni prefecture. Wu Jiaoyi came to cry to the old emperor. Zhao Yi heard it all, but didn't keep her. This was enough to show that the position of that General Xie was now no lower than the fourth prince's. Yet Wu Jiaoyi didn't understand the deeper meaning and cried all night in front of the hall. Wu Jiaoyi ignored Wang Liang, the chief eunuch, and continued crying wholeheartedly. Wang Liang had no choice. He entered the hall to report to the old emperor. Zhao Yi hadn't slept either and ordered Xie Heng to be summoned. Mo Yunling had just given an order to Xie Heng when this incident occurred. He couldn't help but have a headache. Just as Wang Liang was about to leave the hall, a young eunuch hurriedly ran over to report. Xie, the little king of hell, had arrived and was waiting at the palace gate. It was said that he and his family's third young master had just escaped death. They were covered in blood. Even Wang Liang, being so experienced, couldn't react for a moment. Wasn't it said that the Xie family's people had beaten the fourth prince? How come now Xie, the little king of hell, side, was also causing trouble? He glanced at Wu Jiaoyi, who was still crying bitterly in front of the hall. Today's matter seemed not so simple. Wang Liang entered the bedchamber. He explained the situation to the old emperor. Xie Heng had just left the city yesterday, and today the Xie family had an incident. What a coincidence! The old emperor put on his dragon robe and walked out of the hall. The man had come to the palace to report a grievance, but unexpectedly found himself accused instead. Outside the hall of political affairs, more and more ministers gathered. They didn't know what had happened, but when they saw Xie Heng carrying the blood-covered Xie Xian, along with a group of bound soldiers, they knew something bad had occurred. Xie Heng entered the hall of political affairs under Wang Liang's lead. He carried the blood-covered youth, walking step by step into the hall. He knelt directly in front of Zhao Yi, begging the emperor to do justice for him and give the Xie family fairness. The ministers discussed among themselves. Zhao Yi asked him to explain in detail. Xie Heng said that the person who suddenly attacked his mansion today claimed to be a second-rank official. He didn't know this person and couldn't figure out which official would suddenly bring 100 relatives to attack his home. When Zhao Yi asked where the person was now, Xie Heng responded that he had been tied up and was outside the hall. The ministers whispered among themselves. This Xie, the little king of hell, wasn't here to seek justice from the emperor, but clearly wanted to flay his enemy alive. Zhao Yi ordered the person to be brought into the hall. After Wu Qingfeng entered the hall, he immediately knelt down, begging the emperor to do justice. Zhao Yi looked for a long time, but couldn't recognize who the person below was. Wu Qingfeng was almost crying. The ministers didn't recognize him, and even the emperor didn't recognize him. He hurriedly explained and complained. Xie Xian beat the fourth prince's warriors while nearly taking the fourth prince's life, and even sent him to the Shuni prefecture. He was so angry that he went to the Xie mansion to reason with them. But Xie Heng arbitrarily brought the ink cloud cavalry into the city and cut off his arm. Zhao Yi's face turned cold, questioning Xie Heng about what happened. Xie Heng naturally denied it. They didn't know any fourth prince, only tied up a madman who was riding people like horses on the street and even chased after his family's Madame Xiao, a reckless murderer. Hearing this, Everyone fell silent. In the Hall of Political Affairs, these two brothers, one reasoning and one acting tough, coordinated perfectly. At this moment, guards outside the hall carried in the unconscious Zhao Fan. Seeing his body covered in wounds, the people in the Hall of Political Affairs whispered among themselves. Zhao Yi was shocked and quickly asked what happened. The inner servant who carried Zhao Fan and explained that when the Shuani prefecture sent the fourth prince here today, he was already in this condition. Just then, Consort Wu rushed into the Hall of Political Affairs, ignoring all obstacles. She hugged the unconscious Zhao Fan and wept bitterly. The emperor kept him to protect the Zhao family's reign, but now he doesn't even care about his own son? Xie Heng is now just a third-rank official, yet his family dares to harm a prince. If he rises higher, won't he arbitrarily kill members of the royal family? Seeing her elder brother's arm cut off, she has also suffered terribly. In just one day, Consort Wu's two pillars of support were ruined. She cried miserably. Our lives may not matter much, but if your majesty allows him to continue like this, who knows if one day he might endanger you too. The minister's expressions changed upon hearing this. If Consort Wu had said this about anyone else, it might have been fine, but Xie Heng was a military general in command of troops. Not only was he young and reckless, but his actions were always unpredictable and completely uncontrollable. It seemed these two brothers were in trouble. The old emperor's face was as cold as water, anger rising. Xie Heng, what do you have to say about today's events? I cherished your talent, and this is how you repay me. Unexpectedly, before the emperor's decree was even issued, the maids in the Xie mansion were already preparing to flee with their luggage. When Jiao looked at these maids carrying bundles on their backs, puzzled, upon inquiry, he learned that they all believed disaster was about to befall the general's mansion. They begged Wen Jiao to be kind-hearted and let them go. Before Wen Jiao could speak, someone suddenly whispered, "Third young master, the person you beat today, it was truly the fourth prince." Whipping a prince is a capital offense that could lead to the execution of the entire family. The maids immediately begged to spare their lives. Then, unable to bear it, they angrily rebuked. The maids explained that he was an orphan, without parents. One person eating his fill meant the whole family wasn't hungry. But they were different. Their families relied on their monthly wages to survive. Just as Jiner was about to speak, when Jiao agreed in an extremely calm tone, the maids kneeling on the ground quickly thanked him after hearing this. Then they got up and hurriedly fled the mansion. Jiner didn't understand why. When Jiao calmly said, "What they said is correct. The general's mansion may face great calamity this time. Those among you who wish to leave may do so. Even if the CF family manages to turn misfortune into blessing today, we won't blame you for abandoning your masters to save yourselves. After all, it was a matter of life and death. They couldn't be blamed for fearing death and wanting to live." Exiner anxiously said, "They are already servants of the CF family. If the emperor truly blames us, even if they flee to the ends of the earth, it would still be a dead end. It's better to stay here. Even if we die, we can be companions on the road to the underworld." The other maids also expressed their stance. When Jiao looked at their anxious expressions, suddenly feeling a lump in his throat, he said, "Thank you all for your loyalty to the CF family today. From now on, as long as Wen Jiao lives a day, I will ensure you never want for food or clothing." After dismissing everyone, Wen Jiao instructed Jiner to take care of the household affairs. He had something to handle alone. Jiner hurriedly asked what he was going to do. When Jiao didn't respond, he went straight to Xie Xian's courtyard to find some belongings. What else could he do? Of course, he was going to risk his life. In the Beijing Hall, Xie Heng explained that he had never seen the fourth prince before and didn't know that the person who barged into his mansion with a sword in broad daylight was actually the current fourth prince. The young man's voice was calm, his expression increasingly impassive. "May I ask your majesty, if one day this prince acts in such a manner within the imperial palace, should I stop him or allow him to do as he pleases?" The crowd fell even more silent. Zhao Fenglian hurriedly stepped forward, first speaking well of both sides, then suggesting that this matter might have been instigated by someone. Zhao Ji interrupted with a dark face, saying that just because someone held military power, they thought there was something special. Instantly, the two were at odds. Zhao Yicheng rubbed his temples on the prison case. He asked the trembling Shuntian Prefecture Magistrate Gao Yu below, "You handled this case. Explain it clearly. Gao Yu immediately responded, recounting the whole story in detail. Upon hearing this, noble consort Wu cried even more miserably. She glared fiercely at Xie Heng. "Xie Heng, you're just a third-rank official. What could you have that would make a prince come to kill you? Even if there was something, it must be because he discovered your disloyal intentions." The weeping woman paused as she said this, realizing she had come up with such a good excuse. Although there was no evidence at all, noble consort Wu spoke with absolute certainty that Xie Heng must have committed some terrible crime. The old emperor's face darkened as he asked Xie Heng what he had to say. The man only tried to defend himself a bit, but the old emperor took it as a threat. Xie Heng didn't understand. His younger brother had merely taught a lesson to a lawbreaker. How could this be twisted into disloyalty? Did they have to wait until all the Xie family members were killed before they could come to the Yijing Hall to cry injustice? These words made Zhao Yi fall silent. At this moment, Xie Xian suddenly spoke up, "If it must be so, then kill me first before crying injustice." Xie Heng became angry on the spot, scolding him for talking nonsense. If they couldn't even protect their own family, what was the point of protecting the country and the world? All the officials in the hall felt their hearts pounding. The Xie family already had one little King Yama in Xie Heng, which was enough to give people headaches. Who knew that this Xie Xian was also such a tough nut to crack? However, Consort Wu said loudly, "Xie Heng's words clearly show that he's relying on his current control of troops. The emperor won't easily deal with him." Before she could finish speaking, Zhao Yi interrupted her. Hearing his words, the old emperor looked at Xie Heng and asked coldly, "Are you threatening me?" Xie Heng looked surprised and said, "What does your majesty mean by that?" The old emperor stopped speaking and just looked at him with an extremely unpleasant expression. Just an 18-year-old youth, yet already so inscrutable. Was it youthful recklessness, fearless of death, or deep scheming with everything under control? As the atmosphere became increasingly tense, Xie Heng spoke up, suggesting to let the fourth prince come and confront him directly. Consort Wu was greatly shocked. Ignoring her attempts to stop him, Xie Heng quickly pressed several acupoints on Zhao Fan's body. Amidst Consort Wu's exclamations, Zhao Fan gradually regained consciousness. Consort Wu personally supported Zhao Fan, quickly reminding him, "This is the hall of political affairs. If you've suffered any injustice, your father will surely stand up for you." At this moment, Zhao Yi asked why he went to Xie Heng's mansion today. Zhao Fan glanced at the young Xie Heng, standing not far away. Stepping forward to block his line of sight, Zhao Yi said, "The emperor is asking you a question. Why are you looking at my third brother?" Zhao Fan paused for a moment, then bowed to the old emperor and said, "This subject Zhao Fan begs Father Emperor to uphold justice." Zhao Yi continued to ask, "What exactly did you go to Xie Heng's mansion for?" Zhao Fan weakly responded, "I just saw a woman who looked very similar to the assassin who tried to kill me not long ago. I only wanted to catch up and get a clear look. Who would have thought that the people at Xie Heng's mansion would be so brazen as to almost kill me?" After hearing his words, everyone remembered that compared to the crown prince and Prince Rue, the fourth prince's mother's family was not prominent. The old emperor liked him mainly because of his good temper and ability to get along well with others. Now, suddenly waking from unconsciousness and saying such things, he directly confirmed Consort Wu's earlier accusations against Xie Heng. Everyone began to calculate inwardly, thinking that the Xie brothers were probably going to have very bad luck. Hearing the word assassin, Zhao Yi's face immediately darkened. "When were you assassinated? Why didn't you mention it before?" Zhao Fan explained that he didn't want to bother him over such a small matter. At this point, Consort Wu immediately hugged him and cried. Since Zhao Fan began to act weak, Consort Wu no longer strongly demanded that the old emperor must do something to the Xie family. The situation in the hall instantly changed. This girl was really bold, smashing the imperial seal on the ground in front of all the court officials. Unexpectedly, after seeing the weakness of Zhao Fan and his mother, the old emperor's attitude towards them clearly improved. The old emperor asked who the assassin was and why they were at Xie Heng's mansion. Zhao Fan hesitated to speak. The old emperor's attitude also cooled considerably. He sent in Zhu to question Xie Heng if he had anything else to say. Xie Heng just laughed out loud. He said that all the people in his mansion were bestowed by the emperor, except for one young madam who was weak and couldn't even lift a sword. How could she assassinate the fourth prince? A cold glint flashed in Zhao Fan's eyes. Zhao Yi then ordered in a deep voice to bring the person for questioning. Xie Xian was about to stop it, but his body suddenly began coughing violently. Xie Heng reached out to support him, then looked up and said, "Why should court matters involve the women of the household?" Before Zhao Yi could speak, someone in the hall believed that Xie Heng clearly had something to hide. More than half of the officials stepped forward and bowed, requesting permission to deal with Xie Heng. Xie Heng just laughed coldly. Just then, an eunuch from outside the hall rushed in to report, "Madam Xiao Wenjiu from the general's mansion has arrived." Xie Heng suddenly paused. Then he felt like laughing. These reckless guests from Dian, they all seemed to end up at their Xie family. Others would probably want to flee as far as possible from this matter. But he was good at rushing headlong into danger. He really was crazy. After entering the hall, Wenjiu merely bowed slightly, not showing much respect. He looked at Zhao Fan, covered in whip marks, and asked, "Is this the fourth prince?" Wu Jiaoyi shouted sternly, with an imposing manner, "How dare you?" Wenjiu didn't back down and loudly asked, "Is he or is he not the old emperor?" Wang Liang spoke up beside him, "That is the current fourth prince." Wenjiu met Zhao Fan's gaze and said, "I don't know what the fourth prince just said. Even if you want our CF family to be destroyed, you should at least make the charges clear." He had died at this person's hands in his previous life, and not long ago had nearly lost his life to him again. But at this moment, with the two young men of the CF family by his side, he couldn't show fear or retreat. His heart was full of resentment, regardless of what might happen in the future. Zhao Fan's eyes darted around before he said to the emperor, "The assassin wasn't him." Zhao Yi frowned, his face as calm as water. When Jiu suddenly spoke up, "That day, I indeed did not attempt to assassinate the fourth prince. Instead, a man in black clothes in Chongqing County held me hostage, forcing me to help him escape. He nearly took my life. Yesterday, when I briefly saw that person in front of the tavern, he tried to chase and kill me all the way to the general's mansion. I originally didn't know this person was actually the current fourth prince." Zhao Fan coldly interrupted, "Nonsense." When Jiu angrily said, "If it's nonsense, where's the evidence?" As he spoke, he opened the package in his hand. He casually threw the object in his hand onto the ground. The dragon-carved jade seal fell and shattered, the sound of breaking jade piercing the silence in the hall. Everyone looked, and their faces turned pale simultaneously. They hurriedly knelt down. Zhao Fan and Wu Jiaoyi also pressed their foreheads to the ground at the same time. At this time, when Jiu spoke up, 2 months ago, this person suddenly appeared in Chongqing County and held me hostage to guide him. Who knew that when we entered the forest, dozens of men in black came chasing after us? During the fight, this person fell off a cliff. This object was what he accidentally dropped at that time. When Jiu put on a face of ignorance, pretending not to know what this evidence actually was, Wang Liang hurriedly picked up the jade seal, unable to speak coherently. "This ancestor, do you know what you just threw on the ground?" Unexpectedly, this girl's acting skills were so good. The ministers in the policy discussion hall were puzzled when they saw the jade seal. Wasn't it in the palace with a concubine some time ago? And this girl dared to smash the jade seal in front of the emperor and ask what it was. Who would dare to provoke her now? When Jiu explained that he kept this object in order to identify the culprit one day, but he didn't expect this person to be the fourth prince, who tried to kill him as soon as he saw him. He asked the emperor if there was a law stating that a prince could kill people at will. Zhao Fan hadn't expected this woman to be so eloquent. He angrily rebuked Wen Jiu, asking why he was slandering him and what his intentions were. He came up to Wen Jiu and quietly warned him that if he wanted to live, he should let the matter rest. The young woman showed no fear. Her acting skills suddenly exploded. With tears in her eyes, she said he wanted to kill her to silence her, so he might as well just do it. Why did he have to persecute her two elders like this? Wen Jiu acted as if he was extremely frightened, appearing weak and vulnerable, completely losing the earlier bravado of smashing the jade seal. Everyone was shocked. How did this girl suddenly become so scared? Xie Heng also played along very well, stepping forward to comfort her. At this time, Xie Xian suddenly spoke up, asking Zhao Fan why a dignified prince would carry the jade seal to the remote Chongqing County, get chased and attacked, and even hold a woman hostage to escape. What exactly was he trying to do? Before Zhao Fan could speak, Xie Heng also connected this incident to the Great Jinyi Gong and Anyang City. Everyone thought that if all these events were deeply connected, they suddenly felt increasingly alarmed. Now, no matter how the fourth prince tried to explain, The old emperor must have had doubts in his heart. At this time, Wen Jiao added another sentence. When Great Jin massacred Anyang City, 130,000 people were killed. How did he manage to escape from the Anyang area? Hearing this, Wu Jiaoyi completely forgot her composure and rushed towards Wen Jiao, gesticulating wildly. But Wen Jiao easily dodged her. Missing her target, Wu Jiaoyi fell to her knees and cried, claiming they were deliberately framing them. Wu Chengfeng, with his arm cut off, also echoed the old emperor. He hadn't spoken until now, and it was unclear what he was thinking. Xie Heng stepped forward at this time to refute them. The entire hall suddenly fell silent. After a moment, the old emperor made his decision. He ordered Zhao Fan to be arrested. In an instant, guards pressed him down. Wu Jiaoyi was about to plead. Emperor Qin declared that Wu Qingfeng had brought troops into the city without authorization. He was to be stripped of his official position and thrown into the imperial prison. Wu Jiaoyi had failed to teach her son properly and would be confined to the cold palace from this day forward, never to be released. Zhao Feng and Zhao Ji spoke up simultaneously to plead for mercy. The ministers also joined in, but Zhao Yi raised his hand, threatening to punish anyone who dared to plead. The policy discussion hall fell into silence once again. As the guards were escorting Zhao Fan out, he passed by Wen Jiao and didn't forget to threaten him, saying he would repay today's grudge doubly in the future. Wen Jiao showed no fear. He stated that the law would judge fairly, and if Zhao Fan wanted to hold a personal grudge, he should say it openly. This left Zhao Fan speechless with anger. After the guards escorted Zhao Fan and the others out, Xie Sun, kneeling on the ground, could barely support himself and began to slump forward. Xie Heng quickly helped him up and then asked the emperor for permission to leave. The emperor called for imperial physicians to treat Xie Sun, but Xie Heng firmly refused, supporting the blood-covered Xie Sun as they walked towards the hall's exit. He didn't forget to ask one last question. What about the lives of 130,000 civilians in Anyang City? How would the emperor handle that? Zhao Yi assured him not to worry. If it was truly Zhao Fan who caused such a disaster, he would not be lenient. They bowed to the emperor and said in unison, "May your majesty be discerning." At this moment, the old emperor also seemed to lose face and lowered his head. In the general's mansion, Xie Heng marveled at how quickly Xie Sun's wounds had healed. He had heard that since birth, this illegitimate son of the second branch, no matter how harshly Madame Xie treated him or how many injuries he sustained, his body would recover rapidly, as if he were some supernatural being. Xie Heng still helped bandage Xie Sun. Just for appearance's sake, Xie Heng said it was passable. After all, outsiders couldn't see it. Xie Sun looked down at the white cloth wrapped around his body and put on his clothes expressionlessly. Xie Heng patted his head and joked, "You don't let others get close anyway. If you want to look good, why not let Ajio help you dress?" Xie Sun looked at him, his eyes dark, and said, "Men and women should maintain proper distance. Elder brother, don't forget, she is fifth brother's future wife." Xie Heng raised his hand and knocked hard on the third young master's head. "I haven't lost my mind. What are you staring at?" Just as Xie Xian was about to say something, Xie Heng interrupted him. "Wen Jiao is only 15 this year. In ordinary families, which girl at this age isn't busy choosing a husband and preparing her wedding dress? He was born this way, with unfortunate circumstances. He says he wants to remain faithful to fifth brother for life and stay with the Xie family. Do you really want him to live a lonely life?" Xie Sun muttered. He said it himself. Although he never wore a wedding dress, never bowed to heaven and earth, and was never entered into the Xie family genealogy, there's no reason in this world for a young woman in her prime to remain faithful to a deceased fiancé for life. Wen Jiao said himself that he wanted to stay with the Xie family. Just as his thoughts were wandering, Xie Heng suddenly said, "That's what he said, it's true. But when he was 15, he felt that staying at home wasn't much. What about when he's 25 or 35? By then, you and I will be busy traveling. Other families have few wives. Their wives are surrounded by children. Only he will be alone with a cold lamp, sighing in the long, lonely nights. How will he endure?" Xie Sun suddenly couldn't speak. Xie Heng smiled and told Xie Sun not to think about it. He grabbed Xie Sun, carried him on his back, and put him on the couch. As long as they treated Wen Jiao like a little sister, it would be fine. In the future, if there's a talented young man who catches her eye, we'll let grandmother make the decision. If not, he can marry into our Xie family. Isn't that also staying with us for life? He didn't give Xie Sun a chance to speak and walked straight towards the door. He also reminded, even if you're better, stay in bed for a couple more days. Otherwise, the one above might think you're faking the injury. Xie was left speechless. Meanwhile, Dr. Li had just finished examining Wenjio. He angrily scolded, stroking his beard and glaring. With such a weak constitution, how dare you exert yourself recklessly? Do you think your life is too long? Wenjio gently replied, "It's not that bad, is it? I'm busy all day, so my body should be quite strong." Dr. Li frowned and wrote out a prescription. He handed the prescription to the maid, saying, "Am I the doctor, or are you? Follow this prescription and drink the medicine for a month first. We'll change to a different prescription next time." He looked at Wenjio with a stern face. "If you don't take the medicine properly according to the prescription, don't bother calling a doctor next time. It won't help anyway." Then he left. Wenjio felt that the old man seemed genuinely angry. He instructed to remember to give the old man a pillow towel today. This old man had such a temper that he scolded people and left without even taking the pillow towel, just carrying his medicine box. The maid quickly chased after him. After the maid left, he couldn't help but ponder. After yesterday's commotion, there were only 10 servants left in the general's mansion, 4 women and 6 men, that would need to be reassigned. Wenjio suddenly remembered that Xie had given him a wooden box earlier, saying it contained 10,000 taels of gold. With last night's chaos in the mansion, he wondered if it was still there. He bounced back to his room to look for it. Back in the room, the box was still on the table. He excitedly held it in his hands. This box was full of silver, the future prefect's private money. Just as he was excitedly hugging the box, imagining all the little money inside, a servant reported that the general had arrived. Wenjio quickly went out to greet him. Xie asked how he was feeling. To avoid taking medicine, he didn't repeat Dr. Li's exact words to Xie. Then he changed the subject and asked how Xie was doing. Xie said he was fine, just too thin. He needed nourishment, preferably something sweet. As soon as he finished speaking, his gaze fell on Wenjio and called out to him. Seeing the young man looking at him this way, Wenjio worried that he had caused too much trouble recently and thought of the words family punishment. Could he be here to settle accounts? Before Xie could speak, Wenjio quickly interrupted. "Elder brother must be hungry. The kitchen has prepared meals. Let's talk after we eat." He absolutely wouldn't give him a chance to settle accounts. The young man looked at him for a moment, then agreed with a smile. Xie instructed the maid beside him to invite the 3rd young master for the meal, then turned to walk out of the courtyard. Wenjio breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, he was quick-witted. Xie, who had been waiting on the upper floor for a long time, finally saw Xie coming. As soon as Xie entered, Wenjio immediately handed him a hand warmer. Looking at Xie's appearance, he felt a bit worried. A moment later, he thought of having a drink to calm his nerves. He immediately poured a cup of wine. Let him drink some wine to warm up. Before he could finish speaking, Xie instantly frowned and told him to put it down. Wenjio was slightly stunned. He didn't know why the young man's expression had changed. Xie reached out and took the wine cup from his hand, drinking it in one gulp. Wenjio looked at Xie, then at Xie. What was going on now? The girl never thought that the eldest brother had specifically set a house rule for him. Just as Wenjio wanted to have a drink with Xie to bury the hatchet, Xie tapped him, indicating that he couldn't drink. Wenjio was confused. Did the Xie family have a rule against drinking? Xie looked at him and said leisurely, "There wasn't before. Others don't have it. This girl is terrible when drunk." Wenjio understood, only he couldn't drink. This rule was specifically made for him. He puffed up his cheeks to show his dissatisfaction. Xie was snickering on the side. He was about to drink, but Xie took it away. "Today you also toast. Your body is still injured. You can't drink." Xie was also puzzled. Wenjio quickly tried to ease the atmosphere, suggesting tea instead. Seeing that the 3rd young master still had a frosty expression, he hurriedly smiled and said, "Then this is for you. For the sake of 10,000 taels of gold, let's not be angry, okay?" Xie didn't take it. He turned his head and said, "Who wants you to return it?" Wenjio was stunned for a moment. He had forgotten. This young man had an odd temperament. Previously, he had only taken that jade pendant to look at for a moment, and then he didn't want it anymore. Presumably, he didn't like others touching his things. Xie, however, was interested. "What's inside?" Wenjio said with eyes gleaming. 3rd brother said it's 10,000 taels of gold. Seeing the girl's expression, Xie couldn't help but laugh. He told him to open it and see first. This girl must be obsessed with money. Where would their 3rd young master get 10,000 taels of gold? He probably didn't even have a single coin on him. Wenjio happily opened the wooden box. When he saw what was inside, his face darkened. "Why is it this thing again. Women's precepts? He was stunned for a moment. Then he took out the book and shook it. But no matter how much he shook, he didn't see a single banknote. Xie Xian said with a smile, "There's gold in books." Wen Jiao was immediately annoyed. He threw the women's precepts book away and blurted out without thinking, "Books also say there are beautiful women. Which official or nobleman sleeps hugging a book? Aren't they all embracing 3 wives and 4 concubines, surrounded by fragrance and soft jade?" Xie Xian stopped talking and stared at him. Wen Jiao came to his senses a bit and lowered his voice. "Who wrote this lousy women's precepts anyway? When I have money, I'll burn his whole family. Nothing better to do than talk about the 3 obediences and 4 virtues all day. Isn't that just being idle with a full stomach?" Xie Xian said coldly, Wen Jiao. Wen Jiao looked at Xie Xian and said earnestly, forget it. Third brother, you really shouldn't deceive like this. Other girls must remember not to be like this. It's lucky it's me. If it were some other family's girl, how upset would they be by now?" Xie Xian's face grew even more unpleasant. He glared at Wen Jiao fiercely. "Try saying that again." Wen Jiao hid behind Xie Heng and made a face. Seeing these two making such a fuss, Xie Heng reminded them that yesterday they were both acting like nothing had happened, right? Xie Heng stood up and said unhurriedly, "Tomorrow at dawn, you'll both go to the ancestral hall to reflect." "Understood?" Xie Xian and Wen Jiao immediately fell silent. Because this girl had caused too much trouble, she dreamed of 18 types of punishment that night. Xie Heng's whip was cracking fiercely in the air. Wen Jiao suddenly woke up. Jiner, who was on night watch, was also awakened by the noise. Wen Jiao looked at Jiner and asked what time it was now. Jiner thought for a moment and said it was almost 10 o'clock. Wen Jiao panicked immediately. Why didn't they wake him up? He would be punished and late. Today was ruined. He hurriedly walked out, not even taking an umbrella. He ran out of the courtyard, not letting the maids follow. The 2 maids stood behind him, wondering why he was in such a hurry. It's not like money was falling from the sky. Wen Jiao braved the wind and snow to reach the pavilion. He saw that ink-like youth, holding a sword, standing in the vast flying snow. Wen Jiao lightened his footsteps as he approached. He was about to call out, "Elder brother." Suddenly, the youth grabbed his hand. He drew the sword from its sheath. Wen Jiao was led by his movements, leaping. As a flash of silver, swords swept away the snow. Wen Jiao called out softly, "Elder brother." The sword was so heavy his hand went soft. Even with guidance, it was really too difficult. Xie Heng ignored him, telling him to focus. Wen Jiao suddenly stepped on the hem of his robe. He stumbled. The youth quickly steadied him, but Wen Jiao accidentally crashed into the youth's embrace. Wen Jiao looked up at the stunningly beautiful youth, so close to him, momentarily dazed. A voice from not far away broke the subtle atmosphere. Xie Heng turned to look. Xie Xian spoke. Wen Jiao hurriedly apologized. "Elder brother, are you all right? I think I hit you with my head." The youth couldn't help but laugh. "Your head's quite hard. Were you waiting to bump into me?" At this moment, Xie Xian came forward and asked, "Inshur just arrived, elder brother. What do you want us to do?" Xie Heng didn't speak. Wen Jiao greeted Xie Xian. "Good morning, third brother." Xie Xian replied, "We're here to be punished." "What's good about the morning?" Wen Jiao looked at Xie Xian with concern. He was still injured, and it was because of helping him. Now he had to get up before dawn to be punished. He worriedly said, "Third brother, let me take the punishment for you." Xie Heng glanced at Wen Jiao. "You stand to the side." He responded with a yes. As soon as he stood to the side, the youth tossed the sword to him. Wen Jiao quickly caught it with both hands. Xie Heng had him raise both hands, then placed the precious sword on his arms, telling him to practice like this for an hour. Hearing this, Wen Jiao felt quite uneasy. What was this about? The sword was so heavy. Forget standing for an hour. Even standing for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea would crush him. Xie Heng poured himself a cup of wine and slowly explained. "Madame Xiao scolded you in front of all the civil and military officials. Her temper is truly 1 in a million, rarely seen in 100 years. Your elder brother and third brother won't always be in the mansion. Who knows what enemies you might encounter?" Wei brother thought long and hard, and nothing is more reliable than having martial arts skills yourself. Wen Jiao barely maintained the horse stance, almost squeezing out 2 words through his teeth. So Xie Heng left no room for negotiation. "From today on, you will start practicing martial arts. Wenjio was a bit dumbfounded. He quickly admitted his mistake. "Elder brother, I know I was wrong." The girl had never thought about diligently practicing martial arts. She was just a weak woman. What need did she have for martial arts skills? If she put all her energy into this, how would she make money? But things had come to this point. It seemed that besides admitting his mistake, he could only admit his mistake. After finishing the wine in his cup, Xieheng looked at Wenjio and asked what he did wrong. Wenjio inquired about what he had done wrong. He paused for a moment, then reluctantly spoke. "I shouldn't have disobeyed the words of my two elder brothers and attacked on my own." However, Xieheng told him to think again about why he was being punished. Wenjio couldn't figure out why at the moment. His gaze unconsciously turned towards Xie, guessing this kind of thing was more third brother's forte. But the third young master directly ignored him. At this time, Xie frowned, stating that everything was being shouldered by a young lady like him. So what was the point of having an elder brother? The youth was so serious that Wenjio was suddenly choked up. In his past life, he had long been accustomed to rushing to the forefront of everything, always relying on himself no matter what. At this moment, Xieheng picked up a book from the table and told Xie to copy it 100 times. If he missed even one word, he would have to squat there with him. With the general not in the mansion, Xie dared to beat the current prince into such a state. No wonder consort Wu went mad and started biting people indiscriminately. It was fortunate that Wu Chengfeng was also brainless, thinking he could flatten the general's mansion with just a light cavalry. These two youngsters had become increasingly reckless since coming to the capital. Who knows what trouble they might cause the next time he's not around? Wenjio glanced at his elder brother, who had actually given him a copy of the Tao Te Ching. If he really copied it 100 times, wouldn't the third young master end up converting to Taoism if he had a moment of weakness in the future? Wenjio quickly spoke up. "Elder brother, why don't you give third brother a different book?" Xieheng asked indifferently. "Changed to the woman's sword?" Wenjio smiled gently, thinking it best to pretend he hadn't said anything. This matter was truly damn heavy. Xieheng squeezed a snowball and tossed it onto his head. "Keep your back straight." Wenjio gritted his teeth. This elder brother was really good at tormenting people. He thought for a moment, trying to salvage a situation. "Elder brother, people say that things like martial arts and calligraphy should be learned from a young age. Look at me just starting now. Isn't it too late? Why don't I copy the Tao Te Ching like third brother?" Xieheng leaned casually against the stone table. "Practice this for an hour every day, then copy. Your elder brother won't stop you." Wenjio twitched his mouth. "Is it still possible for me to practice now? Can I become as skilled in martial arts as elder brother, or fight dozens of them with just one sword?" Xieheng replied directly. "No." Wenjio wanted to throw the sword away. "What's the point of practicing then?" The youth seemed to see through his thoughts. "After practicing, at least you'll be able to run faster. If you're willing to put in some hard work, you might even learn some tricks to scare people." Wenjio stated that he was really busy. Couldn't they avoid wasting his time going out to make money? But under Xieheng's death stare, Miss Wen quickly declared, "No matter how busy, elder brother comes first." Unexpectedly, the fearless Xieheng also had times when he was afraid. Just as Xieheng was punishing Wenjio, a servant hurriedly ran over, saying that a group of bald men had arrived outside, claiming they were here to chant Buddhist scriptures for him. Xieheng immediately stood up and instructed the servant to let them in. Wenjio could barely stand straight, supporting himself. His whole body was weak. He was still lamenting that a young lady like him could only sit on vast wealth and use money to hire experts as bodyguards. Not long after, the servant who had left returned, leading a group of bald men walking towards them. Wenjio felt the blood-colored vision before his eyes become somewhat dazzling. While Wenjio was in a daze, Xieheng told him to go and send these people away. Before Wenjio could respond, Xieheng was already preparing to slip away. The monk in white robes called out to Xieheng, "It's time to enter the Buddhist realm. This poor monk in Wuqiu has been entrusted by the sutra to come and preach to General Xie." Wenjio couldn't help but chuckle. This karmic retribution came too quickly. The third young master had given him the female precepts. The next day, Xieheng woke him up early to copy the Tao Te Ching. Not long after copying, someone came to recite Buddhist sutras for General Xie. It was truly an eye for an eye. After being called out, Xieheng could only pass the ball to Xie. Perfect timing for important matters. "Please preach some Buddhist doctrines to our third young master." Let him bask in this boundless Buddhist light. Ing Wuchio swayed his shiny bald head and said, Buddha enlightens those with affinity. Please, everyone, have a seat. The three of them instantly felt a headache coming on. Siehung quickly found an excuse, saying he had urgent matters to attend to, and told Wenjio to entertain the guests well. Before his words faded, a voice announced, The Grand Princess has arrived. A woman in silk and brocade, accompanied by several maids, came through the snow. When Jiao looked up, his eyes inadvertently glancing at Xie Shui. He saw the third young master immediately stand up. When Jiao was about to call out to him, the young man beside him said, Perhaps his wound has reopened. I'll go check. You handle things here. With that, he and Xie Xian slipped away. In an instant, Zhao Jin was behind Wenjio. Wenjio felt a wave of helplessness and hurriedly went to greet them. He didn't know what ill wind was blowing today, bringing both welcome and unwelcome visitors one after another. However, this grand princess didn't even glance at him, walking straight to Ing Wuchio. You've finally come out. I thought you were going to spend your whole life in seclusion meditating, not eating or drinking, just painting. The prayer beads gently turned in the white-robed monk's hand. Amipa, the princess jests. Zhao Jingyi stood in front of him, not speaking further. Wenjio was a bit puzzled. Although Ing Wuchio was young, he was a highly renowned holy monk from Manhwa Temple. He usually remained in seclusion to meditate, and even the palace's Xiangzhou rarely came out. He seemed to know Zhao Jingyi, but not very well. Wenjio smiled, breaking the awkward atmosphere. It's quite strange. Why don't we all go to the flower hall for a while? After chanting Namo Amitabha Buddha, Wuchio, seeing that Siehung had matters to attend to, didn't intend to stay long. He said to Wenjio, Please inform General Xie that this poor monk will await his visit at Wanhua Temple. With that, he prepared to take his leave. Wenjio smiled. Indeed, he was a transcendent person, coming quickly and leaving just as swiftly. Just as Ing Wuchio was about to leave, Zhao Jingyi blocked his path. He chanted Amitabha to her and tried to walk around. Zhao Jingyi turned to look at him. Since Master Wuchio has come out, why not teach me how to overcome life's sorrows? The white-robed monk lowered his gaze, his voice devoid of joy or sorrow. Birth, old age, death, resentment, love, separation from loved ones, not getting what one desires. All life's sufferings arise from the mind. Not clinging to the mundane world leads to complete freedom. Zhao Jingyi continued to ask, Are you completely free now? Ing Wuchio replied, This poor monk has already left the mundane world. With that, he left directly. If there's nothing alcohol can't solve, then drink more. After the white-robed monk left, Zhao Jingyi suddenly spoke, asking Wenjio to call Xie Xian over. Wenjio was startled and quickly said, My third brother is injured and really not in a condition to come. When this person arrived earlier, Xie Xian's expression had changed. If he were to be called over now, wouldn't it be like waiting to receive favors like a small official? No way. The third young master would definitely kill him. Seeing his reaction, Zhao Jin smiled and said, I'm just asking Xie Xian to recite the Tao Te Ching, nothing else. Why are you so nervous? Wenjio awkwardly said, Princess, your esteemed presence honors us. I was so nervous, fearing I might not be able to entertain you properly. How could I not be anxious? Especially now that he wanted to provoke their third young master. Zhao Jingyi lazily rested her chin on her hand, looking at him. I really didn't see where you were anxious. Wenjio pondered how to send this great Buddha away. Has the princess eaten yet? If you don't mind, would you like to share some of my simple meal? As for marriage alliances, he didn't seek such figures. Seeing this grand princess, even he would avoid her. For someone like him, it's better to avoid if possible. Zhao Jingyi said, Does this princess want to drink your brewed wine? Wenjio always felt that there was no problem that couldn't be solved over drinks. If there was, it must be because they hadn't drunk enough. He said to Zhao Jingyi, Would the princess like to go to North Street? I have a winery there. The princess can drink as much as she wants. Zhao Jingyi couldn't help but laugh. How afraid of me are you? You and your third young master? To be honest, Wenjio was unusually afraid. Wenjio touched his nose and said, To tell the truth, I used to be a bit afraid, but from today on, I won't be anymore. Zhao Jingyi asked with interest, Why is that? Wenjio whispered to her, Once the princess drinks my wine, she'll only think of good wine in the future. Everything else will be forgotten. Zhao Jingyi stood up, saying, Then this princess has no choice but to go. Wen Jiao instructed the maid to inform the general that he was going with the Grand Princess to the shop on North Street. After saying this, he went with the Grand Princess to the tavern. The Grand Princess's carriage was parked at the door. The four-horse procession was a rare sight, even in the entire imperial city. Zhao Jingyi said, "Get in." Wen Jiao immediately got into the carriage, feeling a bit overwhelmed. He thought to himself, in this country that values simplicity, there are few who dare to be so ostentatious. It's good to have money. The wind lifted the carriage curtain, and a luxurious carriage with what seemed to be the Eastern Palace emblem just brushed past them. Zhao Jingyi narrowed her eyes. Your general's mansion is quite lively. Several groups of people coming in a day. If they're all here to freeload, won't Xieheng have to go cry poverty in the policy discussion hall again? Wen Jiao wasn't slow to respond. We're not afraid of freeloaders, just those who come bearing gifts. Zhao Jingyi smiled, reaching out to lift Wen Jiao's chin. You're quite honest. Now that I think about it, giving up Xie Xian and getting such a delightful person like you, it's not a bad deal. Wen Jiao looked up at her. Since the princess is so magnanimous, I naturally won't let you lose out. There's wine here, and behind is Yongle Ward. He decided to spend big money to bring over their top courtesan to give Zhao Jingyi a change of taste. He was truly clever. The girl went drinking with her best friend, and her brother immediately became uneasy. Xieheng, who had slipped away, also came. In Xie Sun's courtyard, Xie Sun looked disgusted, wondering what his eldest brother was doing here. Xieheng simply said 2 words, to avoid. He was puzzled about what his eldest brother had to avoid. No matter how outrageous the Grand Princess's actions were, she couldn't possibly bother this little King Yama. However, unexpectedly, what Xieheng wanted to avoid was the bald heads. He felt that one bald head was eye-catching enough, and now there was a whole group. Saying this, they both remembered that Wen Jiao was still there. Xieheng worried that those bald heads might dazzle Wen Jiao's eyes. He wanted to get something to nourish Wen Jiao's eyes. Just then, a maid arrived, reporting that Wen Jiao and the princess had gone to the shop on North Street. Xieheng had just responded when he suddenly startled, asking who she went with. Upon hearing the answer, he also wanted to follow. What kind of reputation does the princess have? If Wen Jiao associates with her, it would be hard not to go astray. Xie Sun tried to stop him from going, because even if he went, he couldn't do anything about the princess. Xieheng ignored the obstruction. He couldn't control other people's families, but Wen Jiao couldn't learn bad habits from her. Saying this, he walked towards the outside. You misunderstand. How is it the princess corrupting the young madam? Clearly, it was the young madam who invited the princess to North Street. Xieheng, who was leaving, had just arrived at the main gate. The Eastern Palace's carriage stopped at the door. Zhao Feng got off the carriage, bringing servants carrying various medicines and tonics. He came forward to visit the 3rd young master in the medical room and offer some gifts. Xieheng didn't refuse. After thanking him for the kindness, he looked around searching for Wen Jiao. The crown prince wondered what he was looking at. Xieheng casually said that the rabbit at home had run away. He then turned to ask the crown prince if there was any important matter for coming through the snow. Among the old emperor's sons, this crown prince was the best at being a good person, but he wouldn't do so without reason. Surely Zhao, he must have instructed something. Seeing his inquiry, the crown prince also stated his purpose. The 4th prince and others have already received their due punishment. Was there anything else he was unsatisfied with? Xieheng asked the crown prince in return. Could he be unsatisfied? The crown prince said, Zhao Fan had held Wen Jiao and the 3rd young master hostage in Chongping County, and also nearly beat him to death. The emperor didn't pursue further charges against the general's mansion. Surely he didn't really want Zhao Fan to lose his life for this? Xieheng's expression also became serious. Why not? For no reason at all. Why did Zhao Fan run to Chongping County with the imperial seal? How was it such a coincidence that the Great Jin deployed their army southward at that time, slaughtering and plundering cities overnight, directly threatening the natural barrier of Chongning? The crown prince laughed. The emperor has already confined Zhao Fan, and the great Jin Star Lord is also on the way to surrender. This result should be enough to console the spirits of 130,000 people in heaven. Or perhaps he still harbors the desire to raise Great Jin to the ground. Xieheng replied, why not? The crown prince slowly climbed the steps, walking up to Xieheng. He said that having such ambition and aspiration was a blessing for the Yin, but this grand ambition shouldn't be rushed. The crown prince spoke subtly, but his meaning was very clear. This was the intention of the one above. Zhao Fan had been punished, and Great Jin had also bowed their heads. This matter had already reached the best possible outcome. As for what exactly happened during that time, there was no need to investigate further. This girl, in order to please the princess, actually ordered people to go to Yongle Quarter to summon the most famous courtesans. When Seer heard Wenjio's words, he immediately became panicked. That kind of place wasn't somewhere they could enter. If Xieheng found out, wouldn't he beat them to death? Seeing that Jinger didn't have the courage, he threw this extravagant task to Yulu, who was serving tea. But unexpectedly, Yulu was also scared and hid behind the door. He was also afraid of Xieheng finding out. When Jiao finally realized that if he angered Xieheng again, it might not be as simple as just doing horse stance. He was very hesitant, but it was a rare opportunity to apologize to the princess. Zhao Jingyi saw the expressions of these three master and servants and found it somewhat amusing. Xieheng wasn't around, yet they were all this scared. How did they usually live in the general's mansion? Wenjie didn't know how much this person had heard. He turned around, smiling, and saying that the elder brother was just occasionally quick-tempered, but usually quite easy to get along with. Zhao Jingyi was unconvinced. He said, Wenjio is really not very smart. Wenjio couldn't help but ask what he meant by that. Zhao Jingyi explained that if one hadn't seen true beauty before, these common people might barely be acceptable to the eye. Now you're calling them here. Do you think this princess's eyes are just for decoration? In a moment, they arrived on the second floor. When Gio reached out to pour him wine, he said unhurriedly, in the princess's heart, is there anyone who isn't vulgar? This is spring breeze intoxication. Princess, have a taste. Zhao Jingyi looked at him, curled her lips in a smile, but said nothing. As they were talking, a sudden commotion came from outside. A girl suddenly jumped down from a room on the third floor opposite. When Gio's heart skipped a beat, Zhao Jingyi on the side pulled down a nearby curtain. She casually threw it out. The curtain wrapped around the suicidal girl. Zhao Jingyi pulled it back. When it fell to about a person's height, she let go. The suicidal girl landed safely. After that, Zhao Jingyi drank that bowl of wine. She said, your tavern is not in the right place. If this person jumps down, even if they don't die, there would be blood everywhere. How inauspicious. Wan Jiao smiled. The princess is a kind-hearted person. Zhao Jingyi said flatly, I am not. This wine is indeed more interesting than what's sent to the princess's mansion. When Jiao replied, this was just brewed. The winery changed a few new ingredients. I was originally worried it might not turn out well. Now hearing the princess say this, it should be not bad. A group of thugs from Yongle House on the street chased out. The thugs grabbed the suicidal girl's hair, lifting her up from the ground. Zhao Jingyi got up, put on her cloak, and went downstairs. At the door, before getting into her carriage, she suddenly turned back to Wen Jiao and said, you see, not everyone can be saved by Buddha, right? Wen Jiao spoke. Since such things are too hard to come by, ordinary people either save themselves when in trouble, or are lucky enough to be saved by others. If neither happens, they can only accept their bad luck. Zhao Jingyi turned back to look at Wen Jiao. If the next time I see you, that girl from earlier is by your side, I'll write off all past debts. How about that? When Jiao agreed without thinking. The Grand Princess, not wanting peerless handsome men, who knows how much silver that saved him. He didn't know how much silver that saved him. After saying that, Zhao Jingyi rode away in her carriage. This girl risked being beaten to death to complete a transaction. After the Grand Princess left, Wen Jiao strode towards Yongle House. Although he was a bit nervous to complete what the princess said, he had to go all out. The maids all looked bitter at his actions. After when Jiao arrived at Yongle House, he took out 2 silver notes. The guards, with their hands tied by money, didn't stop him. He called out to the Annies dragging the person in front. He said he wanted this girl, and asked them to get Madame Su out to name a price. When Jiao walked in a bit and pulled the suicidal girl away from everyone's hands. Looking closely, even he couldn't help but praise, she really is a beauty. At this time, a charming and enchanting voice came from the second floor. When Jiao looked up, a beautiful woman in her early 20s, dressed in exotic attire, came down gracefully. When Jiao greeted her with a smile, Su Ruoshui said if he wanted to do a good deed and redeem someone, he might as well look at other people. But she was surprised in her heart. The young mistress of the Zhejiang military governor's mansion, coming to Yongle House in broad daylight, and acting so familiar. Could she be mentally ill? But when Jiao only wanted her. Seeing this, Su Ruoshui could only say, This girl has a noble person. The price is 1,000 taels. They want to buy her back as a concubine. If you want to redeem her, you can compete with that person. When Jiao, however, awkwardly said he didn't have a single coin, Su Ruoshue's face immediately turned cold. When Jiao smiled and walked towards her, he said although he had no silver, he had a deal that could allow her Yongla house to continue holding the title of #1 in the capital's pleasure quarters. Yongla house was already #1. There was nothing that needed Mr. Wen's help yet. When Jiao calmly said, "How can a place with beautiful women not have fine wine to enjoy? Let me do some calculations for Madame Su. In this world of pleasure, even the most beautiful face only lasts 10 years. The top courtesan changes every year. Today, Yongla House is at the top. Tomorrow, Baiwa Tower might have a new beauty and take the lead. If there's nothing else to make people remember and long for, relying solely on looks clearly won't last long." Su Ruoshue became more serious and told him to continue. When Jiao leaned close to the beauty, he whispered, "Madame Su, have you heard of a wine called Intoxication of the Mortal World?" Just as he finished saying this, a cry came from outside the door. "General Xie, please spare us." When Jiao had no time to think and rushed upstairs to hide. As he hid behind a pillar, Xie Heng had already entered the hall. Seeing his elder brother arrive, Wen Jiao felt immense pressure. If Xie Heng caught him red-handed, he couldn't imagine how many hours of horse stance he'd have to do. Su Ruoshue approached with a gentle smile. However, Xie Heng's face was gloomy. He grabbed her wrist, he twisted it slightly behind her back, and demanded, "Where is the person?" This man, faced with such a beautiful woman, showed not a hint of tenderness. Su Ruoshue was caught so roughly. She felt wronged. Was there no reason? It was the Xie family's young mistress who came in on her own. What did it have to do with her? The young man was unmoved. His lips curled into a cold smile. "I, Xie, am a rough man. I don't understand tenderness. If you don't return my family's young mistress, I'll burn down this shabby building." Xie Heng applied a bit more force. Su Ruoshue cried out in pain. Wen Jiao, seeing Su Ruoshue's miserable state, felt some pity. Xie Heng was using too much force. If he didn't come out now, Madame Su might be in serious danger. He had to steel himself and walk out. "Elder brother, can you please release Madame Su first?" He noticed the young man wasn't holding a sword and felt slightly relieved. The young man casually released Su Ruoshue, but his eyes were fixed on Wen Jiao, making him feel nervous. Wen Jiao wanted to explain, but Xie Heng said there was no point in him speaking. Wen Jiao was confused. Xie Heng looked around and coldly said, "You go out first." After some thought, Wen Jiao said softly, "I'd better wait and leave with elder brother." He was really afraid this young man would tear down Yongla House. If that happened, Su Ruoshue would probably want to strangle him. Xie Heng turned and walked out, leaving only this sentence for Su Ruoshue: "Just send this girl directly to the general's mansion." Wen Jiao said to Su Ruoshue, "We'll stop here for today. If Madame Su is interested, you can come find me at There's Wine. I'll apologize to Madame Su then." He was almost running while speaking. Wen Jiao barely caught up with Xie Heng as he ran. Xie Heng had a gloomy face. Wen Jiao didn't dare speak casually. He seemed very angry. After thinking for a long time, Wen Jiao couldn't help but try to explain. Xie Heng stopped and looked at him. "What are you buying a girl from Yongla House for? Aren't you afraid third brother will buy you a room full of female swords? If Xie Xian finds out about this today, it won't just be copying female virtues a few times and getting scolded." After saying this, Xie Heng continued forward, clearly still angry. Wen Jiao caught up and grabbed his clothes. The young man was grabbed. He asked what she was doing. Wen Jiao earnestly explained the reason. He did all this for the harmony of the Xie family. Hearing this, Xie Heng looked shocked. He still liked girls. He even thought that girl was prettier than Xie Xian. Then I should go back and see what she really looks like. The young man turned to walk towards Yongla House. Wen Jiao quickly grabbed his sleeve tightly, saying helplessly, "You can see her when she arrives at the general's mansion later. Please don't go to Yongla House again. Life is hard enough for everyone. Always getting scared like this will shorten your lifespan." Xie Heng said, "I'll discipline her first, then look later." This girl actually entered a brothel in broad daylight and was caught red-handed by her elder brother. When Wen Jiao heard Xie Heng wanted to discipline him, he embarrassedly explained, "Elder brother, there's a reason for this. And it's really not that the princess took a liking to someone." Xie Heng's face still showed anger. He said sarcastically, "If there's a reason, why did you hide?" Wen Jiao didn't know how to explain for a moment. He also didn't want to always cower in front of Xie Heng and Xie Xian. But this was just an instinctive reaction. He had no choice. Xie Heng was still waiting for him. He looked down at him, nodding. Soon his neck started to ache. This girl was too short, and so thin too. As if there was no food at home, when Gio racked his brains thinking, snowflakes fell on the tip of his nose. The cold made him sneeze suddenly. The young man suddenly reached out and lifted him up. He placed him under the eaves, blocking all the wind and snow. The two-step height also made Wen Jio's eyes level with his. This felt a bit more comfortable. Xie Heng stared at him seriously. How long are you going to take to come up with an explanation? Hearing him ask so directly, Wen Jio couldn't think of anything. He said very honestly, I don't know either. If elder brother doesn't punish me, and third brother doesn't make me recite the woman's sword, I probably wouldn't do that. Xie Heng raised his hand and tapped him on the forehead. Young lady, you look really stupid like this. If you didn't do anything wrong, why would we punish you? Wen Jio felt pain on his forehead, but had nothing to say in response. Xie Heng continued to lecture. Regular customers of brothels and singing houses all know there are hidden passages to escape. You just hid in a corner, as if everyone else was blind. Remember, next time run into one of those rooms. At least with so many rooms, others won't find you quickly. You might have a better chance of escaping. The more Wen Jio listened, the more embarrassed he felt. Was this teaching him how to go to Yongla House in the future? But how did he know the secrets of these places so well? He then realized something was off. He was telling him that living in the capital, no one knows what will happen tomorrow. They can't avoid it. Since they're already in this situation, they can only be cautious every step of the way. Xie Heng coughed lightly. After returning to the mansion, if the third young master asks, just say the people from Yongyue House were blind and forcibly dragged you in. Remember that. Wen Jio nodded slowly, thinking to himself, if the third young master knows he went to Yongla House, there should already be 3 carts of woman's sword books in the general's mansion. After returning to the mansion, passing by the pavilion, Wen Jio immediately saw the third young master in plain clothes sitting in the octagonal pavilion. A girl in blue clothes was standing beside him. Xie Xian was at what level? The girl had probably already explained her background clearly. Walking into the octagonal pavilion, he took a deep breath. He smiled and called out third brother. He actually thought his third brother had taken a liking to her, just because this girl was pretty. Wen Jio took a deep breath. He walked into the octagonal pavilion, smiling as he greeted Xie Xian. Xie Xian glanced at him. Then he continued amusing himself, showing no intention of acknowledging him. Wen Jio wasn't upset. He turned to look at the girl in blue clothes and softened his voice, saying, Jean Ger, the person who saved you was the Grand Princess. I was just doing a small favor. If you're willing, I'll take you to the Grand Princess's mansion tomorrow. What do you think? Before the girl could speak, Xie Xian suddenly looked up and said, No. Wen Jio was startled, thinking he had misheard. Xie Xian's face darkened slightly. She has to stay here. This time, he heard it clearly. Wen Jio looked at Xie Xian with slight confusion. Could it be that their third brother had taken a liking to her? He turned to look at the girl again. Indeed, she was more beautiful than those at Jin Yu Mantang. Her figure was also good. It's just that her personality was a bit worrisome. Wen Jio couldn't help but smile. Well, as long as the third young master was willing, these weren't problems. Wen Jio looked at the girl and said, Miss, you must have been quite frightened these past days. Why don't you stay at the general's mansion for now? The third young master's place is short of someone anyway. Xie Xian coldly interrupted him. Not short. Wen Jio was immediately confused. I haven't finished speaking. How do you know what I was going to say? Besides, weren't you the one who wanted her to stay? Wen Jio felt a bit sorry for her and suggested, Then she can stay in my courtyard for now. But Xie Xian interrupted again with not possible, and that won't do. We can't send this girl to Xie Heng's place, can we? Wen Jio said helplessly. Then, third brother, what do you think would be more appropriate? Xie Xian placed a black piece on the chessboard and tossed him a sentence. Go ask elder brother. Wen Jio inquired about the wind-closed general outside the pavilion. He's practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard. Oh, and His Highness the Crown Prince sent quite a few things over for Jean Ge. The general instructed to wait for Madame Xiao to return before taking inventory. Wen Jio's movement slowed. After the commotion at the imperial court just 2 days ago, Zhao Feng could still personally come to the general's mansion. His thoughts were truly convoluted. This crown prince never came without a reason. He didn't know what was said to Xie Heng, so he needed to go ask. Just as he was about to get up to check, Xie Xian suddenly told him to sit down. Wen Jio sat back down and asked with a smile if his third brother had any other instructions. The young man pushed the container with white pieces in front of him. indicating for him to make a move. Wenjio's eyes flickered slightly as he asked hesitantly, "Third brother, do you want me to play chess with you? Before I came, there was only you in this pavilion. You were holding black pieces in your right hand and white pieces in your left, playing against yourself." Wenjio, not being skilled at chess, said very honestly, "I'm actually not very good at chess." Xie Xian's face showed no expression. "I don't know if I'm good at it either." Wenjio casually placed a piece. The future head of the government. How could he not be good? Never mind, he couldn't win anyway. Might as well just keep the lonely young man company for a while. This girl really has elder brother's favor. She came to help him right after being bullied by third brother. Half the game was already decided. Wenjio's moves became slower and slower. As expected of the future head of government, he showed no mercy. "Maybe you should just give up," he nervously asked. "If I lose, will I still get dinner?" Xie Xian replied curtly, "Obviously not." Wenjio had originally planned to forfeit and leave, but hearing the young man say this, he had no choice but to continue playing obediently. However, no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't turn the situation around. He couldn't help feeling a bit helpless. "Third brother, look, this is our first time playing chess together. I wasn't prepared. Let me study for a few days, and when I have time, I'll ask for your guidance again." Xie Xian unexpectedly replied, "It's the only first time." Wenjio didn't believe him at all. He just wanted to bully him, right? Poor him. He didn't even dare to show his dissatisfaction. What if he punished him with the super swordswoman again? Who would come to save him? Just then, Xie Heng's voice came from not far away. "Third brother wants to play chess? Why didn't you look for me?" Wenjio felt like he'd found a savior. He pitifully spoke up quickly. "Third brother said it's his first time playing chess with someone. I really can't believe it. Isn't he just trying to bully me? I've never read these pages. I'm just a crude person." Xie Heng walked over. "I can vouch for him on this. The third young master hasn't seen many outsiders since childhood. He's always played chess by himself." He then took a white piece and placed it on the board. After Xie Heng placed his piece, he glanced at the girl beside them. "A new maid you found for your third brother? She looks quite good, just a bit too quiet. Just on this point, she doesn't seem to match your third brother well. You'd better find someone else soon." The third young master paused, clearly annoyed. Wenjio sensed the atmosphere was off and quickly explained, No, I wouldn't dare." Xie Xian's expression didn't change, but he spoke up, "Life is like a game of chess. Charging recklessly might give you an initial advantage by luck, but it won't last long." Wenjio hurriedly said, "Third brother is right." Although he didn't know what he was referring to, agreeing with him couldn't be wrong. General Xie laughed. "If everyone could be careful and not make mistakes, how could there be so many fools in the court? In life, there are always people who do things knowing they shouldn't." The third young master didn't speak, his gaze falling on Xie Heng. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. Only the sound of wind could be heard. Wenjio was confused. What was going on? Being cultured was really scary. They seemed to be speaking in riddles, but he couldn't understand. Wenjio asked softly, "Brothers, can you say something I can understand?" Xie Heng laughed. "Third brother, Madame Xiao is asking you to speak human language." He patted Xie Xian's shoulder. Xie Xian frowned and explained, "People who aren't smart should go out less if they want to live longer. And for those who want to win steadily, moving too fast or too slow isn't good. The best way is to find the right timing." As he spoke, the young man placed a black piece on the board. The corner of his mouth curved up. "One strike, certain kill." Xie Heng smiled. "The third young master speaks wisely." Wenjio looked at the two young men behaving this way. He couldn't help but smile. This wasn't bad. If he wasn't smart, so be it. Maybe he could live longer. After all, there were already two very smart people in the family. Unexpectedly, just after saving a girl, someone came to claim her. While they were talking in the pavilion, a maid hurriedly came over, saying young Master Zhou had arrived. Just as Xie Heng instructed the maid to let him in, Zhou Mingho, with his playboy demeanor, had already reached the pavilion. He lazily exchanged greetings with Xie Heng and Wenjio. Seeing a visitor had arrived, Wenjio took the girl back. Now that Count Zhou was guarding the border between Dian and Western Chu, he left this eldest son in the capital, raising him into a dissolute youth who spent his days in brothels. If not for having a father who held military power, with Zhou Mingho's unrestrained behavior, he probably would have been beaten to death long ago. Wenjio was a bit puzzled. When did this person become so close with the eldest brother? Zhou Mingho also arrived at the octagonal pavilion. He smiled and said, "Was that the young madam just now? Why did she leave so quickly? Earlier when there was wine here, I saw her bustling about. I didn't disturb her." Now that I've come to the mansion personally, why doesn't Brother Dongfeng introduce us? Xie Sun repeated indifferently. Brother Dongfeng, introduce us. Xie Heng felt a bit awkward. Zhou Dalong, why did you come here for no reason? Can't you see I'm playing chess? What is there to introduce? You're not exactly a good person, you fickle-hearted fellow. Zhou Mingho stood beside him, acting very familiar. He bowed pretentiously to Xie Sun. I've come on behalf of a drinking buddy to ask Brother Dongfeng for a beauty. This must be the third young master, right? It's better to meet in person than to hear about you. I'm truly honored. The third young master's face showed no expression. He just slightly bowed his hands. He didn't mind and put his arm around Xie Heng's shoulder, casually saying, "What's the fun in just playing chess? You don't even drink the tea that's been poured." He said to the maid, "Bring out a few jars of wine made by your young madam to entertain me." After saying this, he then told Xie Heng, "That drinking buddy of mine, he took a liking to a beauty at Yongle Quarter yesterday. The ransom was already negotiated, just waiting for the beauty to arrive at the mansion today. Who would have thought your young madam would suddenly appear and bring the beauty back to the general's mansion?" Before he finished speaking, Xie Heng interrupted him. "Who sent you here?" Zhou Mingho didn't hide anything about this. "The youngest son of the Minister of War. What exactly did your young madam see in that girl? Please ask her to give that beauty to me. How about it?" Xie Heng looked at him. The corner of his lips curled into a slight arc. The one in charge of the Zhujiang military governor's mansion is him. "What I say doesn't count." Zhou Mingho doubted his own ears. "What? Brother Dongfeng, you weren't like this before." Xie Heng warned angrily. "Don't casually call me this, general. Call me that one more time, and I'll tick you out." Zhou Mingho immediately shrank back, moving to sit next to Xie Sun. "Your temper has gotten even worse. I'm selling wine here. If you won't give people the beauty, will you not even let them drink?" Xie Sun said coldly. "All household matters are decided by the young madam." After hearing this, Zhou Mingho immediately started making a scene. "Is everything in your Xie mansion really decided by him? If we can't see him, does that mean we won't have any wine to drink in the future?" Zhou Mingho continued, "Look at this. Madame Xiao also gave birth to a daughter. No matter how beautiful that girl is, what use is it to keep her by his side? It's not as good as the two young men of the Xie family." "No." They both looked up at Zhou Mingho simultaneously. "Not as good as what?" When Zhou didn't expect the person he saved would turn out to be such a big trouble. After making arrangements, when Zhou returned to his own courtyard, he complained on the side, "That girl is indeed beautiful, but her personality is really not good." After helping her like this, she didn't even say a word of gratitude. You'll have guessed if she might be a mute. One Zhou smiled and said, "How about we make a bet? She's definitely not mute. And within the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, she'll come looking for me. The stakes are 3 months of pocket money. I'll be the banker." The two maids shouted in unison, "Madame Xiao." When Zhou raised his hand, "Lower your voices. The girls who don't know might think I'm doing something terrible." Jeaner said very honestly, "Madame Xiao, isn't letting us bet already terrible enough? In other households, this could get our hands chopped off." When Zhou had never lived in other people's inner courts before, he was used to being carefree and inevitably sometimes forgot his place. He cleared his throat. "I won't chop off your hands for this. Feel free to place your bets." As soon as he finished speaking, the maid standing at the door turned back. "Madame Xiao, that girl has indeed come." A moment later, that person stood outside the room, gently knocking on the door. "Let her in." When Zhou took a sip of fragrant tea, Jeaner had just opened the door. That girl who was thought to be mute rushed in and knelt before Wen Jiao. "Please save me, madam." The young lady is quite articulate. Wen Jiao curved his lips slightly. He turned to the little maid beside him and said, "Yulu, your monthly wages now belong to me." Yulu's face fell as she mumbled softly, "Young mistress, I've never seen a master so concerned about their servants' wages." Wen Jiao didn't mind. "Well, now you have. A bet's a bet. No backing out now." The girl kneeling on the ground spoke again. "Please, madam, save me." When Jiao replied coolly, "You said nothing earlier, and now you're begging. Don't you think it's too late?" The girl's eyes were filled with tears. "It's not that I fear death. It's just that if I die, I won't be able to avenge my husband and will suffer those beasts' abuse. I can't accept that. I know General Xie is a righteous man. Madam must." When Jiao's expression turned serious. "Enough nonsense. You were ready to die earlier, but now you're more afraid of being taken away. What's really going on?" Someone like Zhou Mingho, though infamous in the capital, was quite popular among the courtesans in brothels and music houses. If he had taken a liking to this girl, she shouldn't have been driven to suicide. There must be more to this story. The person kneeling on the ground hesitated to speak. Wenjio wasn't known for his patience. This girl refused to say anything, yet wanted the general's mansion to protect her. Perhaps she had hit her head when attempting suicide. He turned to the maid beside him and said to inform the general whether to keep this girl or not would be up to him. Jir had just agreed when the girl became anxious. Her beautiful eyes turned red. I was the fiancé of Chun Yuaning, who ranked second in the imperial examinations. My name is Jiang Sijia. Earlier this year, he sent a letter to my family from Yunzhou where he was posted, saying he would come to marry me. My family happily sent me to Yunzhou, who knew that halfway there, we'd learn he had been assassinated. Wenjio couldn't help but ponder. It was almost the end of the year now. He had heard of Chen Yuaning. He was Wang Yichang's favorite student, quite skilled at climbing the ranks. Later, when the new army promoted their confidants, he was one of them. By all accounts, he shouldn't have died so early. Jiang Sijia was now in tears. I wanted to go to Yunzhou to investigate his death. But on the night we entered the city, a group of men in black broke into our inn and killed my father, brothers, and attendants. Wenjio suddenly felt a headache coming on. A high-ranking official student, posted to Yunzhou, dies unnaturally. His death thousands of miles away could be an accident, but for his fiancée's entire family to meet such a fate was very strange. That grand princess was indeed not to be trifled with. Saving a random person could bring such trouble to the general's mansion. Jiang Sijia seemed to have opened up completely. She cried as she recounted, "My father and brothers died protecting me. On the way to Baidi, I encountered human traffickers and was sold to Yongla House. Though I can't avenge my family and husband, I absolutely cannot lose my purity. Just for the sake of purity, Wenjio had to deal with such a troublesome matter." Wenjio's expression stiffened slightly. Purity was everything. Even if he tried hard to act indifferent, whenever someone mentioned it, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. He asked the maid to take Jiang Sijia back to rest. Wenjio pondered the situation. A favorite student dies. Even his fiancée's family is implicated. Yet Wang Yichang, as his teacher, didn't inquire much. There must be more to this story. The maid quietly asked, "Madam Xiao, this matter is so complicated. Do you really want to get involved?" Wenjio suppressed his conflicting emotions. If we hadn't heard about it, that would be one thing. But now that she's in our mansion, how can we not deal with it? Jiner, seeing the situation, whispered in Wenjio's ear, "Madam Xiao, we should tell the general about this. We don't know those top scholars and such. What if there are more high-ranking officials involved later? What should we do then?" Wenjio raised his hand and pinched Jiner's cheek. "I never realized you were so clever before." He got up and went to Xie Heng's courtyard. On the way, he encountered a busy servant. Learning that young Master Zhou was drinking with the general and hadn't returned yet, he said if there was anything, he should go and ask. Wenjio told him not to rush and just wait here. He looked at the 2 plum trees in the courtyard. The crimson blossoms in the snow looked just like Xie Heng standing among the old Quanqing residents. Truly a picture of youthful vigor defying the frost with unparalleled pride. The cold wind rustled. Jiner couldn't help but sneeze. Wenjio told him to go back and rest. After Jiner left, he leaned against a pillar and closed his eyes to rest. He fell into a half-asleep, half-awake dream. In the dream, he returned to that night. Despair silently filled his heart. Wenjio had only one thought: kill him. But in the haze, someone softly called him. That adieu woke him from the nightmare. Wenjio opened his eyes. He saw the young man holding an octagonal paper-cut lantern standing in front of him. He leaned slightly forward, a faint scent of alcohol wafting over, with a face full of Beijing opera makeup. "Why are you having nightmares about your third brother?" Xie Heng said with a smile. He continued, "Don't worry, he's been drinking a few more pots with Zhou Mingho. He's in a drunken stupor now, no time to lecture you." Wenjio's thoughts were still trapped in the dream from earlier. Seeing his pale face, Xie Heng put down the lantern. He freed his hand, wanting to check Wenjio's forehead temperature. But Wenjio suddenly grabbed his wide sleeve. He couldn't help but worry. If he knew that before coming to the Xie mansion, his purity had already been taken, what would happen? Seeing Wenjio's pale lips move, he asked, "Elder brother, if one day you find out that I'm not worthy of the 5th young master, would you drive me out of the Xie family?" Xie Heng was both annoyed and amused. "What nonsense are you talking about?" He felt a bit helpless. Do all girls think this much? Why does she suddenly look like she's about to cry? The young man leaned down to look at him carefully. I just said a few words to you. It's not so serious that you'd think I'd drive you out of the mansion, is it? He wanted to do business, to be out in public. He never thought about restricting him. If it were the wives or young ladies of other families going to Yongla House, getting caught would mean broken legs at the very least. He hadn't been punished or lectured, yet he's already having nightmares. Wenjio's pale lips moved, but no words came out. Xiaheng sighed lightly, smiling helplessly. Madame Xiao's face is so pale and pitiful, it makes it seem like I'm the one at fault. Wenjio suppressed his inner turmoil, and after a while, softly said, "It's not me." Before he could finish, Xiaheng suddenly pulled him up. "It's not what? I'm not restricting you from going out either. But the forces of the Crown Prince and Prince Rue are all over the capital, with undercurrents surging beyond imagination. If you rush about recklessly and something happens, how am I to explain to Xiao Wu?" The slightly drunk young man actually pinned the girl against the tree. The young man looked serious. "In every family letter, grandmother instructs me and third brother to take good care of Wenjio. If anything were to happen to you, how could the old grandmother bear it?" Wenjio couldn't refute for a moment. He had been narrow-minded. While he was wallowing in self-pity, Xiaheng had already been forced into the struggle for succession, constantly being schemed against by those people, and still had to worry about his affairs. Xiaheng's breath was full of alcohol. "Well, let's say today's incident is all my fault, okay? I know you had just entered Yongla House when I came looking for you right after. I made you lose face in front of others. At most, next time I'll—" Wenjio slowly came to his senses, seriously doubting that the elder brother was drunk and completely unaware of what he was saying. He wanted to call Mei over to help Xiaheng back to his room to rest. Just as he turned his head, the young man pulled him over. Pinning him against the tree, he still tried to maintain a serious expression. "At your age, it's understandable to be curious about many things. As your elder brother who has been through it, I understand." Wenjio leaned back as far as possible. "What do you understand? Elder brothers and sisters shouldn't be too intimate." The young man's alcohol-laden breath gently wafted over him. He whispered in his ear, "Next time you want to go to Yongla House, just wear men's clothes. I'll pretend I don't know anything." As he said this, he took a step back. Wenjio was shocked. He stared wide-eyed at the young man before him. Was he serious? Did he really mean that? Xiaheng laughed. "Why are you staring? No need to look like that. My good looks aren't something new." Wenjio was left speechless. Such vanity, yet with a murderous aura, able to make women from various countries fight over him. Indeed, he was one of a kind. After a while, he seriously asked, "Can I really go to that place in men's clothes? Elder brother, do you truly mean it?" Xiaheng smiled and said, "Of course I mean it. But as you know, our mansion is poor. A place like Yongla House is a money pit. If we go there too often, we'll all be left with nothing but northwest wind to eat." Wenjio was reminded by his words. The vast general's mansion was left with only 8 servants and maids. They had a spare 2 to watch the wine shop. The gatehouse and kitchen were all crammed together. In the entire capital, no other third-rank official's mansion lived so frugally. With countless thoughts in his mind, Wenjio finally asked, "The girl I brought back to the mansion today was willing to die for her chastity. Elder brother, do you think what she did was right?" Xiaheng frowned and said, "Extremely foolish. Being born and growing up to this age is already not easy. Who isn't the result of their parents' 1,000 hopes and 10,000 loves? To throw away one's life over a few idle words from others is childish. Where does that leave the elders at home?" A faint light flickered in Wenjio's eyes. What if one's chastity was ruined, yet they refused to leave their husband's home? How would elder brother view them? He had tried very hard to pretend that incident never happened, but it remained a thorn in his heart. Once remembered, it troubled him, making it hard to eat or sleep. Xiaheng said firmly, "As a husband, if one can't even protect his own wife, what face does he have to be a husband?" Then he felt puzzled. "Aju, what exactly did you do today? You're acting strange, asking all these odd questions." Wenjio paused. "It's nothing. I was just shocked by Miss Zhang's actions today. I couldn't help but wonder if I would be so unyielding if it were me. If the Grand Princess hadn't been there today, Zhang Sijia's jump would have ended her life. Yet after experiencing that painful night and having nightmares, he had never thought of seeking death." Xiaheng looked at him for a long time before laughing and asking, "You rarely act like a normal girl. I'm not used to it. Why are you thinking so much about other people's business? Wenjiao pursed his lips and said nothing. Xiaheng folded his hands in his sleeves, standing in the moonlight. He gradually spoke solemnly. Since you asked, you must want an answer. Whether such unyielding suicide is right or wrong, outsiders shouldn't judge. Your elder brother only knows that many things in this world are inherently unreasonable. If the ruler wants you dead, you must die. If the rich want you dead, you must die. Wars between countries destroy cities and devastate lands for thousands of miles. Struggles between the powerful often wipe out entire clans. Wenjiao was slightly stunned. Xiaheng continued, with so many unavoidable natural and man-made disasters, living in this world is already not easy. Yet you want to seek death over matters of chastity and reputation. What about those who are desperately trying to live just one more day? Wenjiao stared blankly at the young man before him. He unconsciously reached out his hand. Seeing his dazed expression, Xiaheng called out to him. Wenjiao suddenly snapped back to reality and quickly withdrew his hand. I thought I saw light in your eyes just now. Elder brother, what you said is absolutely right. I'll remember it. Satisfied, he smiled and said, as long as you understand. After saying so much, it should be fine now. He had grown to this age and had never lectured anyone before. Yet this young madam couldn't be hit or scolded. It was truly a first in his life. Then he told Wenjiao to go back and rest early. Any matters could be discussed tomorrow. Only then did Wenjiao realize that it was indeed inappropriate for a single man and woman to be together late at night. He remembered his original intention and turned to tell Xiaheng about the girl. Xiaheng replied to send her to your third brother's courtyard first. He agreed earlier. Wenjiao couldn't help but be skeptical. Could it be that Xie Xian was drunk and nodded in confusion? Xiaheng raised an eyebrow. Why are you looking at your elder brother like that? Do you think I would lie to you? Wenjiao smiled. Of course, elder brother wouldn't. This girl had lured someone else's person away. Now the creditor had come to the door, but he couldn't produce the money. The next day, there is wine here, Wenjiao was working on an abacus at the counter. Suddenly, a crisp bell sound came from not far away, followed by a young woman's voice. Manager Wen, the girl has been sent to your mansion. About the money. The debt collector had come. Wenjiao quickly ordered someone to bring wine. Then he walked over to the visitor. He grabbed Su Ruoshui's arm, asking about her well-being. Dressed so lightly, you dare to come out. If you catch a cold, no one will care for you. Su Ruoshui looked at him strangely. Are you, Manager Wen, this familiar with everyone? Venku personally lod Su Ruoshui upstairs. Smiling, he said, Boss Su, have you heard of meeting for the first time feels like an old friend returning? Su Ruoshui, with furrowed brows, said angrily, Stop talking nonsense with me. You're just trying to get close to pay less money. I can see right through you. Stop pretending to be refined with your sour words. Wenjiao laughed awkwardly. You do understand me well. He handed over a jar of wine. He opened a jar for himself and gulped down more than half in one go. Su Ruoshui was surprised to see this. Which noble family's young madam drinks like this? Even regular customers at Yongle Fong rarely drink so boldly. When Wenjiao finished drinking and exhaled, he slowly said, Before I came here, I had a dream. I dreamed of a Yongle Fong in the imperial capital. In Yongle Fong, there was a courtesan named Su Ruoshui, the fifth most beautiful in the city. She likes to wear water-red clothes, usually prefers peach blossom makeup. In her heart, she yearns for an unattainable noble person. Before he finished speaking, Su Ruoshui's expression had changed. Who exactly are you? When Wenjiao smiled slightly, I said, I saw it in a dream. In the previous life, Su Ruoshui passed away in her 20s. No one knew where she came from. He accidentally learned about her life secret. She had a lover, but didn't know who it was. Since he's been reborn, he naturally wants to help a friend. Can't let her get into trouble again. Su Ruoshui tried hard to maintain a calm expression. The dignified young madam of the general's mansion, yet so superstitious. Could it be that you're trying to default on the debt? If it wasn't for Xiaheng suddenly showing up, that girl would have been sent to the original buyer. There wouldn't have been so much trouble afterward. When Wenjiao said, I tell you, there is wine here wouldn't deceive people. Anyway, he really doesn't have the money. Then there's no need for manager when to handle the wine. I'll have someone come to move it. Su Ruoshui stood up and spoke to the opposite side. Wenjiao also stood up and pulled Su Ruoshui back as she was about to go move the wine. I have the recipe for red dust intoxication, but brewing this wine requires spring flowers. It's winter now, so naturally, it can't be brewed. In Su Ruoshue's eyes, Wenjio was just a scoundrel. Then send the person back to me. Last night, the original buyer came and made a scene, almost tearing down my Yongla Fong. Wenjio didn't care. Not only was it not torn down, but if it had been his eldest brother, the outcome would have been uncertain. Su Ruoshuk angrily said, "Don't say I didn't warn you. That girl is big trouble. Keeping her in the general's mansion is like inviting fire to burn yourself." Wenjio pretended to be confused and asked, "Who wants to burn our general's mansion?" This beauty was pleasing to the eye even when angry. After looking at Wenjio for a long time, Su Ruoshue gradually regained her usual composure. "Manager Wen is a smart person. Why ask me such things?" Wenjio didn't pressure her. He took out a pre-written document from his sleeve. "This is the agreement for red dust intoxication, to be exclusively supplied to Yongla Fong after the new year. I wrote it overnight. Madam Su can consider whether to sign it. If you really don't want it," Su Ruoshue asked. "What will you do then?" Wenjio smiled slowly. "Then I'll rewrite it as an IOU. Anyway, I'm not burdened by more debt now." Hearing this, Su Ruoshue's pretty face turned dark. She picked up the wine jar and took a big gulp. After drinking nearly half the jar, she gradually calmed down. She had heard that Xie Hung cried poverty in Yijing Hall, making half the people in the imperial city want to send him money. The person in front of her was even more impressive, turning a blank paper into thousands of taels of gold and silver. It was truly amazing. What kind of people were they in this family? She took the document from Wenjio's hand and stood up to leave. "I hope Manager Wen keeps his word." Before she could finish speaking, Jeaner rushed upstairs, out of breath, saying, "Not good. The third young master is coming this way." Wenjio looked out the window and saw the young man in plain clothes already at the door. Su Ruoshue asked in confusion, "Why is that not good?" Without thinking, Wenjio instructed Jeaner, "Quickly take Madame Su out through the back door." He didn't care about anything else and pulled her away. "What are you doing?" Even Su Ruoshue, who had seen many situations, was confused by the behavior of this master and servant. She was here to collect a debt, not for an affair. Wenjio had angered the third young master again. After sending Su Ruoshue away, he went to the stairs with a nervous heart. The cold and aloof young man stepped up, raising his head to meet his eyes. "What are you doing standing here?" Wenjio explained with a surprised look. "I was just about to go downstairs when I happened to run into you." Xie didn't respond, but looked at the wine jar they had just finished. Wenjio felt a headache coming on. He tried to explain that there was a customer earlier, and he just had a couple of drinks with them. Before Wenjio could finish, he saw Xie pick up the wine jar he had drunk from. He waited. The jar was almost empty. Wenjio tried to defend himself. "Third brother, you're wronging me. How could I have drunk all this wine?" It was clearly the customer from earlier who drank it. Xie asked, "Where is the person?" Wenjio immediately replied, "Just left." Before Xie could speak again, he quickly said, "The customer from earlier was a girl. Don't worry, third brother. I wouldn't drink with other men outside." He was truly afraid Xie would bring out another book on female swordsmanship. Xie said, "I know. That's good then." Wenjio's face lit up. Before he could say anything more, Xie said coldly, "It was someone from Yongla Fong." Wenjio's heart sank. He tried to salvage the situation, forcing himself to speak. "Well, about that," Xie said expressionlessly. "The person left behind a strong scent of powder, the same as Jiang Xixia, who was sent to the general's mansion yesterday." Wenjio was instantly choked up. How come he didn't smell any powder scent here? This was by the window. The wind was so strong. The wine fragrance was also heavy. It had already covered up all other smells. Yet he could still smell something different. Did the third young master have a dog's nose? Xie tossed him 2 words of explanation. He was stunned for a long time. He couldn't say anything. Wenjio bit his lip, looking worried as if the whole family couldn't afford to eat. "Our mansion is short of money. This is all forced by circumstances." Xie obviously didn't give face. "Short of money, yet you still brought Jiang Xijia back. You even sent him to my courtyard." Wenjio hurriedly said, "That was the eldest brother's idea. The eldest brother said he had already agreed with you. I just sent Miss Jiang over. If I had known earlier that third brother didn't agree, I would definitely—" The young man's face turned frosty. "Definitely what?" Wenjio thought for a moment. He hesitantly said, "Definitely wait until you woke up before sending her over." Xie handsome face instantly turned ashen with anger. Furious, he approached. Wenjio hurriedly backed away. After 2 or 3 steps back, he fell sitting on a chair. With nowhere else to hide, he said, "Let's talk it over." Wenjio felt his scalp tingling under his gaze. He grabbed the wine jar on the table. He drank the remaining half jar of wine in one gulp. Sun watched, his brows furrowing deeper. Wenjio stood up, put one foot on the chair, and suddenly gained 3 or 4 parts of courage. He raised his chin. Miss Jiang is engaged to someone. She even jumped off a building for her chastity. Rest assured, unless she's lost her mind, she definitely won't come to seduce you. Look, where else can you find such a suitable girl to serve in your courtyard? Sun's face darkened. Put your foot down. Wenjio didn't care. Look at you. I'm trying to reason with you, and you're nitpicking on my small mistakes again. I want to ask, what exactly does third brother want? Xie Heng's face turned completely black, a chill emanating from his body. Wenjio gradually sobered up, realizing he had angered the third young master again. He walked up to Xie Sun and said softly, "Let me tell third brother the truth. That Miss Jiang is indeed a key figure. Some days ago, I had a dream. I dreamed that her husband not only didn't die, but also became a high official in the future." Xie Sun's expression became even worse. Wenjio paused, realizing that his portrayal of Xie Sun was completely different from Su Ruoshui. Even the slightest clue could cause huge waves. So he forcibly continued the lie. "Although it was a dream, my dreams are very accurate. Third brother might as well wait for 10 days before deciding." This girl actually tore up the deed of the newly bought servant. In the tavern, Wenjio thought about the shortage of staff at home and wanted to invite third brother to go pick some people together, which could also alleviate third brother's doubts. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, the young man in front of him stared at him with unfriendly eyes. Wenjio knew this young man had misunderstood him again. He awkwardly explained that he wasn't going to buy girls. Currently, there were only a few people in their mansion in Dali. Moreover, when spring comes, the old madam and others will also come over. They need to prepare in advance. Xie Sun then nodded and pulled out a veil from his sleeve. He looked at it for a long time before realizing that he wanted him to wear it. Xie Sun didn't say anything, just threw the veil to him and went downstairs. Wenjio complained while putting it on. "These rules are really troublesome. Wearing a veil when going out, how inconvenient." Wenjio and Xie Sun arrived at a place called 1,000 Gold Clothes Exchange. The entrance was surrounded by a crowd. When Wenjio and Xie Sun squeezed in together, they saw a beauty with a waist as thin as a willow and a face like a lotus tied up on the stage. Wenjio looked up at the stage. He couldn't help but admire the beauty's appearance. He turned his head and saw the young man beside him. His face darkened. He quickly changed the subject, saying they couldn't afford her no matter how beautiful she was. As he said this, he walked to the side. Someone led a girl away, still lamenting that it's always war or internal strife. Every year there are people who can't afford to eat and have to sell their children. When will this life ever end? These words also touched Wenjio. At this time, a vendor was shouting. Wenjio couldn't help but take another look at that place. The remaining ones were either old or young. The vendor quickly welcomed them, saying these were all newly arrived. 10 taels of silver each. Let him choose freely. Wenjio took out a 100-tael silver note from his purse. He handed it to the vendor, saying he would take all these people. The vendor's smile froze, somewhat dissatisfied with Wenjio's price. Wenjio explained, this 100 taels was to pay for the trouble of sheltering them at 1,000 Gold Exchange. If they really wanted to trade people traffic to the capital, they would have to go to Shuntian Prefecture. The vendor's face looked a bit unpleasant. This young lady was being unreasonable. Wenjio didn't care. He said he was willing to reason with him now. Better listen. Otherwise, he would have to let his eldest brother come to reason with him. The vendor was very angry. An elderly man walked over. How dare we? How dare we? He said. Li Xinli was the manager of 1,000 Gold Exchange, and also a regular customer here. Since Madam Wen had spoken, 100 taels it is. No need to mention General Xie. No need. As he spoke, he gave the vendor a look. Xie, the little king of Hell's reputation and methods in the capital were well known. If they offended him, he might burn down this entire building with just one fire. Wenjio handed over the silver note, asking them to give him these people's indenture contracts. Manager Li quickly gave orders. The shrewd man smiled at Wenjio again. Madam, when you see, we're both business people. You should understand. These people picked up from the bitter cold have cost us a great deal. The costs for transportation, food, and drink are no small expense. We priced them at only 10 taels of silver each. Originally, we didn't even think about making money. We just wanted to do some good deeds, let them have a bowl of rice, struggle for 3 meals a day, that's all. When Gio didn't respond to his words, he saw these people, disheveled and in tattered clothes, huddled together. Suddenly, he thought of himself in his previous life. When he first came to the capital, his situation wasn't much different from these people. At that time, he also just wanted a place to stay. Sun seemed to notice Wen Jio's emotions. He called out to him softly. Wen Jio looked at the young man for a while before coming back to his senses. In this life, if it weren't for the Xie family, who knows where he would be now? The manager handed him the indenture contracts of these people. Just as Wen Jio took them, he heard the mocking laughter of the onlookers. The bystanders laughed and looked on with curiosity, while the group of old and young people trembled even more, not daring to raise their heads. Wen Jio directly tore the indenture contracts to pieces. The crowd that was just watching for entertainment was shocked. Wen Jio turned around and said to the group of old and young people, "Those who have homes to return to can leave on their own. Those who have nowhere to go, follow me back to the general's mansion." More than a dozen people thanked him profusely. He instructed them. Then he took the remaining people back to the mansion and left directly. All are ephemeral beings in this world, born in October, dying with white hair. After death, everything becomes empty. What's the use? Wen Jio was not in a good mood. He left without saying a word. He thought that if these people had signed indenture contracts, they would be slaves for life, affecting their descendants who would never be able to hold their heads high. Without these documents, even if life is hard and tiring in the future, they can still be considered human. After walking a dozen steps, he raised his hand to touch the corner of his eye. Suddenly, he remembered that the third young master was still inside. He quickly turned back and immediately saw Sun standing behind him. When Jiu stopped abruptly, he smiled at him. That was close. He almost left the third young master at 1,000 gold exchange. Sun suddenly spoke. "You cried." When Jiu quickly denied it. It was just the strong wind hurting his eyes. Sun took out a silk handkerchief from his sleeve and handed it to him. When Jiu refused to take it, Sun directly threw the handkerchief on his face. He then walked forward silently. When Jiu quickly wiped his nose with the handkerchief. Catching up to Sun, he asked, "Third brother, do you also want to be a person of high status?" Sun suddenly stopped and looked at him. "Who told you I want to be a person of high status?" When Jiu looked at him, with a face full of looking at him. The illiterate's gaze looked at himself, and he paused for a moment. Sun continued, "I remember you said you barely knew a few characters. Now you can lament about studying hard for 10 years and reading thousands of books." When Jiu felt a bit embarrassed. "Third brother, can we just answer what's asked? I may not be as learned and talented as you, but I've still read a few books." "Okay." Sun said, "No." When Jiu had no choice. Can he just pretend he didn't ask anything? After a long while, Sun, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. "It doesn't matter." When Jiu didn't react immediately. Sun's expression was very calm. He turned to look at him. "What's the use of being a person of high status? We are all ephemeral beings in this world, born in October, dying with white hair. After death, everything becomes empty. What's the use?" When Jill pondered for a moment, "That's the principle, but if one can't even eat enough or wear warm clothes, how can they live until their hair turns white before dying?" Sun looked at him without saying anything. When Jill continued, "Third brother, look, today I used 100 taels to bring out more than a dozen people from the traffickers. But there are so many people in the world. Even as a wealthy merchant, I can only help 100 or at most a few thousand people. But there are millions of common people. Often, their life and death are in the hands of court politicians. Some people want to be of high status for their own glory and wealth, while others do it for the sake of the world." Sun's entry into officialdom was inevitable. What he could do was to try to expose this young man to more positive things, to prevent him from becoming as cold and indifferent as copper coins. The young man suddenly approached him and asked, "For the sake of the world? Where did you hear this fresh phrase from? Which opera script?" When Jiu paused, he had been presumptuous. As the future high-ranking official, he shouldn't have embarrassed himself with his limited eloquence in front of him. This man must have eaten a leopard's gall to dare to break into the Xie mansion in the middle of the night. When it got dark, when Jiu and the maid returned to the mansion. Just as they reached the gate, Jinger wondered, where have all the guards at the gate gone? Something unusual must have happened. Xie Heng wasn't home these days, so the most likely possibility was that something had happened inside. But Xie Sun was still inside, along with the group of old and young people they had brought back a month ago. He frowned slightly, took the lantern from Yulu's hand, and walked in. He instructed them to stay put, and if he didn't come out after the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, they should go to the military camp outside the city and inform Xie Hao. The maids couldn't say anything for a long time. Xenia was straightforward. She took the lantern back from Wenjio's hand. How can we let the master go in and take risks alone? As servants, how can we hide behind? I'll go in with the young madam. I want to see who dares to cause trouble in our general's mansion. The other maids all quickly agreed. Wenjiu smiled. He also wanted to know who was so ignorant. Ever since Zhao Fan was humiliated by imperial decree, the nobles in this capital city had been avoiding the CF family for quite some time. This fellow countryman must have eaten a leopard's gall to be so bold. The group stepped over the threshold and walked towards the general's mansion. They saw an uninvited guest sitting in the octagonal pavilion. The night was deep, shrouding the person. His face couldn't be seen clearly. There were more than a dozen armed men in black on both sides. Wenjio calmly walked in and said, "It's a cold winter night. You've come uninvited. What business brings you here?" The person in the courtyard laughed upon hearing this. "I've long heard that Madame Xiao's wine is unparalleled. Today I've come to the general's mansion to ask Madame Xiao for a cup of fine wine. May I have the honor?" Wenjio's tone was slightly cold. "We certainly have wine, but I only serve friends and paying customers." The man stood up and walked out of the octagonal pavilion in the moonlight. Looking down at him, he smiled and said, "Madame Xiao is truly interesting. How can you be so sure that we won't become friends?" After seeing the figure clearly, Wenjio was very shocked. How could it be him? Wan Yen Hao and Wan Yen Lai had brought their most promising children to the battlefield. Instead, Wan Yen Hao, who stayed in the royal court, took advantage of the opportunity. He suppressed all the princes in one move and became successful. Others said he was just lucky, but when Wenjio had truly seen that this man was extraordinarily flexible and capable, he stood just a few steps away from Wan Yen Hao. His eyes were firm. Becoming friends was absolutely impossible. Before Wan Yen Hao could speak, the men in black beside him had already drawn their curved swords, pointing them directly at Wenjio. Wenjio stood still, not moving an inch. He angrily shouted, "You come to my home in the middle of the night, pointing swords at me?" Wan Yen Hao spoke up, "Put away the swords. Don't scare the young madam." He turned to Wenjio and smiled again. "Young madam, don't speak too soon. Who knows? We might become friends at any time." Wenjio smirked and said knowingly, "Your Majesty Renzong, could it be that some of your sisters have taken a liking and are eager to marry into the general's mansion? In this capital, there are at least 800 to 1,000 young ladies who want to marry into our family. You better not try to persuade your sisters. Tell them to give up that idea early." He glanced around, wondering about the others in the mansion. Someone like Xie Sun didn't seem like the type to stay calm while others caused trouble in his home. Hopefully, these people hadn't alarmed that side yet. The group of men in black had already surrounded Wenjio. Jiner shouted and immediately rushed to Wenjio's side. Seeing this, the others quickly gathered around as well. Wenjio smiled and said, "Quite an impressive show. Jiner, I'll add 2 extra chicken legs to your midnight snack. Genevas helpless. Young madam, let's send these people away first." All the maids were speechless. Could you at least look at the current situation? Their swords are almost at your neck, and you still have the mood to joke around. Seeing their reactions, Wenjio said seriously, "If you want a drink, there will be wine here tomorrow morning. As for becoming friends, that's out of the question. Leave the same way you came. I won't see you off." After all, this was the capital of the great song. Wan Yen Hao, as the ruler of a conquered nation, had brought the Jin royal family to the capital for surrender. Wenjio didn't believe he would dare to make a move in the general's mansion. As Wan Yen Hao spoke, he moved in front of Wenjio with an eerie speed. "But if I can't drink your wine, I really don't plan to leave. What do you intend to do?" Wenjio suddenly stepped back. How did this person get here so quickly? At that moment, a voice came from afar. "That depends on how you want to die." Xie Sun, with a gloomy expression, strode over. The maids exclaimed in relief that help had finally arrived. The young man came in front of Wenjio, shielding him behind his back, and coldly shouted, "Get out!" The dozen or so men in black simultaneously prepared to attack the young man. Xie Sun stood motionless, his face expressionless. "If any of you dare to harm a single person in the general's mansion today, I will ensure that your entire clan ceases to exist tomorrow." Those men were momentarily stunned. Wenjio discreetly took a step forward, standing beside Xie Sun, coming with such a commotion just to steal a cup of wine. Sir, are you perhaps too full and bored? The eldest brother isn't in the general's mansion. We can't rely solely on the third young master to hold the fort. If we're going to be tough, let's all be tough together. Wan Yanhao chuckled. It's just asking for a cup of wine. Why are you two being so difficult? Xie Sun, with a cold face, replied, This is how the general's mansion is. If you don't like it, why not leave early? Wenjio was furious inside. Their subordinates were pointing swords at them, the hosts, yet they were saying, Why so difficult? What nonsense! Just then, Xie Heng hurriedly returned. Who is upset, our young madam? The maids were overjoyed upon hearing this. Wenjio also turned back with a smile. Xie Heng approached Wenjio with a flick of his long sword. Before it even left its scabbard, he had already knocked the curved swords out of several black-clothed men's hands. Silver flashes fell to the ground. A group of guards in blue quietly arrived, confronting the men in black. Wan Yanhao smiled. So you're Xie Heng. General Xie must have misunderstood. I just came to the general's mansion for a cup of wine. Before he could finish, Xie Heng sneered. Even beggars know to sing a song or call out master when begging. What can you do? The smile on Wan Yanhao's face froze. After a moment, he said, I have no past grudges or recent enmity with the general. No grudges? Xie Heng's eyes turned cold. His long sword left its scabbard. 3 feet of cold steel instantly threatened Wan Yanhao's face. You were born in the Qing royal family. That alone makes you my enemy. Wan Yanhao quickly retreated several steps. He caught a curved sword thrown by a man in black. The curved sword clashed with the young man's long sword. Attacking De Yin was the previous king's intention. I've always advocated for good relations between our countries and shared peace. How can General Xie condemn everyone with one stroke? I respect the general's youthful heroism and came to visit specially, but the hospitality here is truly disheartening. Xie Heng congratulated him. His long sword flashed silver as it rose and fell. Wan Yanhao's knife flew out of his hand. A lock of his hair was also cut off. Xie Heng sheathed his sword. This is how my Xie family treats guests. If you're not satisfied, then leave your life here. Seeing this, Wan Yanhao immediately fled. He leapt onto the roof, standing at a high point. His face quickly regained its smile. It's late. I won't disturb General Xie any further. We'll have plenty of opportunities to interact in the future. We can continue then. Farewell. This man had broken into the Xie mansion at night just to make the Da Yin emperor suspicious. Wan Yanhao, leading a group of men in black, instantly disappeared into the night. After leaving the general's mansion and entering the street, the hurrying Wan Yanhao suddenly stopped. He violently coughed up a mouthful of blood. The black-clothed men following him quickly came forward to support him. Wan Yanhao wiped away the blood from his lips. Xie Heng is truly a troublesome character. A man in black quickly handed him a handkerchief and asked in a low voice, Your Majesty, coming to the capital is already difficult at this time. Why did you specifically go to Xie Heng's place? Wan Yanhao wiped his hands clean with the handkerchief. His face turned extremely gloomy. What do you understand? The De Yin emperor is naturally suspicious. If he learns that I entered the capital and didn't immediately go to the palace to pay respects, but instead visited Xie Heng, who knows what he'll think. The people of De Yin sent Wan Yanlai and Wan Yin Lingyun back to Great Jin to suppress the internal rebellion. If he doesn't give Xie Heng a painting today, how can he repay their painstaking efforts? The group of men in black bowed their heads and said, Your Majesty is wise and mighty. Our great Jin will surely rise again in the future and trample the Yin underfoot. Wan Yanhao smiled. Tonight is just the beginning. Inside the general's mansion, Xie Heng casually tossed his long sword to a guard in blue. His gaze swept over Xie Sun and Wenjio. Are you both all right? Wenjio had just regained his composure. Xie Sun answered more promptly than him. We're fine. The capital is quite chaotic these days. You should start learning some self-defense skills early in the morning from now on, Xie Heng said, casually brushing off fallen flowers from Wenjio's hair. Wenjio was still in a daze. The third young master directly refused. Xie Heng's eyes gradually softened. He smiled and asked, Why not? If I hadn't come back, were you two planning to just stand there with stiff necks and argue? The third young master didn't answer. Wenjio quickly said, Third brother is busy reading books. He sleeps later than dogs and wakes earlier than roosters. Where would he find time to learn martial arts? Xie Heng raised an eyebrow and looked at him. What about you? Wen Jiao immediately declared, I'll definitely get up. The capital is now in turmoil. Doesn't he want to become an unparalleled expert, at least for self-protection? Wang Yanhao had just arrived in the capital and came straight to the general's mansion. He must have some ulterior motive. Wen Jiao needed to warn Xie Heng, but couldn't show that he recognized Wang Yanhao. After pondering for a moment, Wen Jiao couldn't help but remind Xie Heng about the man from earlier. However, Xie Heng thought he was asking about the identity of the uninvited guest. His voice deepened as he spoke disparagingly of Wang Yanhao. This new king of Great Jin is much smarter than Wang Yanlai. He came here to set a trap, and who knows how many evil schemes he has in mind. Wen Jiao was taken aback. It seemed the eldest brother already knew everything. When had the Xie family's eldest young master ever been confused? He nodded and added a sentence. I thought he didn't look like a good person. At this moment, Xie Sun asked Xie Heng what he planned to do now. Xie Heng's face turned serious. Wang Yanhao was injured by sword energy today. He will surely go to the emperor to play weak tomorrow. Boyan, keep an eye on Ajio. I'll handle the rest. The third young master frowned slightly. What do you plan to do? Xie Heng raised his hand to touch the back of his neck. We'll take it one step at a time. Xie Sun suddenly looked at him, momentarily stunned. Don't you know to prepare for rainy days? Xie Heng smiled and thought, preparing for rainy days is what cautious people like third brother do. As for people like me, at this point, Xie Heng's face darkened. He made a gesture. If he dares to cause trouble, I'll make sure he dies on the spot. Wen Jiao had an as expected expression. Xie Sun muttered, dark clouds hide the moon, starlight fades. There will surely be bloodshed tomorrow. Xie Heng slapped the back of Xie Sun's head. Can't you say something nice for once? Xie Sun was stunned by the sudden slap. He rubbed the back of his head and looked at him. Oh, what nice things. Xie Heng actually thought about it. Like eldest brother is unparalleled in the world or something. Xie Sun turned expressionlessly and walked into the corridor. Eldest brother should go to bed early. Xie Heng smiled helplessly. After instructing Wen Jiao to sleep early, he quickly followed, putting an arm around Xie Sun's shoulders as they left. Who could have imagined that this seemingly submissive and useless person was actually the cunning and treacherous king of Great Jin? The next day, Wang Yanhao Emperor sent a memorial to enter the capital. He ordered the crown prince to lead the court officials out of the palace gates to receive Great Jin. As the royal family entered the hall, the young king of Great Jin held the Zhang Sheguo seal high above his head. Leading a group of Great Jin royalty and ministers, they knelt before the palace gates. The group had already assumed a prostrate position, looking incredibly humble. Zhao Feng put on an act of submission, truly appearing as a golden and jade-like figure. The noble Wang Yanhao of Great Jin spoke eloquently, hurriedly. Trembling with fear, he bowed behind Zhao Feng. The ministers mocked that Great Jin had no one left, that even such a useless person could become king. Zhao Feng calmly interrupted the minister's mockery. But no one saw the flash of darkness in Wang Yanhao's eyes. Zhao Feng led him into the hall. Countless onlookers gathered. Someone in the crowd asked why General Xie wasn't seen. At this time, General Xie was drinking on the rooftop. Wen Jiao climbed onto the roof. His foot slipped and he almost fell down. Xie Heng extended his long arm and pulled him back. He asked helplessly, aren't you afraid of heights? Why did you climb up here? After steadying himself, Wen Jiao crouched down, still feeling a bit scared. I'm not afraid for today. From here, they could see Zhao Feng, dressed in the crown prince's robe, leading the ministers and Wang Yanhao into the palace. Today should have been Xie Heng's task. Xie Heng took a big gulp of wine, seemingly troubled. Ah, Jiao, what do you think they're thinking? Wen Jiao sat beside the young man and said, probably that their brains are waterlogged. Heartless royal family. Even at this time, they still want to scheme against their own ministers. This to Yin court sigh. He looked at Xie Heng and said, they're all afraid of you. Eldest brother, everyone in this court has their own agenda for fame, fortune, or wealth. As he spoke, he reached out to take the young man's wine jar. But if someone different from them appears, they become an outsider, making them uneasy. How could they tolerate that? The young man listened quietly, then suddenly smiled. Ah, Jiao, are you trying to comfort me? When Jiao was a bit startled, was I just talking to the wind just now? Xie Heng laughed. Brother Wei, I was just wondering how they'd like to die. When Jiao froze on the eaves. As they faced each other, the third young master's cold voice came from below. How long do you two plan to stay on the roof? At night, a maid ran over. General, someone from the palace is here. Xie Heng said. What are they doing here at this hour? The maid said, "The eunuch is still waiting in the pavilion. Should this servant send him away?" Xie Heng's face darkened. "Those great Gene Wolf cubs have all entered the palace, and the old emperor only remembers me now. It's too late." Xie Sun suddenly spoke up. "I'll go." When Jiao, worried, quickly said, "I'll go with third brother." Xie Heng looked at the two of them. "All right, you go first. If they ask, just say I'm drunk and still unconscious." When Jiao felt helpless. Was this meant to insult himself or slap others in the face? Because the old emperor's actions angered Xie Heng, Wen Jiao and Xie Sun went to the palace banquet together. Wen Jiao and Xie Sun followed Wang Liang to Manhwa Palace. Inside Manhwa Palace, seats were arranged below the high platform. Many noble youths were already seated. As they entered, they heard these people criticizing Xie Heng. When Jiao couldn't stand it anymore, he stopped and turned to the crowd. "This humble lady would like to ask if you all know what fools rush and where angels fear to tread means." Everyone turned around at once. The surroundings became much quieter. A fat man's eyes lit up upon seeing Wen Jiao. He immediately tried to stand up, but bumped into something, spilling most of the tea on the table. Everyone's gaze suddenly focused on him. After a moment, someone recognized Wen Jiao's identity. The crowd suddenly jolted, and no one dared to speak for a while. When Jiao smiled slightly and said, "If you don't know, perhaps you should go home and ask your teachers. These are all children of meritorious officials. They only know how to waste their days cockfighting and dog racing, squandering money. They're just parasites who enjoy life. What right do they have to criticize Xie Heng? Stop wasting words on those fools." A cold voice sounded beside him. Wen Jiao was slightly stunned and turned to look at Xie Sun. He quickly said, "Third brother." Xie Sun didn't speak. Instead, two young eunuchs led them to their seats, one on the left and one on the right, separating men and women, each leading the way. Wen Jiao was afraid Xie Sun might do something shocking, so he kept glancing over. While his thoughts were wandering, an apple hit him on the head. It didn't hurt much, but the noble ladies around him giggled, which was annoying to hear. Wen Jiao caught the fruit. A young girl stood a few steps away, surrounded by attendants. "That's a reward from this princess to you." Zhao Yu held her chin high. "Why aren't you thanking me yet?" This girl was only 13 or 14 years old, but full of arrogance. When Jiao tossed the fruit into the air, aiming it to fall right above Zhao Yu's head. However, when the fruit fell, Wen Jiao had already caught it, not harming Zhao Yu at all. Zhao Yu was startled and panicked. Wen Jiao smiled and said, "Your Highness, you threw the fruit at me and called it a reward. I just wanted to toss it high to amuse you. How is that disrespectful?" Zhao Yu's little face turned crimson. Someone called out Wen Jiao from not far away. He looked up and saw Zhao Jingyi in a red dress with white embroidery walking over. "Come sit with me. Don't waste words on this child. She won't understand anyway." Wen Jiao smiled at Zhao Yu. Then he went over and bowed. "Greetings, princess." After Zhao Jingyi sat down, she said, "All right, you may rise." She just can't stand others wearing her favorite color, especially when they look better in it. "Don't mind her." When Jiao sat down beside her, "I'm honored by the princess's praise." Zhao Jingyi looked up at her. "When did I praise you?" When Jiao smiled slightly. "Just now, of course. The old emperor and the ladies in the harem are all top beauties. Their children are naturally all good-looking. The seventh princess, Zhao Yu, has been praised as a peerless beauty since childhood. When you said I outshone her, isn't that praise?" Zhao Jingyi smiled. "You're quite good at flattery. Be careful, though. Those who catch little sevens, I rarely have good days ahead. This man is no pushover." He actually gave the yin a taste of its own medicine. As everyone arrived and took their seats, the old emperor raised his hand slightly. Wang Liang, standing beside him, announced loudly, "The great Jin Emperor has entered our land. The Jin Prince will henceforth be our vassal. The Jin land will be converted to prefectures. This is a grand occasion for our Yin Empire. We hereby hold this banquet to showcase our national customs. We invite the Jin Prince and his family." Moments later, the Jin royal family, led by Wan Yan Hao, entered Wanhua Palace. They performed the grand banquet rituals and paid their respects. The old emperor didn't tell them to rise, so Wan Yan Hao and the others remained kneeling. At the banquet, people kept mocking the Jin people. Wan Yan Hao knelt on the ground, his face pale. He looked weak and frail, not daring to talk back. Compared to his appearance at the general's mansion last night, he seemed like a completely different person. When Jiao couldn't help but frown slightly. Wan Yan Hao was clearly no pushover. Yet he showed no resistance to Jin becoming a vassal state of the Yin, such an important national matter. He surrendered when told to surrender, even personally bringing so many people to submit tribute. There was nothing to fault him for. But the more it was like this, the more it felt like things weren't so simple. The next moment, Wang Yanhao said, "This minister has come to pay tribute, bringing 2 precious treasures to offer to your majesty. If your majesty graciously accepts, please exempt Jingzhou from 3 years of tribute and taxes." Zhao Yi then spoke, "I wonder what kind of treasures they are." Wang Yanhao ordered people to bring them forward. 2 strong men behind him carried a long box, stepping forward together. Amidst everyone's curiosity, Wang Yanhao said, "Your Majesty, please look at this bao called Zimin. It is our great Jin's greatest treasure. 139 years ago, our founding emperor used this bao to unite 26 tribes and establish the country. It became the symbol of Great Jin. Since then, all who ascended to the throne had to use this bao to become king and strengthen the nation." Wang Yanhao opened the long box. "Unfortunately, since our founding emperor, no one in Great Jin has been able to draw this bao. I think it's a sign from heaven that Great Jin no longer has the fate to establish a country and be called ruler." Wang Yanhao continued, "This minister specially offers this treasure to your majesty today, wishing for the yin to unify all countries and last for thousands of years." Zhao Yi then ordered people to bring it up. 5 or 6 people worked together to lift it. Only then was it brought before the old emperor. Zhao Yi lightly stroked it with his hand, but didn't take it out. He just praised, "Indeed a treasure bao." His expression grew increasingly solemn. The yin rose to power through culture and literature. Among all the officials present, those who could actually draw this Zimin bao could probably be counted on one hand. Wang Yanhao's face showed a hint of anticipation. "May I request your majesty to let us witness the divine power of the emperor?" Zhao Yi didn't respond. All the officials remained silent as well. Jin was known as a country where everyone was a warrior. Yet for nearly 100 years, no one could draw this bao. Zhao Yi hadn't drawn a bao many times, even in his youth. Now that he was old, how could he possibly demonstrate any divine power to them? Moreover, didn't Wang Yanhao say earlier that only those destined to rule could draw this bao? If the old emperor couldn't draw it, wouldn't they question whether he had the fate to be emperor? Zhao Ji stood up and said, "This son has long heard that the Zimin bao is not for ordinary people and difficult to use. Since it hasn't been used for 100 years, it might not be in good condition. May this son try for father emperor first?" Zhao Yi immediately agreed. However, when Zhao Ji picked up the Zimin bao, its weight made his face twitch. To everyone's surprise, the bao that no one had been able to draw for nearly 100 years was easily drawn by a woman. When Zhao Ji picked up the Zimin bao, its weight made it difficult for him to even lift it. He immediately broke out in a sweat. Watching this scene, Wang Yanhao looked astonished and said, "I didn't know the yin had the custom of chanting spells to draw bows. We must learn this well." How could Zhao Ji be chanting spells? He clearly couldn't draw the bao. But under the gaze of so many people, giving up would be too embarrassing. He endured and persisted, forcibly trying to draw the bao. He only managed to pull it a little before using all his strength. Yet he was unwilling to let go just like that. Xiao Yuanfei, the commander of the Jin army, stepped forward and said, "This minister has never seen such a fine bao before. I'm itching to try it. May I request your highness the Rui Wang to let this minister have a go first?" Wang Yanhao, standing not far away, said slowly, "In our great Jin, only the successive emperors and crown princes can touch this Zimin bao. If anyone else dares to lay hands on it, they would be executed by 1,000 cuts, and their entire clan would be exterminated." Hearing this, everyone fell into boundless silence. It was reasonable for the Rui Wang, as a prince, to help the old emperor draw the bao. But Xiao Yuanfei was an outside official. Whether he could draw it or not was beside the point. According to Wang Yanhao's words, he would be branded as someone with ambitions to usurp the throne for no reason. Who would dare to step forward now? As everyone was unsure what to do, Zhao Jingyi stood up and said, "Hearing this princess finds it quite interesting. Father Emperor, please let this daughter try the Zimin bao as well." The ministers' faces changed. They whispered among themselves. When Jiao whispered "Princess," Zhao Jingyi, who hadn't received a response from the old emperor, lowered her eyes and asked, "What? Do you also think I shouldn't?" Wen Jiao smiled and said, "I wanted to ask the princess, do you want me to roll up your sleeves?" Zhao Jingyi raised her hand and gave it to Wen Jiao. She smiled and said, "I wonder if having you help roll up my sleeves will lend me some of your eldest brother's strength." Wen Jiao was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, "Does the princess even need a sword? This grand princess's skills are no mere show." Zhao Jingyi said nothing. After rolling up her sleeves, she walked straight to the platform and took the Zimin bow from Zhao Ji's hands. The grand princess casually pulled, and it was already half drawn. Just as everyone was about to breathe a sigh of relief, suddenly, they saw Zhao Jingyi smash the bow in her hand to the ground. Zhao Jingyi began to angrily scold. "What kind of broken bow is this? You call this a national treasure? It hasn't been touched for so many years, and it made my hand bleed as soon as I touched it. What exactly is the Jin King's intention in presenting such an ill-omened object?" Wan Yanhao reacted, immediately prostrating himself and not getting up. "Your Majesty, please understand. This Zimin Bao is indeed our great Jin's treasure. Presenting it to your Majesty today is our Wan Yin clan's expression of loyalty as subjects. There is absolutely no other intention." Zhao Jingyi coldly snorted. "Then how do you account for injuring my hand?" Wan Yanhao immediately drew the dagger from his waist and slid it across his arm. "Would this be enough to compensate for the princess's injured skin?" Everyone gasped. Zhao Jingyi couldn't help but look at this new king of the Great Jin. After a moment of clear-eyed observation, she smiled charmingly and said, "You've broken the rules. Injuring my hand is a crime that even 10,000 deaths couldn't atone for. Thinking you can settle it with just one wound like this? You're really overestimating your importance." Wan Yanhao kowtowed. This guilty subject wouldn't dare. His show of weakness only made Zhao Jingyi seem more overbearing due to her status. The Grand Princess's mockery deepened. "I used to think only women in the back palace acted weak and cried to move people. I didn't know the Jin King could also act in a way that invokes such pity." Just as expected, once this Grand Princess opened her mouth, nothing good would come out. Looking at this situation, could it be that she wants to take Wan Yanhao into the princess's mansion as a male concubine? Zhao Yi's face darkened slightly, but he still maintained a fatherly demeanor. "If your hand is injured, quickly summon the imperial physician to take a look. Don't let it leave any scars." He raised his hand and ordered the attendants, "Put away the Zimin Bao. Give the Jin King a seat. Have Imperial Physician Liang come to check the Jin King's injury. This eldest daughter of mine has been spoiled rotten." Wan Yanhao lowered his head to thank the emperor, a flash of malice passing through his eyes. After Zhao Jingyi returned to her seat, Wen Jiao quickly said, "Princess, you truly are a heroine among women." Zhao Jingyi smiled faintly. Wen Jiao smiled and said, "Oh right, Princess, you seem to have taken a liking to that Miss Jiang a while back. She's still at my house. Should I send her to your mansion first?" Zhao Jingyi had a completely blank expression, unable to recall this matter. Wen Jiao leaned in and whispered, "The one you casually acquired from Yongyue Fong. That girl's original surname is Jiang." Hearing this, Zhao Jingyi was slightly surprised. "You really brought her back to the general's mansion?" Wen Jiao nodded. "You had already said so much. If I didn't bring Jiang Wuxia back to the general's mansion, was I supposed to wait for you to bring my third brother to your bed?" Zhao Jingyi pretended to cough. "What's the use of you stopping me? Even someone like Xie Heng, who sees blood every day, can't stop those young ladies from dreaming about him. If your third brother were to go out more often, I'm afraid people coming to propose marriage would wear down the threshold of the general's mansion. In today's world, as long as one's appearance is good, even a bad temper can be tolerated." Wen Jiao couldn't help but hold her forehead, thinking about how bluntly honest this was. Zhao Jingyi suddenly remembered something and asked curiously, "By the way, you passed up Xie Heng and Xie Xian, yet became the fifth young madam of the Xie family. I'm quite curious, what kind of divine appearance does that fifth young master have?" Wen Jiao paused, thinking of that warm young man. He is naturally very good. There's no one as good as him in this world. Zhao Jingyi looked at her and said nothing more. At this moment, Zhao Yi asked, "Jin King, you just said you had 2 treasures to present. We've already seen the Zimin Bao. What might the other one be?" Wan Yanhao, with his arm wound freshly bandaged, stood up and respectfully bowed, saying, "There is another treasure, not of this mundane world. I humbly request your Majesty to have the musicians welcome it with the Taiping music." Zhao Yi raised his hand, ordering the music to be played. Over 100 musicians at the banquet received the order and began playing the Taiping music with their instruments. Suddenly, countless birds flew in from the southeast direction. A white-robed woman with a solemn face emerged emerged from the depths of the night. Wan Yin, Hao, and all the great Jin royal clan members knelt down, touching their foreheads to the ground. They closed their eyes and said in unison, "We respectfully welcome the celestial maiden Wenjio." The first season of this comic has concluded. We'll have to wait for the author to update for subsequent content. Thank you all for your support. The editor is preparing new comics.